To Snap Battles Assemble. My name is Falcone. This is the wonderful Goldenboy, and we are ready to bring you one of the first Marvel Snap tournaments. How are you doing, Goldenboy?
Dude, I genuinely cannot believe this is a thing that's even happening. It's awesome. I'm really excited, and I'm just excited because we also get to take this game that we love and beat the crap out of each other, and that is at the end of the day what friendship is all about.
Absolutely. Bit of an experimental time at the moment as we're sort of feeling our way into Marvel Snap tournaments. But for today, we have got a whole bunch of players, a bunch of casters. We're all doing a little bit of everything, and it's going to be a good time. So welcome, welcome. This, of course, is Snap Battles powered by Rallycry. Thank you very much, Rallycry, for putting this on. It's an awesome event, and I hope that you guys enjoy it as much as we're going to enjoy participating in it.
Yeah, look, I'm really pumped. A few things just so that our audience at home, the people watching, can understand. And I'm gonna be very transparent. I've never commentated a card game before. In fact, I've never even played in a card game competition before. So this is a first for me, and I'm very excited. So if the style of commentary isn't necessarily what you guys are used to as card game aficionados, then I apologize. I don't know, but the point is that really today is just going to be an interesting day for competitive Snap, not only because we have Snap Battles, there's also the event that's going on in New York as well. Shout out to those guys, but I am excited to see how people decide how they want to counter each other, because the more I play these battles, the more I realize countering is going to be way more important than getting that fat Black Panther across the field with Arnim Zola. So this is going to be really fascinating to see how it plays out.
Absolutely. With the brand new battle mode, I think competition in Snap has just gotten serious because, the ladder can be a little bit hit or miss. You could get some bots, or you could get, who knows who. But if you're playing a battle mode against a well-known opponent, you know you're going to be in for a tough fight. As we're experimenting with Marvel Snap and, of course, getting to know how tournaments are being made, we've got lots of different formats on the go. So let's take a look at what today's format is going to be. We're playing best out of 3 matches. So obviously each match is one battle mode match. So that's the first to deal 10 HP damage to your opponent in battle mode. But we're doing a best out of 3, which means players have got 3 decks, and they're actually allowed to pick whichever deck they want to play at the start of each battle.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And, what I think is going to be really interesting about the way that this is going to play out is, battle mode, you're going to whittle down that HP, but you're going to be playing these games back to back to back. So paying attention to what your opponent is going to be using, how you counter that. Do you even have a response for it? All of that stuff is going to be so important here as these players try and break it down. And then on top of that, you're going to be doing a best of 3. So not only you're going to be playing a bunch of games with one deck, but then you're also going to switch it up. And don't forget that loser is going to be able to pick. So I will be able to pick my deck at least twice. Which is so wonderful, and I'm so glad that they gave me that option to do so, because what would I do without it?
Again, it's taking a little bit of inspiration from Hearthstone there in the format, and sort of inspired by Hearthstone's Conquest format, where the winner is not allowed to play the same deck again, and they have to try and win with multiple of their decks. And as you said, the loser, they can do what they want. But I think you need to give yourself a little bit more credit. I'm sure that you can pack a punch with your decks.
Look, I decided I'm gonna go a little meme-y, and there's like one serious deck in there, and then the other ones are just memes, plain and simple, because I just wanted to have some fun with it. When did you feel like you were exposed as a fraud once you started playing some battle mode against your friends? Because that's how it's felt for me. I've been playing all of my friends, and they've been beating my butt down just time and time again. And I'm like, wait a minute, I thought I was good at this game. Holy crap, this is bad. So
suddenly you've got opponents that know how to counter things, as you were saying. Speaking of opponents, should we have a look at the player list and see who's actually going to be competing today? Bam, there you go. We have got 9 players. We got some EU battles going on. We got some NA battles going on. What do you think of that lineup, Goldenboy?
Dude, it really is a fantastic lineup of card game players, card game casters, as well as Snap creators. You know, really excited to see how Nina does today. I think she is kind of a beast and is gonna wreck house. Bynx also, I mean, the man just thinks he has like 6 brains, I'm pretty sure. So I'm excited to see how that plays out. And also I want to give a shout out to Eggs, because Eggs hooked it up with the Fat Raid yesterday while I was streaming, and she's awesome, but also she's going to destroy me today. So that's also going to be fun.
We'll see. Yeah, as you say, loads of casters, loads of players, lots of players that have got like a lot of card game history, and lots of players that don't have that much card game history, and of course players that as you mentioned, like Bynx with all of his brains, who's really sort of exploded since Marvel Snap came out. So that's a really cool lineup of people. But what order will they be playing against each other in?
I don't know, Falcone. Why don't we find out? Dun, 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 dun.
There it is. First up, you got Den versus Raven, then Nina versus me. Look at that. Then I actually didn't remember what order this stuff was happening, so I completely forgot. I didn't realize that was going to be coming up next. Then I'm playing against Den, and then Nina, and then I'm back on the desk so that Nina can play against Raven, and then Goldenboy, take us through North America.
Yeah, so we're gonna have Dera facing off against Bynx, which is gonna be very fun to watch. And then Dekkster whoops my ass with whatever C deck he decides he wants to play with. So that's going to be fun. And then it's going to be Eggs versus me, where Eggs is like, hey, I rated your stream yesterday because I knew I was going to whoop that behind tomorrow. So that she said that to me in person, by the way, actually in person, Falcone, can't confirm. Wow. She came all the way to Burbank. And then it's going to be Bynx versus Eggs to close things out for the day. We got great matches. Seriously, you honestly couldn't have asked for a better group of people, just wonderful human beings coming together, playing a game that we have all fallen in love with. Yeah, Falcone, I haven't had a chance to ask you, what's your, like how are you enjoying Marvel Snap? You know, like what's your favorite card? What's your favorite kind of deck? I want to hear from you, man.
When it comes to favorite cards and decks and card games, I don't tend to have one favorite. It tends to change every day. At the moment, right now, I'm really liking Captain Marvel. Like something about the Shuri into Captain Marvel combo, and then she just like a lot of people like to play Shuri with Vision, and they don't bother with Captain Marvel. I love Captain Marvel because Captain Marvel is better at Marvel Snap than I am. So if she can see a win condition, she'll go for it. Like I wouldn't have spotted that, but she'll do it. How about you? Do you have a favorite card?
Well, here's the thing, okay? And people are gonna judge me, and that's perfectly fine, all right? But I am a Silver Surfer fanatic. I like Silver Surfer the character. So here's the thing: I got into this game not because I'm super into card games, but because I'm really into Marvel. I watch every MCU movie. I collect the comics. My freaking coffee mug is Iron Man, for goodness sake.
Amazing.
If you look behind me, I have posters and all this stuff. Like comic books is a big part of my life. So I love Silver Surfer. It also helps that he's absolutely busted. So, but I will not be using Surfer today. There will be no Surfer in my decks today. I decided to be a gentleman and go for it. Then again, I didn't see what Dekkster said in DMs.
I'm disappointed. I can't show off my Marvel merch at the moment because I'm actually staying at my girlfriend's place at the moment, so I don't have my stuff with me. But I'm right there with you with loving everything MCU, everything Marvel.
I was gonna say you have a beautiful background that's elegant and well decorated. You know,
that's my girlfriend's. Yeah.
Okay. You're just a green screen. Got it.
That's you mentioned your favorite card being Silver Surfer. I believe there have been a few gentlemen's agreements going on today in terms of, I think there's 3 cards that a lot of our players have sort of been like, I just don't want to play with it. We're not going to play these cards. Yeah. And those cards are Silver Surfer, Zabu, and Leech. Like people just don't want to play against those cards.
Yeah. Leech is conflicting for a lot of people. So I can totally understand why they wouldn't want that. It's not a particularly fun card, in my opinion, to play against. We were actually talking about it in my chat yesterday. Like, I don't necessarily, full transparency aside, comic book character Leech, lame. But the actual card itself, I don't know. I think that there is definitely like value in it, but something that just takes everything away just hurt. It just doesn't feel fun to play against. So I understand why that's being taken out. But Zabuun Surfer, crimes against humanity. Can't believe that's been removed from the competition. How could you people?
We had the first match flash up on screen a second ago. It's going to be Den versus Raven. Both big Hearthstone alumni. Den has been an analyst, a coach for a very long time, and he's been working really hard writing all of the Marvel Snap articles, the meta tier lists, all of that stuff. And he's looking forward to coming on and casting with us a little bit later as well. Up against Raven, who is one of the very biggest, very best Hearthstone casters, a very good friend of mine as well.
Yep.
We've been working together for years. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's going to be capable of in the first game, which I believe is coming up right now.
Here we go, baby. Already Sokovia out of the gate. No care in the world. Oh,
so
man.
I didn't see what Den discarded there, but Raven discarded Dracula. So I think Raven's just running a big card list here. He's got Captain Marvel, which I was just saying how much I love that card. There's Ghost Rider. Oh, okay, Dracula can come back.
Yeah. So he's pretty good. He's got a decent win condition there with Ghost Rider bringing back the Dracula, so that this way he could soak up hopefully the Giganto or the Death or the Infinite. So he does have an opening here. You know what's funny? He probably could take this over to Death's Domain if he wanted to, and then drop the Dracula there, and he'll be pretty safe.
Yeah, looking at Den's card, so it's obviously a destroy deck. I was gonna say we're probably gonna see the recently buffed Wolverine making an appearance. Raven actually electing
that. What do you think about that Wolverine? Yeah,
I think it's potentially really strong. It's a bit difficult to play right now because armor is so popular in the meta. But I think Wolverine has real potential. Wow, Marvel Snap games are fast. I'm not used to casting a game with this much pace. Yeah, Raven foregoing the Death's Domain with Ghost Rider so that he can now play Captain Marvel and win Death's Domain with that.
Yeah, that is a fantastic win condition there. And I think did we end up? Okay, I thought something ended up happening. We ended up getting a snap. Yeah. We got a snap. I don't know who snapped it. But...
I think that was Raven, but I'm not completely sure.
Okay, well, let's see Wolverine in action here. Get a nice fat Venom. And he goes over to Sokovia. Okay. Well, I mean, he could do Taskmaster. Yeah.
Yeah, Taskmaster's looking pretty good. Raven wins Death's Domain, but I don't... Can Raven win one of the other locations? 17.
Dude, if he pulls Lady Sif here, I'm going to laugh. Pull Lady Sif. That would just be hilarious. Come on, Dracula.
That would still be enough.
Oh, it would still be enough, but it would be hilarious. Damn it.
And it looks like Raven is going to take the first game. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to lie. So Goldenboy and me were just having a chat before this game started about casting card games. And I was saying how, when it comes to Hearthstone, a lot of it is feel and a lot of it is waiting for players to take really slow turns. The pace of that game, that was lightning fast.
Yeah, that was pretty quick. And I think that goes to show you like how this game can work competitively. Because we're discovering things, by the way, as time goes on. And if you would allow me a brief moment to just have a tirade about Dracula, because I have complained about him on stream multiple times. Not because the card is whatever, it's just the fact that Dracula as a character exists in the comics because of Blade, and it breaks my heart because Dracula, like, come on, we don't need Dracula in this game. We need what about the guy from the movie with Wesley Snipes? Have him in it. Anyway, that's my brief thing on Dracula for the day.
So while you were ranting,
that game was done.
Raven lost the game. I'm a little surprised that it went that way. Given that he is running Dracula, I actually thought that Raven's deck would serve okay with TVA, but I guess if he wasn't able to play anything else, then he just wasn't feeling.
Yeah, he was running a big risk on that one. Like you can't make that move and then there he goes. Oh, look at that.
What a start for Den.
Like that. Oh, that's even better for him too.
That's perfect.
This is not great.
Den has got Forge, Deadpool, Carnage, great combo of cards, and Raven's just going to peace out.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to play this one through either.
The locations were just not favorable. He was going to continuously. I mean, look, there was a probability, right, that you were going to see the Wolverine land in mid. And if he landed in mid, then you had a win condition. You had a potential. But that, you know, Danger Room is too risky to play. Oh, Elysium.
One of the best locations in the game. Lockjaw going to come straight down on turn 2.
Everyone loves Elysium. When you see it, you're just like, oh, it brings me such joy. The green pastures, the beautiful mountains, the palm trees. And are those dinosaurs? No, never mind.
Oh, there goes Magneto, and Raven's not going to complain about that. Again, with Ghost Rider in the deck, Sokovia is just helping him out.
All right. So with that Dracula down, it's a great win con for him. And I didn't see the card that he discarded, but we ended up getting a retreat. You know, I didn't expect this, but I'm not mad about it.
What, the retreat? Or
Yeah, the retreating. Like, at first I thought maybe this it would be not as entertaining, like, because, you know, the constant retreating. But then as I see it, it's like, you know, you have to make that executive decision. Like, is that a thing that I want to do? Oh, bro, you could play Forge into Luke's bar and then drop Wolverine down and supercharge him because the effect still counts.
Sokovia again? Is that what is going on? Why is Sokovia so common?
This AI really liked Age of Ultron. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
They are big Spader fans, you know, just really hoping.
I can't blame them. It's one of the better things about the movie.
It actually was. Age of Ultron is a good movie. It's just not
it's still an Avengers film. It's just the worst Avengers film.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I guess it is. In the context, it is the worst Avengers film, especially when Civil War exists. So, even though that's not an Avengers movie. Man. But by the way, Charlotte in our chat is very, very mad that you just trashed on Age of Ultron. Just an FYI.
The thing is, I actually quite like the film. I just think with Avengers films, there's a really, really high bar.
Oh, something awesome's happening here. Okay, so he could play Carnage on Luke's bar, consume the Wolverine, respawn him at a 2/6. He then goes up to a 110.
Yeah.
He's only got one turn left there, though. That's the problem.
I was going to say, yeah, the only problem with that is that you risk not having anything on Luke's bar. But Den's lost Luke's bar to death anyway. I don't think Den can win that location regardless. So I agree. It makes sense to play the Carnage on the Wolverine and then maybe Taskmaster next turn.
This is going to be very interesting. But
I'm really taking his time with this one.
Yeah,
this is the longest turn we've seen.
I know. These guys have been like, snap, snap, retreat, snap, snap, retreat the whole time. All right, another Ghost Rider to bring in the Drac. Sick.
Yep, it's got to make the Carnage play.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's Venom. Wolverine just gets bigger and bigger.
Oh, this is a combo, baby. Go to Luke's bar.
Oh, that's a shame. Still huge. Is it going to be big enough to beat Dracula, though? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, and also with the... he now has a 20, a 12, or a 10. So, yeah, no matter what, he basically won that lane, and that is GG.
Yeah, Raven playing Captain Marvel there was going to completely lock in Luke's bar. There's no way that Den could take that off of him. And yeah, I guess following up with Doc Ock on the left, that was really going to mess that up.
I wonder if... No, right? Because when she moves to the location, she doesn't get played, so she won't get sent back.
No, she doesn't get sent back.
Yeah.
We got a double snap.
Oh, man.
On District X.
I don't know if Den has that much to give up.
Well, they're playing for max cubes now, so that's it. The stakes cannot go up. They're playing for 3 cubes. If Den loses this, it is over. If Raven loses this, Den's still very much behind.
They snapped on District X?
I think one of them... Actually, I think maybe... Is this game 5? Because on game 5, there's an automatic snap. And then,
could be. This could be game 5 actually, because they did refresh a few times.
Yeah. And
So
then
that makes
one
it
of them,
even better.
one of them snapped. Oh, what a mess. What a mess.
Fat squirrel, what are these hands? Oh my god. Oh man.
I mean, Den's loving it. You know, Venom, just extra fodder, isn't it?
He got
More
double
stuff to
venom as
destroy.
well. He got double venom.
Oh my gosh. Just when everything goes the best possible way for you in a game of Marvel Snap. Feels good.
Oh brother. Okay. So he throws on the Ghost Rider, and it seemed like Den. I didn't catch what Den's play was going to be there, but okay. So this is going to be the
big
Venom
one.
Consume again to get him up to a 112. How funny would it be if Raven just pulls a Killmonger? I was about to say, I'm going to lose my
That'll
mind.
do. From Den? What? Death from District X in his destroy deck?
What in tarnations? He can actually just play Death and Deadpool and win.
All right. Who's on the levers today? Bro, is that you?
That's it. He could play them wherever he wants, or he could just stack the lane if he needs to, which honestly might be a better call to just stack the lane. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, guaranteed the win in the middle. Now guarantees the win on the left lane. Den is going to go ahead and take 3 HP off of Raven. Evening
Sick.
out the odds a little bit. He's still behind, though.
He is. But you know what? Let's just hope for District X every time. Down with Raven. That's what I say.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a more helpful District X for anyone ever. Like that was.
That's very true.
You get an extra Venom, you get a death.
Oh man. Okay, so let's see here. Of course, everyone's 2 favorite locations, Subterranea and Lechugilia, which everyone loves those locations so much, right, chat? Everyone loves it. Best locations in the world.
I really think they should always be the featured locations.
You know, I think
Sounds
personally speaking, Falcone, I think that we should just start it off every game. It's just Subterranea, Lechugilia, and then like, I don't know, Necrotia. And we just call it like that. You know what I mean? We just do it.
All right. Raven starts off with a Sunspot on the right. He's going to go ahead and play Lockjaw on the left. We've got Den having already played Beast.
This actually does work out, though, by the way, for Den. Because of the rocks, he could Carnage the rocks if he gets Carnage.
Yeah.
Ooh. 2 1-cost demons? That's going to go in Subterranea for sure.
Raven is really getting his good stuff here, though. He's got Drac, he's got Sunspot, he's drawn a lot of the big cards, so the next couple turns are sorted. There goes Venom.
Yep, and Wolverine goes up. This actually isn't the end of the world here.
Taskmaster off the top of the deck for Den.
I say you just play that in Lechugilia and you just roll with it. I mean, honestly, you're not gonna
you're probably not beating Dracula, so
nope. Unless he leaves the rock in his deck. If he leaves
but the thing is,
rock...
Raven will play him, won't he? He'll although now he might not have to play the rock. Now that it's clear his opponent's not even trying to win Shadowland, Raven doesn't really have to fight for it.
That's true.
Yeah, Magneto in the middle. That's gonna pull Venom.
Oh, fat stacks. But that's all he can do, actually.
It is. And if
that's all he can do, he still loses.
Yeah. Which means Raven is now going to be in the... Wait, Captain Marvel!
Forgot about Captain Marvel! Oh my
No!
I completely forgot!
Well, there you go. Don't worry, Goldenboy, I was right there with you. First big live stream fail for Marvel Snap. Casters forget that Captain Marvel exists, and Raven is going to take Round 1. I was just talking about how much I love Captain Marvel, and I'm just blind to it on the screen in front of me.
You were like, I love Captain Marvel. Brie Larson's my boo. You were doing all this stuff, and then the Captain Marvel player, and you didn't realize it. That just goes to show you.
Look,
we
I
tunnel
literally
vision so hard.
said, the thing I love about Captain Marvel is that she can win me the game when I don't even know I can win myself the game. Well, I guess that goes for casting as well. She can win the game when we can't even tell that the game can be won.
Someone in chat, Floon Dune, was like, just like all the players, the casters forget about Marvel till it's too late. Oh
yeah,
God,
that's right.
that is fantastic. What a game. All right, guys.
Right.
Well, I think we're going to go to a break real fast, and then we are going to get our second game underway. Players, I think, Den's going to switch decks, so we'll see what he brings to the table. And if I'm correct, Raven still has to play with his Dracula deck. So
I think it's the other way around.
No, I think the
players
loser
cannot,
changes deck, and
players
then
can't pick a deck they've already won with. So Den can change if he wants to. Raven has to change.
Oh yeah, okay, well there it is. See, look at that. Should have paid attention to the rules. That's why Falcone's here. All right, guys, well, it's gonna be interesting when I play. I'll see you guys, and then we'll see you guys in a little bit. Don't go anywhere. This is Snap Battles Assemble. We'll see you in a few. All right, well, welcome back, everyone, to Snap Battles Assemble. Goldenboy here alongside Falcone. We just watched game 1 of Raven versus Den on the EU side. And Raven walking away with the victory, a very strong Dracula deck. Now, before the break, I, as most, in pretty much most cases in my life, didn't understand what was going on with the rules. So Raven will swap his deck because he has to swap the deck, whereas Den has the option to stick around with it, or he could swap decks as well, right? Did I get that right?
That's right. Yeah, Den can do whatever he wants. So it's there's a little bit of mind games there. Raven has to play something else, but is Raven going to expect Den to do the same thing again or bring something different? Again, it's a little bit complicated when it comes to Marvel Snap decks in particular, because again, unlike Hearthstone, where there's classes, right? Are you playing the Druid deck or the Mage deck, etc. With Marvel Snap, there aren't classes or anything. So the only requirements we've made really for different decks is that they have to, it's sort of scouts on it, your deck's got to have a different idea than the other decks that you've been playing. You can't run through Silver Surfer Zabu decks.
And then just change like Strong Guy for like Omega Red, and then just be like, they're different. And it's like, no, that's not how it works, Alex.
Exactly.
But yes, I totally hear you on that one, and I think that actually makes it quite interesting, because a lot of the decks now we're just starting to see more styles develop, right? We have, and we're going to be going right into the game in a moment here, so the action continues. But yeah, Den versus Raven part 2, the sequel. Den strikes back. We'll see. Shuri's Lab, though, that's a pretty good one to have right out of the gate here. And it seems like he's going to be running a Devil Dinosaur or a Collector deck, if I had to imagine.
Den's really liking Bast. I'm not going to lie, I haven't opened that card yet. Bast has eluded me, but Den has had that in both of his decks. Raven's deck is looking, you see Wong and you see Absorbing Man and Iceman Scorpion, and I'm thinking straight away, oh, it's going to be another Zabu deck, isn't it? But like, I'm pretty sure Raven said he hasn't brought any Zabu decks at all. Yeah. And now we're seeing White Tiger. I think that we're looking at like a crazy on-reveal combo deck here from Raven.
Yeah, this is just going to be Wong into Absorbing Man into White Tiger. Killmonger is going to clear out a lot of this business. And if honestly, I think what you want to do here is you want to stack up one side of the lane. But the issue is he can't do anything. Actually,
it's Thanos!
Oh my God, we got Thanos with Valkyrie?
Yeah. So Valkyrie is there to buff up the stones, while obviously debuffing Raven stuff. And there you go. There's the twist. That Den's Angela is going to get a real big, real fast. I feel like Raven's Killmonger actually helped Den more than it hurt him there. Yeah,
it definitely did. I think he was just worried about getting rid of the cards. But now the problem is, this is really fascinating. Okay, he's going to White Tiger this and giving him Absorbing Man, Gambit, and Cosmo.
Yeah.
Problem is, though, is that because of Mindscape, this throws the game off completely.
That Reality Stone is hitting Mindscape this turn.
It has to, right?
Almost certain. Yeah. Wait, unless... No, it
unless-
has to.
It
has to.
Why would you give him mine? Why would you give him all this?
Well, then again, that being said, it's not.
There it is. That's it. That's a stone. There's just no
Yeah.
shot.
Yeah.
Dude,
all right. Okay.
This is
Okay.
nuts. This is insane.
Yeah, that Power Stone's getting pretty big. Angela's getting pretty big. Raven might be in trouble, but Raven's got Gambit that he can play next turn. Wakanda, though, potentially the worst location that it could be for Raven. Now Raven's Gambit.
I think you could just
Isn't really
absorbing
playable.
man this. I think he should absorbing man this and then White Tiger across the field a second time. And then, but it's a 5 cost. So, oh, dude, this is a
Is that
tough
big
one.
enough? So it would only summon 2 more Tigers. What's Raven going to do here? He's going to play Cosmo? Maybe he is going to go with Gambit, play Cosmo Gambit, and hope that Gambit...
Cosmo Gambit could be disgusting. To
So
destroy the
Gambit...
Angela.
The problem with Gambit is that if it attempts to destroy the Reality Stone, that counts as one of its activations. Raven is actually going to go before Den here, so it can't... Gambit can't destroy Angela because it's not on the board yet, and Raven's
That's
card's
right.
first.
I think Den just snapped. I think Den realized he just has his win con. Yep. And
Raven's
Raven, that's it. Smart.
I think that was a game where the turn order is actually what kind of won the game for Den there, because thanks to Beast picking up all of his cards, he was behind. Den was behind, which meant Raven's cards would activate first, and that Raven couldn't really stop Den in any way from playing his big stuff. He couldn't Shang-Chi, he couldn't he couldn't Cosmo, he couldn't Gambit.
That was probably one of my favorite uses of Angela and Beast I think I've ever seen. And now
really
I want to
cool.
take it and play it. So that's
Someone
what
in
I'm
chat has asked, how do we know who has priority? The player that is currently winning the game is the player that has priority. So in the last game, Raven was winning all 3 locations, so his cards were going to flip first.
Yeah. Which worked out incredibly for Den, because Den was just going to lay down fat numbers across the field. And there was nothing he could do. Man.
All right, well, here's that Angela again.
Yep.
And also, I think we need to take a moment to say that is an amazing Thor variant.
Yeah, I can't tell which variant. Is that nullified or something?
It's the ultimate one. I can't remember.
Oh,
what
I can't see it
tag
from
is,
here. Yeah, or not from here, but on my, in the
but
age.
Raven has bought that from the token shop for 5,000 tokens. Like that is that's
Alright,
one of the expensive ones.
We get it, Raven. You're getting paid. Relax. Okay. It's just.
Raven subscribes to the philosophy, I think, where like he'd rather pay for variants than pay for cards, because the cards are going to move down eventually anyway. And I think the variants are always going to be rare. So he'd rather spend his tokens on variants than cards.
That's fair. That's fair. Okay, nice Spider-Man on Danger Room. But problem is, well, it depends on what he plays next here. If he had like an Odin, he can easily trigger that. But I think this is basically going to be a GG. You're going to remove the Reality Stone. You're removing the Quinjet. You're taking out the Power Stone. I don't think Den has no real win cons here. I don't know what he's played this turn.
Yeah, no, that's the one problem we've got with our overlay, is that what Den's played is a mystery to us right now, but we're about to see. It looks like Den is gonna win the island.
Shut the front door!
No, Valkyrie died!
Oh! Wait,
Danger Room just decided the game!
that's so mean! Danger Room!
If Valkyrie survived that, the 75% to survive that it had, then Den would have won that, but because Danger Room struck, Raven took 2 HP off of Den. Yikes.
Man, that was so sick. Okay. See, I see this and now I'm like, oh, wait, what am I doing? Like, why am I even playing in this? There's so...
I mean, we've all been there. We've all lost because of a bad Danger Room. All of us have, right?
Oh, not even the Danger Room, just both of them. They really, really thought outside of the box, especially Den with this Thanos deck. I like it so much. It's so creative. It's so unique. Like that's really all I care about in Marvel Snap. It's you know, when you go off of the beaten path and you try something that is unique enough that gets you thinking like, holy crap, that's a good deck builder, you know.
Yeah.
And to me, that just makes me so happy. So
All right, well, it's turn 3, and Raven hasn't played anything yet, but here comes Thor. And apparently, I had confirmed in chat, this is nullified Thor, and it is looking great. And there's Bishop. Again, another card that's just great with Thanos' many stones.
yep, and we haven't even seen Bishop come into play either, but he will be able to get at least 2 plays out of this if he opts to, or he could Spidey it. But I think you're going to want to save that Spidey potentially for turn 5. The issue is Baxter building is going to get filled. I don't see a world where they don't fill up Baxter building.
Raven's plan is pretty transparent, I think, at this point. He's now got White Tiger into Odin, or White Tiger into Doctor Doom, like whichever one suits the situation better. But like you said, Spider-Man could really throw a spanner in that.
If I'm a betting man, I'm gonna say he's going. Actually, never mind. I had thought that he was gonna go Doom for Wong and potentially Killmonger, because you know that you have this 1-cost card that is going to be played in Demon, so the Killmonger handles that business, but he gets prio, so it isn't really going to help him that much. Now also you can Mjolnir Baxter building, and honestly Mjolnir, oh never mind, I was going to say you could also Doom Baxter building because you're going to get more value, but then you also get the supercharged Thor, so I don't think anything's going to beat him on Baxter.
Raven is playing around Spider-Man by filling up the location this turn. That's really smart, because he knows that Den's running Spider-Man, and he's just played Wong, so he knows that Den's, if he's drawn it, he's going to play it this turn, and so Raven has preemptively filled up the location.
You
really
have to know that if you've played a Spider-Man once and you have a location like Baxter building, like oh my god, what's the not Superflow, oh my goodness, the one that spreads to every location, your power to all the locations. Nexus, yeah. When you have those locations and you know you're playing against a Spider-Man, which is why I freaking love battles, is that you predict against that. He played against his opponent here. He didn't play his deck necessarily. He played against his opponent. And that is the reason why you're seeing this play out like this. And this is basically a GG for Raven.
Notice that Den has used the retreat later feature. And I'm really curious. Can we get hands up in Twitch chat if you use the retreat later feature? I bet 90% of you just retreat immediately.
Yeah, I retreat immediately because I get salty and sad and mad, and then I leave, you know? Well, why do you, what is the retreat later though? Is that like
that's it's so that if your opponent also uses retreat later on the same turn, you get a tie.
Shut the front door.
Yeah. But
this whole time.
But because like no one uses it, it's I've tried using it more recently, but I've never had the tie happen because no one else ever uses it.
Yeah. When you realize you're gonna lose, I hate to break it to you, Falcone, you lost, buddy. It's just as simple as that.
Oh, no Kamatage for you, Raven.
Oh.
It's actually beautiful for Den though, because he doesn't necessarily want the Reality Zone to stick around. So Murder World's great, and Den also got 2 draws out of that. So that's really nice.
Yeah. You got 2 more stones to bust out. A Mind Stone play, potentially. Shuri's Lab, I think if you're Den at this point, you kind of just have to concede that you're going to lose out on Shuri's Lab. Like, against Thor, Doom, that's just going to suck.
Beast is going to
wait a minute,
sacrifice himself.
That was smart. So he brought the Reality Stone back, and then he can hit Shuri's Lab.
He can. Raven is going to have a chance to play one more card there before he does. It's gonna be Wong.
It's going to be Wong. No, that's the smarter idea.
Den just slowly removing all of the stones from his hand, one by one.
Reality Stone New York is what we. No, he reset, dude. I love this.
It's a complicated turn. I mean, Quinjet is making those stones cost 0. He can play his entire hand. There are so many options here. This deck is doing a great job of just showing how much depth Marvel Snap has.
It really is, because he realityed on New York. Okay. So he didn't reality Shuri's Lab. Fascinating. Okay, pulls a bishop. They get the demon in. Here comes the soul stone.
Oh, it's the world ship! What?
No way! This is insane! You absolute demon man! I love that Den's just going for freaking troll.
And now with Doc Ock and Spider-Man, that's it. They are both done, but Doc Ock has enough power to win the game for Raven. And that's it. It's turn 5. We're now going into the final turn. Game's over. Den loses. GG, go next.
Wow. World ship. Where did that come from? I love this game so much. It's so ridiculous.
Oh, Sinister London, one of the other best locations in the game. I think everyone can agree on that one.
It's Sinister London, Elysium, Superflow. It just doesn't get any better. Oh, and obviously Carmitage, the OG. Remember season 1? Altar of Death, though, is actually a pretty solid one too.
It's really cool, and it's interesting here because both players are currently tied at that location. But of course, Raven has Doctor Doom. He has White Tiger. He has several different ways of actually winning Altar of Death. Can Den do anything about it?
Here's a funny thing. Someone said in chat. So Matrim actually said, so Doc Ock beat Spider-Man. That will be a first. That would be a first.
Well, I don't know. Wasn't it the Superior Spider-Man variant that Raven had? So
that was Superior Spider-Man. So
yeah,
technically he already kind of took over his body.
Bar with no name? Okay. All right. So that's particularly interesting with Doc Ock. However, because a lot of Den's cards are really weak, that would be quite risky for Raven. If he plays Doc Ock and Bar with no name and a bunch of stones come out, then that's no good.
That would be. But I think he might be hoping to pull. Oh, dude. You see, here's the problem, though. If he does do this pull, he actually is going to succeed. It depends on where Angela goes. If Angela comes out first or second, then Angela gets powered up. He played Thor on Bar with no name. Oh, that's right, because of Sinister London.
Yeah. So I was gonna say he can. Raven can Mjolnir on. Wait a second. Reality Stone. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, it's as simple as this. If Dan thinks that he's gonna have more power on Bar with no name, he'll play the Reality Stone there. If he thinks he's gonna have less power, he won't. So I guess he'll just hold it until the final turn and then decide.
That's a smart play. Honestly, what would also be a decent play here is if he had taken Spidey. Well, if he takes Spidey turn 5. But again, this kind of rolls back down to Raven knows that the Spidey is a threat potentially. So if he does do that, you're gonna fill that up no matter what. But what does he fill it up with? I think is the bigger question here. He's got a double blue Marvel. Yeah, this stinks of a Reality Stone on Bar with no name. Raven's gonna go ahead and play Doc Ock though. This might pull the Reality Stone. Say the second Doc Ock gets summoned on the Altar of Death, that Reality Stone is coming out of Den's hand, whether he likes it or not. I think you have to play the Reality Stone here, man. But he doesn't know. Oh no. Well, he's seen the Doc Ock once in the World Ship games, and he knows that it's possible for Doc Ock to come out. Oh my gosh. Spidey. He's Spidey Bar with no name. Okay, well now Reality Stone is going to win that location hands down for Den, as long as the Reality Stone actually holds. Oh, that Thanos! And it's No!
No reality stone for you, Den.
Oh my god! That's so messed up. That's so messed up.
Okay, so now the question for Raven is, can he win Sinister London? Mjolnir.
I mean, yeah, he can.
Yeah, I mean Mjolnir plus a card, right?
Yeah, he can. I think. Wait, well, if he gambits, the gambit has to take out Carnage.
Yeah, I'd say Gambit's really risky here because it might. If it hits the Carnage on bar with no name, he's throwing it away.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
actually
much better.
That's a smarter play.
Although it doesn't win the Altar of Death, but he should win Sinister London and bar with no name, and it doesn't look like Den played anything, so I think Raven does just win.
Oh, he has 2 Thors. He has 2 Thors. But yeah, you're right.
Wait, it's a tie on the right. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's one
Okay.
power. One power for you. Okay, that's fine.
Holy
Wow.
crap! What a game!
That was all. Was that all of the cubes? No, there's. Yeah, I think that was all of the cubes. I think Raven just won the best out of 3.
Dude, that was sick. That was genuinely sick.
The numbers just exactly lining up. Again, the Thor in the bar with no name, just small enough to still win that location.
I couldn't do the math in my head. I was genuinely like confused. I didn't know what the bar with no name throws me off so bad that whenever I get it, I just storm it because I'm just an idiot who doesn't understand mathematics and I just don't want to deal with that. But what a great game. That was so sick. And
I love it.
yeah.
I love bar with no name, and I think again games with weird location combos like bar with no name and Sinister London are some of my favorite experiences with Marvel Snap. I think when you get these locations working together in tandem like that, that's what really makes this game insane.
Yeah, it's so sick. All right, guys. Well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more snap battles here as I believe Raven wins the series. We have another game coming up, and I believe Falcone, you're going to play. Isn't that right?
I got to go play. I got to go get my decks ready.
Oh, snap. All right. We'll catch you guys in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Snap Battles, brought to you by Rally Cry. We are ready to go for the next match. I'm Raven and joining me for this one is Den. You may recognize us from matches like the one that just happened. Den, other than maybe not the best result obviously for you, how are you doing today? You ready to cast some Snap?
Oh, I'm actually like super excited about this tournament. I think like they did an incredible job. Like production is through the roof. So even though I got like literally snapped on game 1, I'm super happy to cast this second one.
Yeah, we've got Falcone and Nina coming up, so another sort of EU region battle. Obviously, Nina coming from mainly Hearthstone Battlegrounds as a big streamer over there, and Falc coming from the casting crew themselves, as well as obviously having a history in not only Hearthstone, but a ton of other games as well. So I'm pretty excited to see what these players have brought, because obviously, as players ourselves, we don't know until we see it. So
yeah, we're completely blind in this.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing it. I think I know some of the things Falc has brought just because we talk, but we'll have to see how it goes. But I think that we are ready to get into the first game, so looking forward to it.
All right, I won't lie, I checked a couple of guys' Twitter before the tournament, see if I could grab a little info, but I didn't go as far like watching all of Falcone's YouTube channel or things like that, so it'll be a surprise.
Yeah, for me, I just know some of the decks he likes to play. So again, I'll put it out there. It wouldn't be surprised if we see Galactus somewhere along the line, see if that's going to go out there. But I think it's kind of
expecting Galactus from a lot of people. It kind of feels like a deck that makes a lot of sense in that kind of tournament. Like, it's funny and strong, so...
Oh, well, here we are already into game number 1, and I see Shuri, Death, Electro,
you might be
and
right,
Dr.
actually.
Octopus. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be a Galactus deck. Shuri isn't really like standard in Galactus, but every other card seems that it could make sense in a Galactus deck.
Well, for me, one thing I did want to bring up, like one of the issues you've got in this sort of in battle mode full stop is if you bring Galactus and it's the pure Galactus, the second you reveal it, Your opponent knows
Yeah.
exactly how to play. Whereas some of the decks I like, some of the Galactus decks that have Galactus but don't only have Galactus, they have other ways to actually win. So maybe we'll see that from Falc. But after the first initial turn, we've seen Psylocke and Adam Warlock, so some very low tempo plays. There's Galactus though, not surprised in the slightest. But looking at Nina's hand, Den, what are you making of this? Angela, Psylocke, but then Zola, White Tiger, and Mystique.
I mean, it looks like a hybrid on reveal. Like, we can definitely see the Black Panther Arnim Zola combo. I'm pretty sure we could bet there's a Wong somewhere in there and the Mystique is there to copy it. So I think she's trying to make, like, how much is it? It's like 64 kind of Black Panthers. Oh, and the negative.
Yeah,
okay.
it's
So she's going
negatives
all
in
in.
there, yep.
all in on the combos.
Okay, so
yeah.
with Electro down on the left, Falc's only going to be able to play one card per turn until that Clintar kicks in at the end of this turn and transforms the Electro to basically a one-drop demon, which means Falc will have a little bit more wiggle room with this Cloak, Rocket, Ebony Maw. But this Octopus can do big
This is
things, pulling
insane
Wong
already.
out. It's one of the reasons I love Octopus at the moment. I decided to bring him. I think just breaking people's combos is very, very strong in this format.
Ooh, but did
Nina,
he break
okay.
it or did he enable
Well-
two of them right now?
I mean, Falc's got to be worrying now.
Copy
Okay, so
again.
left side is just a nothing because that will
Well,
turn
it's-
into a demon.
Yeah, so left side is gonna be cleaned up. It's just gonna be a 4-power demon. Middle is interesting though. Like,
It is, but the benefit again with Dr. Octopus, like on Falc's side, I can imagine is, well, he's likely to see one card per turn. That card
That's a good
is
one,
going
though.
to be White Tiger though, and it's so funny that it's got the negative effect, but because two negatives came out, it's actually flipped it back to a
true.
5-1.
okay, and now like Falcone. The thing is, Falcone can only Galactus in the middle if he wishes to. Like if he actually draws it on the last turn, and this probably means he has to win without it for the game. Ooh, not playing White Tiger. Okay, so she read into the Galactus deck, and she wants to put some power on the only lane Falcone is able to play Galactus, and the possibility just vanished.
Oh, this is very interesting now. So Falc is winning on both two sides with Grand Central and Atalan, but with Iron Man, you can't be overly confident winning Atalan because Iron Man's just sat there. But then one of the problems is in the middle, that's not really ultra safe either. Only 3 power difference, and there is a Wong there. Falc's actually behind on the left as well. And with limited plays, I actually think, oh, was that Falc retreating?
No, he snapped.
Oh no, so it's Falc snapping and Nina retreating. Okay.
Yeah.
That would have been very interesting because I really wanted to see what Falc would have put out there, because I think it was actually better for him to actually go small and wide as opposed to just playing like one big thing. But already
Well,
we are going to
it
be going
depends
to the
because
next
his
game.
opponent, his opponent only had one card, so he could have been guessing that Nina wasn't able to play on all lanes. So if he just gets ahead on left, maybe it was enough.
Sure.
Okay, so
Already.
Cloak going on the unrevealed. So what is your take on playing into revealed against unrevealed locations?
I do it a lot, honestly. I kind of like it, but it can backfire big time. But it really depends what type of deck you're playing. I think if you're playing a deck where you don't have a way to get into those sort of negative / like locked locations, it's fine, because sometimes it gets you, but sometimes you get just a card into a location you could have never played in anyway, like Sanctum Sanctorum. So I think it's worth it. But with Falc, like, he doesn't want to leave right open, play into like left, and then realize he can't Galactus right later on, right? So I like the
Definitely
Cloak there,
agree.
getting out there. Electro's going to start stacking in cloning vats, but on the other side here, Nina's going to have to
But
put something
this-
together.
Well, the Hobgoblin is actually huge because with Electro, Falcone can Galactus on turn 5, but turn 5 is Avengers Compound. Like, we know that,
Yep,
100%. And if Nina just queues up Hobgoblin and has priority, Galactus just is out the question. So the hub could actually, like, winner the game here.
Yeah, it's going to be so tricky, and that's the thing as well. Like,
Mr. Negative.
this
Force is
early in the
good.
game, like the players haven't seen everything that's on offer, right? Like, there's a lot of cards to discover as to what these players have access to here. And like you said, this Hobgoblin is going to be huge. Falc looks like he's going to try and drop some Electro, get some of that extra power, and really set up for next turn. But as you said, like Shuri into...
It's not that easy to take priority back, but I think she just wants to make an absolutely stupid Hobgoblin into Galactus. So that's gonna be a minus 16.
Yeah, I was even thinking about Shuri into Shuri, because with cloning Vats you can do that for because. But yeah, Hobgoblin mid now seems really strong, honestly. Oh, Falc's disappeared. That's not good. There we go. He's back.
He felt the Hobgoblin coming. Like,
so just so you guys are aware, it looks like Falc's may have crashed slightly or something. So we're actually watching from Nina's point of view. Nina is on the bottom, and Falc now is on the top.
So she decides to go for the Black Panther. She takes it back.
Oh, wait.
Hobgoblin now. So it's either going to be a 16 Black Panther or a 16 Hobgoblin. It's got to be a 16.
Oh, okay. We've been in opposite world. It's the other way around, I think. I think Falc is... Yeah, okay, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. We've just flipped the screens. No problem.
So,
There's the Galactus.
Okay, Falcone add initiative.
That's fine.
Can he? Because he's going to be down 14. And Nina still has, like, Black Panther to follow it up. So, that's an 8 guaranteed. So that's 22. Can Falcone mount 22? Like, there's a 1-mana death. I mean, Octopus, the thing is, he's going to pull a ton of power.
Yeah, I think this has to be Death Octopus, right? It's the most that Falc's got.
Yeah, but is it enough? Because you go back to +8. Is it enough? Like, do you think your Octopus isn't going to pull enough power?
Well, I think knowing you're against a negative deck that hasn't played negative, if you pull White Tiger, that's 1 power. Wong is 2. Negative's -1. Ironheart, okay, is 6 or less than 6.
Iron Man is auto loss.
Yeah, Iron Man is the nightmare, but I think there's only Iron Man that's the nightmare.
That's not as well. That's a 0, but a fake 0. Okay, so Nina is going to take the first big game of this encounter, and I think she goes up 9-6. In the health count?
Yeah, that was huge. That was basically we've not really had time because we're trying to obviously get as many matches on screen as possible for you guys, but basically the amount of cubes you win is the amount of damage you will deal. So as you can see now, Falc all the way down to 6 cubes on the top, or 6 health, sorry.
Because of the
and Nina only on 9. And I think an early advantage like this is huge in this game. It gives the person and in this case Nina, so much wiggle room. She can aggressively snap, make Falc consider okay, is my hand perfect? If not, do I have to retreat? And the more that ticks along, the more of a disaster that the losing player is getting in.
Definitely, and it's also going to be more pressure when they go into the high stakes round, where we start with double, basically a snap at the start of the game.
Yeah.
Starting at 4 or below 6 generally, you only have 2 games max, and that's a ton of pressure. But Galactus on turn 4 is pretty good.
And also it gives the winning player a lot of freedom because they don't ever have to snap because you're playing at max cubes every round anyway. So they can play out every single game and try and hedge for wins. But so far, again now, Nina knows the full story with this Galactus. Looks like she's thinking about turning off the Bifrost, which...
Is it that much of a problem? I guess she wants to keep her small units on Stark Tower so they can actually represent a threat.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting here though as well because...
Oh, I think she just wants to get everything on Stark Tower, see where Galactus hits, and just have Shuri. Oh, but she didn't have priority, so Shuri never procs.
Oh, it's so tough
one.
Going against that, yeah. It is really tough going against that when you know you don't have the priority. So Galactus, if Falc wanted to play it like he did, it is going to hit the board. And now it's all on Falc. But if you look, Falc does have death, but it is going to cost 4. So it's not like he can set up anything crazy, and he won't want priority here.
Well, the thing is, I think Falcone already queued up Dr. Octopus, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, sorry, I blinked and missed Octopus. Yeah. My bad. Yeah.
From now on, I think the only question is, does he want to snap now or just take it safe? Because he's already behind. But I think at this point, Galactus landed, you have Octopus. I think you have to snap and get back in this.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is really good though because Nina has not seen Spider-Man, right? So, if you've not seen Spider-Man and you've seen Dr. Octopus, then okay, Nina is going to escape,
Yeah,
so
but-
that's fine. But
I
in
mean-
that situation, if you do want to play it out, I do think Iron Man that turn did look correct. But Nina's just saying, you know what? It's fine. I'll take a cube damage and just go. Like, she's still on 8 versus Falc's 6, so she's still massively ahead, and definitely the right decision. Something I struggled with when I first started playing was not retreating enough and just losing because of it.
Yeah, and battle mode will teach that because like on ladder, sometimes you even get that -8, and you just keep playing. Basically, you just queue
Yeah, you
more
just don't
games.
care. Yeah.
And Marvel Snap is extremely good at making people queue more games. So battle mode really teaches that, like, okay, I need to retreat. Like, I'm going to lose very, very fast if I keep snapping or staying in games where my opponent snapped me early.
Yeah, looks like Falc's going to drop down Adam Warlock. Definitely using a lesser variant. It's not a bad one, but it's not the best one. I will be judging everyone's variants today quite
Definitely.
viciously. Yeah, of course. It's my specialty.
Dark Dimension is really tricky here because Nina actually has a great deck for Dark Dimensions, but how much can you invest there? Because you're just worried Galactus just comes in and ruins everything at some point, and you just never see those cards.
Yeah, I'll be honest, queuing into Galactus, unless you have some of the hard counters, you know, like your Cosmo, if you can get priority, Aero, anything that can move and mess up your opponent, I would hate facing Galactus. I would honestly just hope to grab cubes where they just don't draw it, and I think that's what Nina might have to rely on here.
A little bit. I mean, she's ahead, so she doesn't have to take the risks. And she doesn't have a bad deck for like a one location battle because she has Iron Man, she has Wong, she has Black Panther. But it's really about like she has to limit how often she gets Galactus on like 4 especially. So because Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus are just like too much in that situation most of the time.
And I think, well, I don't even think Falc
Great
plays
pull,
Spider-Man in his list, but I do think that Falc, because of the way Galactus works, because you know if you've won or lost before the game ends, right? Because you don't play Galactus on 6 99% of the time. So I think Falc needs to like just snap as if he has Galactus and just make Nina retreat. To
Definitely,
gain
you
some
can
cubes
bluff
back.
a
Yeah,
ton
just snap it
with
because
Galactus.
if you had Galactus, you would snap. But here comes a huge Dr. Octopus, all those little tentacles
What is
pulling out the
coming down?
cards.
Angela once again.
Angela?
All right.
Oh,
And Shuri.
okay.
Okay, so there's something huge. Well, huge. The biggest she can do is White Tiger, which is gonna be a 4. But Black Panther probably wins this lane on his own, like a big guy.
And most importantly, Nina knows there's no Galactus now because there's cards in every location for Falcone, which means
Yes.
it's not a Galactus game. She can concentrate on what else there is to do here.
But how
This
did she
is going to
win
be
another
tricky.
lane?
I honestly think it's White Tiger left.
She goes
Oh,
right.
White Tiger right. Interest. I was wondering whether you try and get the 2 power from the Ironheart that's in Dark Dimension onto the Tiger.
Yeah.
It's actually really tricky because obviously the
Ooh.
flip side of that is
How-
you want a White Tiger right, so the
How
Tiger
does
goes
it work?
left.
Because if you White Tiger to the right, isn't Ironheart gonna reveal first, and so your Ironheart gets doubled, so 0? Don't you lose Shuri's buff if you play it right?
Yes, but the buff would go to 2.
Why? It's 0
Right.
times 2 and 0 times 2.
I think Nina's relying on the Tiger winning left. I think that's what she's got to do here.
Okay.
Because the problem is, there's 2 cards got to be revealed, and Cloak's already 4.
she
Looks like
leaves.
Nina locked in retreat later. Oh, okay. It's fine.
Okay.
She can afford to. It was only... Oh, no, sorry. That was 2 cubes, actually. So,
Yeah, she
Falc
saved
now, I
2.
believe, is caught up.
So yeah, they're tied at 6, and we enter the high stakes round. So now the game immediately starts at 2, and if someone snaps, it's just gonna follow the natural course of things. Daily Buggle, ooh, this is pretty big. Shuri's great for Nina, and Mystique. Can Falcone use Mystique in any way? Does he have any interesting ongoings? I don't think so.
Well, Electro's not great. Ebony Moore's not
Oh.
great. So I imagine
like-
that Mystique is just a nothing card here for Falcon.
Yeah, this is a big whiff, but Nina got a huge card, so Plunder Castle. Oh, and there's Cloak on it. This is actually really bad because Galactus on Plunder Castle can be huge because have we seen any 6 apart from Arnim Zola from Nina?
I think there's just Zola. Because
So, like-
it's negative, right? So what you wouldn't even
Yeah.
run a 6 other than Zola. So
Yeah,
it
there's
makes
no more
sense to
leader.
me. So yeah, oh, and that's one of the drawbacks. Falcone
Yeah,
to
a
cover
little.
his bases, hitting a cloak onto an empty location, but the reveal did not help.
So I think now Nina is pretty safe into Plunder Castle because she knows White Tiger will probably take it because Falcone only has Galactus. Unless he can precisely get Def to 6. Oh, he plays Chavez as well. Okay, so actually Falcone is able to play there quite like more flexibly than his opponent.
Yeah.
Oh.
But this
This is gonna be
honestly,
tricky.
I think seeing that Plunder Castle and seeing Throne Room, like, I would really consider the snap from Nina here. I would feel
I
pretty
think
confident.
so as well. And now you've seen Shuri, so you know there's not going to be a Galactus on the line. I think maybe for turn 4, she might have been waiting for Electro or Wave. But it like now that we're on turn 5, she knows
And-
she's not going to get Galactus. So I think it's safe to snap indeed.
Yeah. and I
Worst
think
case, you
calling-
just get a retreat from your opponent.
Yeah, I think like calling Iron Man left here for Nina, and then just play White Tiger mid on the last turn seems really strong.
Another idea, I don't know if it's good, but she could have White Tiger middle and then just Arnim Zola a Tiger, so it goes back to middle, and it actually wins her the middle because there's only 7 from his opponent, from their opponent.
Oh, okay. Because one of these slight issues is if Death gets played in Throne Room, that'll be bigger than the Tigers, right? So that'll then double to 24. Where I was thinking, if you Iron Man left, the 3 Tigers that go left will take over a big card anyway. So I do actually like this from Nina, just calling in Iron Man. White Tiger can come a little bit later because Nina also knows there's no tech in this deck for Galactus, right? There's no way to stop this Wong Mystique combo, and I think Nina should be feeling really confident right now.
Okay, so now it's White Tiger summoning 4.
4. Yep.
So how can she lose? Because she knows. Oh no, wait. Is it database 6 or is it normal cost 6? Because otherwise nobody can play on Plunder Castle right
it's
now.
real cost 6. So
Okay, so nobody can play on Plunder. So there's definitely a Def coming down on Throne Room.
oh no, sorry,
so-
sorry. I believe it's 6 cost cards, as in not cards that currently cost 6, but cards that originally cost 6.
Okay, so database 6 basically.
Yes, because
Okay.
or is it? See, now you confuse. I'm making me question me now. I can't think.
I mean, we'll see. But I think no matter what.
I'll
like,
be honest. I
Falcone
did not
is-
play much Plunder Castle because I hate featured locations.
Okay, so there's the Def
Oh,
coming
okay.
in. Do the
So the
Tiger
way this
win?
could go wrong is 3 Tigers right. Oh no,
Well, so this way.
that's how it goes wrong. Oh, that was just unlucky.
I mean, he needed
Oh.
3 Tigers left though to beat Def, because Def was at 24. so even
that
an
would be
extra
another
Tiger was
40.
a 28.
Oh, okay, sure. To beat exactly Death. Yeah. Oh, that
So-
was tricky. Nina going down to 2 health now. That was pretty.
Okay, so
awkward.
now Nina is on Deathmatch
Oh.
every single time because it's Ooh. If you're oh no, you can't. There's no point snapping, but like if it wasn't a deathmatch, you just auto snap and like, yeah, I'm gonna Galactus
Yeah.
on 1, just so you know.
So basically, for everyone watching, the way the game works right now, when a player is on low health, you can see on the left with the cubes, it says 2 max. You cannot play for more cubes than the lowest health player has. So Falc now and Nina never have to snap because it doesn't do anything. They will always be playing for 2 cubes for the rest of this game. And it also is a huge advantage because Falc, even if he thinks he might lose, there's no reason ever to retreat. So you may as well play it out and play for, maybe this is a 10% chance to win. Well, you play it anyway because there's no retreat, there's no nothing. So this is really, really, really big here.
Yeah, you
And,
play
it's
to
gonna
your
put Falc
out
in a good position.
every
Yep.
single time. And is this good or bad news? Because the Tiger going on Sanctorum is actually pretty good, but if you get Galactus, it's going to be on White Tiger's location, which is not so good in the end.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good in the worlds where Galactus isn't there, but with Adam Warlock drawing cards, it means that Galactus is going to be picked up for Falc.
And Nina cannot play this turn. Because they're only on turn 3, so only Falcone can play something this turn. So big. Oh, he doesn't
Oh,
play
fuck.
Galactus. Okay, so
Yeah,
he's gonna
dock
empty
up
her
first. He's
hand.
gonna empty the hand. He's gonna empty the hand
Wow.
first. Yep. Oh,
Yep.
this is probably just game then. I don't really see a way that Nina gets out of this. Not only is she losing all of her good cards to the right, she's also only got Mystique, and Falc just plays Galactus and whatever he wants.
No, he has a
the Death, has
Mr.
the
Negative
Shang-Chi.
everywhere.
Oh
Can
my
you?
God.
No, there were two anyway, so yeah, no, absolutely nothing worked here. And yeah, I think, like as you said, no point retreating or snapping, but
Yeah.
I think both players kind of know
And-
where this is going.
Yeah. And I do like this though, right? Because this is the play here from just keep playing as if Galactus isn't there. Because that's all you can do in Nina's situation right now. She's got 0 power total at Pegasus with 2 slots used up. I don't think there are any like god draws that randomly beat Galactus here. Nina's just got to hope it's not there. I think she just hovered to hope it didn't show up. But we know. Wait a minute. It's
No,
Falc? No.
It's still turn 4, so he can't
Oh,
play
it's
it
turn
now.
4. It's turn 4. One more
Wait,
turn. One more turn.
Cloak. Wait, what is he doing?
Wait.
Is he gonna Galactus on Vormir?
Wait.
Falcone, what are you doing?
Why didn't you just pass? I forgot. I'll be honest. I forgot it was turn 4. But why wouldn't you just pass? He has Death, has Shang-Chi. Because now, Nina can like.
Is he pulling some kind of elaborated bait? Or something like
Well-
does he want Nina to move Iron Man and something, and then he actually Galactus is on Vormir?
Yeah, but you never do that, right? Because Nina's winning mid, and now Nina knows he can't Galactus Project Pegasus. So that's fine. Forget about that. I think Nina might move like Zola left, leave Shuri.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Nina here, you just assume. Oh wait, actually, you move the negative in the middle to the left. Just literally abandon left, get that extra point in the middle.
I don't think the middle matters because there's nothing Falcon can play, right? There's
Yeah, but
nothing
I mean,
Falc
you
play.
also know you 100% win, like lose left. So why not get an extra point in the middle?
I guess so for
Space?
yeah, I guess.
Oh,
I
maybe
guess.
space. Okay, so Falcone tried the elaborated bluff.
And this is kind of big because the big thing here is this sort of just beats. Oh, well, hang on. Oh, this is tough. So Falc's gonna
really
Shuri, Death, Rocket. But if Nina just Black Panther. Oh.
Wait. No, he has to play Shang-Chi. No, he can't.
No, but he thinks he needs Shuri Death, right? Because he needs the power to beat Iron Man. So he can't play Shang-Chi as well, right? Surely.
Yeah, because he needs to beat 20. He's at 2. So Death puts him at 14. Shang-Chi puts him at 17. No, and you play Rocket Raccoon and you're at 21 if your opponent played something. So actually, I think he's going...
but Nina was at 20. If she plays anything, the Iron Man will beat 21, right?
Yeah, but if you Shang-Chi the thing she plays, it doesn't matter because she stays at 20.
Sure. What
Oh
a
my
win
God.
though for Nina. I think the
Wow.
difference here is if Nina played anything small that isn't Shang-Chiable, right? Because obviously we saw Black Panther, right? So like we know it would get Shang-Chi'd, but anything smaller wouldn't have been Shang-Chiable, and then that's just a loss anyway, right?
Okay, but
That was a crazy last game. I think Falc maybe made that more complicated than it needed to be
Yeah, I
with
felt
with the cloak play. But anyway, that does not matter. Nina's fighting back. If she wins one more game here, if she can take this game, there are no retreats left anymore, I guess, unless for Falc. It means that the next game will be 100% the last one. Early
Ooh,
Doctor
the
Octopus
order
there for
here.
Falc turn
Oh,
one.
Zola reveals first.
No.
Oh my god, this is the worst reveal order possible for Nina.
Nina will never financially recover from this order. It's too much. 17 power on the right, very doable, and not much Nina can do unless, I don't know, this location is like Strange Academy or something, or I don't even know what.
Okay, she's going to Psylocke and just pray the gods the next card she draws is fantastic. Is negative. Well, it would be a fantastic card, but fantastic is a different card, so.
Yeah, X-Mansion would have to work wonders here.
Well, there's still one location to reveal. Who knows?
Kamar-Taj. That would have been nice revealed a little bit earlier.
Falcone can play Electro and jump straight to 6.
Yeah,
This is big as well.
No Galactus yet. But still probably worth doing. I don't think any other play is worth. Rocket isn't going to proc, obviously, because there's nothing there to hit. I think you may as well drop Electro. I mean,
and Ebony so...
Oh, gonna go
No, wait.
Rocket. Okay.
Rocket.
Yeah, gonna go Rocket more.
Okay, so he just gets ahead. Rhino is pretty bad.
Oh
Alley
my.
Courier is strong. Okay.
Oh no.
Is this over? Oh,
I think this is
it's
just,
over.
yeah,
Okay.
Nina's just said enough is enough. And they are gonna
I mean, she got away with one more game than what we thought she would. So
Yeah, it was insane. Falc takes the first game there. Pretty crazy victory, honestly. I think, like I said, he gave himself a way to lose the previous game where, you know, Wakanda Forever happened and Nina managed to get the win, but didn't really matter. And this is one of the weird things, or the things we have to learn about this mode, is that, like I said earlier, if your opponent plays something as sort of as crippling as Galactus and you don't run any tech cards, you might be in trouble, right? Because if your deck has a bad matchup, as we just saw, Nina was always struggling to get something done there, and I think it's something to definitely like go into deck building with that in mind all the time.
yeah, definitely. Like Galactus really feels like a committed strategy. Like if you run into a deck that you're countering, you should cruise to victory. But if you run into a deck with Shang-Chi, Spider-Man, like I mean, he wasn't going to face Zabu, but currently, like, if you face Zabu and there's Spider-Man in most Zabu decks, it makes the deck extremely dangerous as well. So I guess it also depends, like, the format. Like, the more decks, probably the better it will be for Galactus, because the more range of opponents you might face and find that good matchup.
It's something I was thinking about while we were playing, actually, where it's like there's an added advantage in this format specifically because the players have we've all submitted 3 decks, and really we can play any of those 3 as long as we win with 2 of them. And when we've won with a deck, you cannot play it again. So Falc now cannot play Galactus and has to play a different deck. Looks like Thanos of some variety. But one of the benefits Falc has for being ahead is that he now knows if he starts to see the same cards from Nina, he knows like the 12 cards of that deck because he's just faced it, right? And Nina can play it again. But it does look like both players have moved around just a little bit. Thanos on the top there for Falc, and then Nina seems to be rocking what I would call the good cards. And I imagine we may well see a Devil Dinosaur somewhere in this card draw at some point.
Yeah, probably like when you see Moon Girl and Sentinel, you can bet there's Devil Dinosaur in there. So I guess Dr. Doom is the new leader in the deck.
I think so. I think Dr. Doom, now that some of the more, you know, obviously we're not playing with the Zabu and Surfer stuff, but like Dr. Doom definitely feels good at just grabbing those extra locations. So I do like it overall. Falc here though with the stones. And no Killmonger as of yet. I am making a grand assumption there's Killmonger, but now we get to look at a few more cards here for Falcon. It's going to be that Lockjaw Thanos. If you even remotely like the look of Thanos, this is the style of deck I like playing. Lockjaw, cycle the stones, get all the work done. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, but Lockjaw is really weird into these locations because X-Mansion you don't have space, Crimson you can't play there, and Sinister London is going to fill the rest with like stones, which you don't really want.
Oh,
okay.
No.
I mean,
David
X-Mansion was bad. Like, X-Mansion was bad the last game for Nina, but that one is pretty strong. So if you're Nina, you just snap and take that free cube that the universe just sent your way.
Well, this is the problem, right? Nina's against this deck. She doesn't know there's Shang-Chi in it, right? So I think I can understand being a bit more careful, but I do think in the early stages of the game, both players at 10 health, this is round 1,
okay, now there's no more
early
Shang-Chi.
snap should happen.
And now the location is full, so even if your opponent is playing Shang-Chi, it never happens.
Oh, White Queen was the turn 4. White Queen, interesting card in this format as well. You can gain knowledge on your opponent's deck, even if they don't play the 6-drop. Falcone went for the pass. Does have the Infinite of himself, so he's going to get 20/20. 1 in London, 1 in Cosmo.
Yeah, but he's not that strong into Crimson Cosmo, so I think if Nina just plays... Dr. Doom isn't so safe, because you would tie the right.
Yeah, you just jam Magneto, right? Just go absolute
Yeah.
giga power, right? Yeah, I like this. Just go absolute maximum power. And also, because Falk skipped last turn, but has already played She-Hulk, Nina knows, well, he isn't skipping for She-Hulk turns, right? Because it's been played. So he knows the She-Hulk's already gone. So then one of the only other reasons you'd realistically skip is really the Infinite, or if you want to try and lose priority, so then you can do something like Shang-Chi. But as discussed, Shang-Chi not really going to make that much of an impact on this board.
Yeah, so I don't think there's like any. Ooh, someone is snapping.
I think that was a
So,
snap
yeah,
from
Nina is,
or at least I
and-
hope it was.
Falcone is just leaving the game. I think as a result, we saw a mouse.
Oh yeah, in
over,
the yeah, opponent
over the
retreated.
retreat
There we
button.
go. First damage being dealt to Falk here. Bit of a tough one there, like you said. The locations, Crimson Cosmos, Sinister London expansion, did not really play too nice, especially with that sort of lockjaw style. But very, very quickly, we're going into round 2. Nina up by 1 health. Ooh, and there's Mojo World. And I cannot believe Quinjet on Mojo World is ever correct.
Because you think you're just gonna fill it with other stuff.
Well, I think mainly, okay.
And
less
from which
of an
deck
issue-
are we talking? Which point of
Yeah,
view are we taking
fr-
here?
From Nina's point of view, I would assume that there's a Killmonger, right, in the Thanos deck.
She's
But she
playing
does
armor?
now have, yeah, she does have armor to cover it, so this is now more okay. But in general, if you're against a deck that you assume plays Killmonger, you should not play 1-drops in Mojo World, because it's an easy way to lose at the end of the game. But Kamar-Taj with the Space Stone,
Ooh, the
Bifrost
Bifrost
as
is going
well.
to change things. So for Nina, it's really important to figure out like, do you want to keep a space for that Doctor Doom on Kamar-Taj? Because that would fill the board. Like you need a lot of space for it to be appealing. But her hand is kind of empty. Yondu
Oh,
and
okay,
Al-
Yondu Kamar-Taj, not the worst.
we can go places with this. Lots of stones. Does Falcone has any way to clear some stones, or is he
Well-
stuck with them for the rest of the game?
We haven't seen Killmonger yet, but I don't think we've seen all 12 cards. But I'll be honest, I'm not keeping track of every single card. I'm not playing Falk, I'm playing Nina later on, so I don't care about what
I'm
decks Falk
I'm
are.
playing Falk, which is why I'm asking
Oh, so
questions about him.
Den's making notes, yeah. But yeah, this is...
I'm honestly just
Yondu-
excited for the Thanos showdown. That's the thing I was waiting for.
True. But we'll definitely have to see here. The good thing is Nina at the moment has locked down what will be the mid location if this Bifrost goes off, because currently there's only 5-6 power mid gonna be 16
So
power mid
Falcone
now.
is going to commit to Mojo World, like kind of telling Nina, here's what you have to beat.
Yeah, but that will be Kamar-Taj now, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that is Kamar-Taj.
Yep.
So that's 16. Well, I mean, Nina can just drop. Well, it's actually quite easy for her because she will likely drop Doctor Doom, so she's at 10. Does she have just to drop a 7? Ooh. Who has
I mean,
initiative?
she
It's
just played
Falcone.
Devil Dinosaur mid, and I think
But do you need to? That's the thing. Is like because the problem now is if you play Devil Dinosaur middle, then next turn you're gonna Doctor Doom and just hope Doom wins the right, because you can't expect 2 to be enough to win Mojo World against the Thanos deck. I mean, all the stones are out.
True. And also, one play I actually quite like the look of, and it's going to sound weird, but there's also a thought of going actually, well, okay, not now, but depending on what was played, but there is a world where like
Ooh.
Nina just has like Lizard Cosmo to play instead.
Lizard Cosmo. Okay, so Falcone.
Oh, it's just going to be absolute just YOLO slab dot to do.
It's a
It is
huge
going to be.
madness.
It's going to be plus 10 on each location, right? So
Yeah, but is
I
it?
think it looks
No,
okay.
it's only plus 8 on the right because there's a Soul Stone there.
oh, sorry, yeah, you are right. Plus 8. Oh, yeah, Nina's
Which
saying
is why I
no
was
off.
worried about
yeah,
like
yeah.
that Devil Dinosaur in the middle and felt he was a little bit too committed, like regarding the other 2 locations, as Nina wasn't really ahead anywhere.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you get caught out like that, where you start to look and say, well, hang on a minute, what happened? Because I'm kind of losing all 3 locations
Yeah.
on turn 6. It's like, what went wrong in this game?
Why am I still here? Oh, my opponent's snapping. I guess he picked up Y, and then you
Yeah.
just have to leave. Falcone is extremely good at drawing the stones, though. Like, we have to note this. Every single game, the hand is full of stones. But Iceman has been extremely good at sniping the best card possible in Falcone's hand.
Yeah, one thing I just want to throw out there as well, like this deck that Nina's playing right now, the Dino, is a deck very similar to one I'll be running and did not play versus you, but I will be playing it later. Except, and I'll give you a little spoiler.
We're not playing anymore, so you can go
Yeah,
ahead.
exactly. So I can
Give
you
all your
spoilers.
secrets.
But I'm running She-Hulk instead of Doom here. So like,
Okay.
I could do the big turn 6 double She-Hulk things with Moon Girl, and I think that never mind. Ignore everything I'm saying. We've got Elementas.
We're playing
Infinite,
Galactus again. Oh no, it's
She-Hulk,
Lamentus.
Vision. Falc has a lot of big cards available, but
Yeah.
he's auto lost left.
But like, if you go in for the pass, like the Moon Girl She-Hulk, so your She-Hulk cost 1. So what are you playing alongside it for 4? Because you can't play Iroh, you can't play Dinosaur. Like, what's your 4 cost? That goes a lot.
Shang-Chi.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense. or just White Queen, I guess.
Or White Queen, or like Sentinel 2 drop, Sentinel 1 drop. You know what? Whatever, basically. I play a weird list, but you'll see it later on. Maybe you'll see it later on.
I think I'm
For now-
casting that game, so I'll be able to tell everyone like he called it, he said it to us.
Right now, though, Nina with White Queen into Infinite still chooses to play Devil Dinosaur because
does she-
has
did
this
she-
Doom.
Okay, like considering she has Doom in hand, did she really need that White Queen to go to the left? Couldn't she just send points somewhere else and just have Doom win that lane?
Well, I think she's seen Blue Marvel, right?
No.
So, has she not seen Blue Marvel yet?
We've seen Vision. We saw Vision, but Falcone
sure-
never played it.
I'm sure. Okay. I'm sure Falc has Blue Marvel in his deck. I could be wrong. It could have been generated, but I am
has
so
Vision
sure he
and
had
Blue
Pixel
Marvel?
Blue Marvel. I am
Wow.
so sure. I might be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong, but I swear I saw a Pixel Blue Marvel somewhere this game.
Okay, and Doctor Doom actually going to be a great card against Iroh. Like, I think it's one of the best counters to Iroh
Yeah.
in the game, because it just doesn't matter. I wanted my points there. I will have my points there. So
It's going to be the same. You know what will be another good one?
can
Living
be?
Tribunal.
Yes, definitely. This is going to be kind of huge. Ooh, there's a snap going from who? Because like it's hard to
I mean, it
figure
has
out
to be
who's
Nina,
going to snap. I think
right?
so, because Falcone, I think, committed to playing Magneto, so he's trying to get that White Queen out the way, but Doctor Doom actually is going to put it back. So, I mean, if you're Falcone, do you take it? Okay, he's gonna accept
gonna
it.
play.
He's going
Move
to
the Vision
accept it.
across mid. Okay.
Magneto.
Move. Oh, but the Doombot covers. So this
Yeah,
was nice.
for
from
1 point.
Yeah, this was nice from Falc because the Magneto pulling White Queen is strong and it's something you do aim for. So there was a world where this won, but the Doom nicely covering the kiln there and being
Definitely.
safe, covering all bases. So
And-
you mentioned earlier, oh, why White Queen over there? And it's because Nina wasn't going to skip turns to let that Sunspot grow, so just wanted a backup plan. So I do
Wait,
kind of like this.
I
so-
didn't
and it
mean
did pay
like
off.
skipping. I meant like playing it
Because of the
somewhere
Doom,
else,
right?
as we knew
Yeah,
we
yeah.
had Doom. But in the end, like she baited her opponent into playing Magneto, and she got cubes for it because Falcone actually stayed in the game and maybe would have left.
Yeah.
So she actually got that big blow because of that White Queen. So props.
And look at the huge difference in health now as we move on to the next game. Again, just a reminder, the lower Falcone gets, the harder the game really becomes. We're in, I think it's round 4?
Yes. So next turn
So
we have
next
the high
round,
stakes.
Yeah, next round the cubes are going to start at 2.
Yeah, and Falcone really can't afford to lose this one, even 1 cube, because the difference starting at 4 or 5 into the high the
huge,
high stakes
huge.
round, it's probably the biggest one, honestly. Like the 4 to 5.
It's one of the reasons in our match when you were on 2 cubes, I kept snapping you to 3 because I want you to be forced to either retreat or finish the game.
Definitely. So now there's a Quinjet
Ooh.
that just makes Sentinel free as soon as you play the original one. The new ones are just going to be free every single turn. So this is quite big.
But does Nina even want to play Quinjet? This is Sinister London. You want space for this.
true. Like, do you just literally like pass?
Oh.
Like, do you only play on Shuri's
Oh,
Lab
no.
so you get the bonuses?
Yes,
And then
I
you
love
just
this.
Go
Play
Sinister
mid.
London and Onslaught Citadel?
Yeah, you play mid, and then what this will do, I think what Nina could do here is actually go Aero mid next turn.
Oh, I think you just want to go Aero. Like, you want
sorry, it's turn 4.
Dino.
It's turn 4.
Yeah, but like I think you keep Aero for 6 because if you have priority, Aero is gonna go into London and then go to Onslaught, and she's gonna pull everything your opponent did to Onslaught. So your opponent never sees
Ooh.
Sinister London the turn you play Aero if you have initiative.
Oh, I don't know if I... Well, whatever happens here... Oh, I would have liked to have seen Shuri's Lab filled this turn.
Okay.
Because
so
then
I
you
guess-
force Dino in Sinister London and Onslaught Citadel, right?
Okay, so I guess from this play, Falcone just abandoned Shuri's Lab. He's just like, okay, you can have it. And now we have a battle for left and right.
Okay.
But
Yeah, this is
Dino...
fine. Nina played the zero-cost Sentinel to fill up Shuri's Lab,
Yep.
so she's doing the same thing anyway. Absolutely fine. Protects herself a little bit. But now,
And
the big
how
question
do you
is...
beat that Dino? Like, we haven't seen...
Yeah.
Shang-Chi never beats Dino to the left because armor. And I don't think we'll see Enchantress. So, yeah, snap
also-
from Nina early. Really good snap. And
I also think by now, Nina's seen a lot of the cards, and I don't think there's room in this list based on what Nina's seen
Yeah, at
to
some
run
point,
Shang-Chi or Enchantress, right?
even,
so, like...
if you only saw like 10 cards, you can't imagine that these are the cards that...
Oh.
Oh, but Falcone had initiative. This is huge. The initiative on turn 5, like, Falcone is actually... Well, he still has to beat a Dino that is doubled. So, it's huge, but it's still difficult. Can he go 12? Because turn 6... I mean,
12
Falcone
is
just,
only 29.
I mean, Falcone goes
Uh,
Magneto, and Magneto doesn't even tie. Like, Nina can pass and win this game.
Yeah.
I mean, pass. Why would you pass when you can White Queen or Moon Girl and get your Dino even bigger? But yeah, I think...
I actually...
yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, if you're Falcone, you just...
I think,
I don't
yeah,
think
you
you
just...
can
You,
win.
Moon Girl or White Queen Sentinel. I think you keep the Iceman, right?
Yeah, you just play the cards that give you more cards, I think.
Yeah. Oh, this is slight order, right? Yeah. So it's Sentinel first, then Moon Girl, Iceman.
Well, I mean, if you play
want to
Moon
move
Girl
on.
first, you get it double. Because the first card you play is going to be doubled. So actually, Moon Girl double, so she fills your hand anyway.
Sure. I actually forgot about Sinister. Yeah. I forgot about Sinister London.
But
Either
okay,
way,
like-
it doesn't matter because there was no way Falk was staying in that game
I mean,
because there was no way to win.
Yeah, there was a saying at some point that people were saying, like, if you lose to Chavez, you need to leave. When you lose to Pass Turn, just even
Yeah.
more so.
Okay. So I
Kiln showing up again. I think like Kiln is so strong for a Thanos deck. It's hard for Falcone to actually like snap early now because like snap puts him on deathmatch. Like he's showing 5, but wasn't he at 5 previous games? So he's actually at 4 now.
I think Falk's at 4 now. Yeah, I think he's actually
Okay.
at 4.
So any snap puts him on deathmatch. Ooh, Los Diablos can have huge impact here.
Yeah. Honestly, with this hand, I'd be so tempted to just snap if I was Nina, because you have so much health, right? Like,
Yeah, and
just
you have
snap
your
and
win
force them.
conditions. Like you have the Devil Dinosaur, you have the Arrow, you have the Doom. So, ooh, Falcone fully committed to Kiln. So if Los Diablos, oh, he changes it. My bad. I haven't seen the Reality Stone. So it's just a tie, and he knows Nina
No,
plays
there's-
Doom.
There's still turn 4, right?
Oh, we
So
okay.
Nina's got another turn yet.
Okay,
so
but
Nina
Falcone
could
can
just
move
play
something.
another Sentinel.
No, because Falcone played the Blue Stone, which is the one that allows you to move a card.
Mhm.
So he can like
Yeah.
fake it and play actually like something bigger on turn 4. But there's still the
There's
threat.
nothing bigger
of
to play, right? Because I think he played out. Was it the what did he play out? I think he just played something. He has going to move space on and play
On
something.
4?
But how big is it going to be? I don't think it's that big. Yeah, Power Stone. Okay.
Yeah, it's 3. But I mean, yeah, Nina knows at this point that she just dooms at some point, like on turn 6, and left is 1. So Nina needs to
I
win
told
1
you
more.
Blue Marvel. I knew I'd seen it. yeah,
Yeah,
so he
we've-
does
we've
play
seen
Blue
it.
Marvel. Yeah,
Blue
okay.
Marvel. Okay, I had Captain
Yeah.
Marvel in my head.
No,
I'm sorry,
Blue
like-
Marvel, Blue Marvel. No, it's cool, it's cool. I was like, I'm so sure I've seen a pixel
Yes,
Blue
yes,
Marvel.
we've seen it in turn 1. So if he plays Blue Marvel, he goes to 10 on the left, and because there's the Soul Stone, Nina's bot is a 4. So actually, like, if Falcone plays Blue Marvel, they're gonna tie on the left. But now, how does Falcone wins right, or creates a big enough difference?
Oh yeah, blue
So that he
Marvel
wins.
Sunspot. Yeah. I like this a lot actually. Because there's currently 14 power difference. Nina is almost certainly going to go for the Doctor Doom, which is -2 power on the Devil Dinosaur on the right.
Right, it's a +5. So yeah, Nina is going to be 23 on the right, 6 in the middle, and 10 on the left.
So I don't.
Oh, and
actually...
Falcone, yeah, has been adjusted to 3. So actually, if this turn resolves, Falcone is playing for his life. If he doesn't retreat.
Oh,
and he's going to play it out.
Yeah, and he's going to go all in on the mid to try and get the biggest difference. There's Doctor Doom, though, calling in the Doom bots.
Okay,
Blue
so
Marvel
there
gonna
is
be clutch.
+14 against +13. 1 point gives Nina the win. Oh my god, so we're going to a 1-1 match.
Look at the difference, though. Ooh. So to explain it to people who haven't played much of battle mode, right? You can see that that Nina was so far ahead at that point that why not just keep the pressure on, right? And we saw how clutch the Doctor Doom was. And Falc, I can even understand just saying, you know what, I'll go for it, because if he retreats at that point when the game, it's not like it was he was lost it every single time, but if he retreats, he puts himself in a terrible spot for the rest of the game. So I do like him going for it there, but that was a huge win there. What's some crazy games we've had so far?
Yeah, then? I mean, and it was kind of a blowout both games. If we look at like health-wise, I think Falcone won with 7 on game 1, Nina just won with 9 left. So it's really like everyone's game for game 3. And hopefully we get to see the deck that we haven't seen from each player, so we go like clean slate. In this format, I think it's actually optimal to go with the deck that no one knows, because like as you mentioned in the first one, you don't want to go into like the match of the series with your opponent knowing like 90% of your deck already minimum.
Yeah, I think especially for one of the problems as well that it, for example, Falc, right, has that Thanos deck with the big cards. If Nina's third deck has Killmonger and Shang-Chi, well, you're jamming that, right? Like 100%.
Also, like, yeah, for sure.
So because you know it's so strong versus one of the two decks and probably decent versus the other one. But already, we are going to get into the final game of this series.
Deck? Oh, no.
No, it's different.
No, because
Polaris, Doc Ock.
Yeah, because I haven't seen Dr. Octopus yet, and the other 3 cards were in the previous deck, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she's not allowed to play that. Oh, she's not going to protect the monster. And we see a Shang-Chi. Ooh.
Oh, Machine World.
What is this yellow jacket doing there?
Falc's going for the meme.
Oh, the super combo
yellow jacket.
Okay. Yeah. I gotta see this. Scorpion actually is pretty strong against that combo. Kind of surprised she went for Lizard instead of Scorpion, by the way. When your opponent just passed the first turn. Shang-Chi. So this is not going to be a combo game, I'm guessing. Like, it's too late to start it.
There's always the idea that, like, for example, Nina knows one of the decks could be Galactus. So she's trying to get the priority. So then Dr. Octopus or something like that, or Polaris can actually mess up a Galactus turn. So there is reasons, but I think with this Shang-Chi, again, doesn't mean it's not Galactus, but we'll have to see how this one goes. There's Shuri from Nina, one of the newer variants as well, from the Savage Land variants. Yep.
Okay, so Dr. Octopus on Grand Central, which will empty your opponent's hand and deny Grand Central value because no space for the extra card to come in. And for now, Nina doesn't know Falcone isn't playing Galactus because Shang-Chi was part of the deck.
Right. Oh, okay, so well.
She has information now. Oh, I just realized something I really like about Dr. Octopus is you just play him on turn 1 and you just know what your opponent's playing because you see so many cards.
Yep. One of the reasons he may be in more than one of my decks.
This is so good.
Okay, so there's Shuri being pulled out for Nina. Falc's also running Gambit. Has he been copying me? I don't know. We'll see. But I
guys
imagine
know
now
each other or something, like in the past, maybe.
I have not spoke to Falc about any of the lists I went for. Looks like Falc's going to call it a day. And again, I think Dr. Octopus was just like the hidden tech for this battle mode, I promise. Like, it feels so strong every time we see it, and I'm so
Mine
glad
was
I managed to
Daredevil.
get it in my list.
Like mine was Daredevil because I felt like Daredevil on turn 5, you get away with so many snaps where opponents scared, but I just didn't want to bring it because I felt like it wasn't really fun to Daredevil every single game.
Sure.
But yeah, but I agree. Like I completely missed on the Doctor Octopus, so now we're just gonna play like Daredevil, Doctor Octopus kind of decks.
Yeah, now we get a pretty clear view of what Nina's going to be playing. It's going to be that Shuri, I have no doubts, Red Skull, Taskmaster. We've seen it on ladder enough.
Like Shuri
know what it
Zero
does.
basically kind of deck.
Yeah.
Okay, so Nina kind of with the good decks lineup, if I may. Like bringing Dinosaur, bringing Shuri. Kind of these overall solid decks if you just go past the Zabu, Silver Surfer kind of decks, I guess. Okay, Luke's Bar, insane. This is a great location for Nina with 2 cards on it. So she well, I mean, there's Sunspot. If she's worried about anything, she just passes a turn and she gets enough.
Yeah, I think the biggest deal here is it's not only cards on Luke's bar, but armor on Luke's bar. So this Sunspot is safe because we can see, of course, Gambit is ready to throw some cards around if he needs to, especially with the Wong. But not really going to be a big deal with the armor.
Skull. So Iroh into negative zone with priority is insane. And we're just gonna deny that little Wong value. Iroh, like, such a strong card as well in battle mode.
And
I don't have her in any of my decks because I really wanted to go for the spice, and I really regret it. She's such a strong card.
Yeah, am I running Arrow? I don't know if I'm running Arrow in any of mine either. Actually, I can't remember.
I don't remember it from our match at all. We were really clean. Like we didn't bring anything like. Okay, and Falcone is gonna give it up a second time. So slow start.
Yeah, I can see this. So I think what Falk would have been looking for there was his Doctor Doom, because that would have pushed 10 to the left, 10 to the right. Obviously less with negative zone, but you know what I mean. But also, it's a combo I talked about.
4 to the right, actually.
Yeah. That's what I mean with the negative. But I was just saying, it was a combo I talked a while about where Shuri, when Shuri was announced, it was like, well, that's quite good with Doctor Doom because you get 10 power in one place and then add 5 in 2 others. Like, that is a fairly strong turn 6 when you look at some of the awkward locations to get into. But we are quickly moving on here as we go into round 3.
Vibranium Mines. So now I guess both players kind of want to play on Bifrost. I don't see any of these decks really like being keen on getting the Vibraniums in their deck. They really have like kind of synergistic decks.
Yeah.
So I don't think they want to. Maybe like on turn 5, like to pair with a Red Skull or something for Nina. But I don't think Falcone ever wants to pollute his deck, and he really wants to draw that combo. Invisible Woman. Oh, he really went all in on that combo deck.
I mean, he can also. Like this is something. I mean, as you saw from mine, like, this is something I do like, where you just gambit and just kill stuff, because especially against this deck, I was talking to you in the break about this exact reason, where against this 0 Red Skull deck, like Wong, Gambit, and then maybe Absorbing Man or Odin, like you just kill all of their stuff a lot of the time, right? Like, because there aren't normally that many targets to hit. The fear is, of course, armor, but this is looking quite good here for Nina, especially.
Okay, are we going for that
octopus comes out.
Big octopus to the left? Yes.
Yeah, but imagine Octopus and then Invisible Woman's first.
That would be really, really fun.
Oh,
yes!
Wait, it still reveals?
What? Oh, because...
Oh, I did not know how that works. Never mind. I did not know how that works.
My guess is it's because cards you played, and he didn't play any of these cards.
It's okay.
Okay.
Oh, that would
now you're
so
Falcone.
much funnier.
Do you snap? I mean, Falcone, you gotta take this one. He has no cards in hand, but you know you're never losing the left. Okay, Yellow Jacket isn't a good draw.
Yeah.
Okay, you don't snap. My bad.
Yeah. Oh, Falcon retreated.
Oh my god.
That is so rough because the pull was huge from Octopus, but when you draw a Yellow Jacket, you know you've made a wrong decision in your life. So you've made, maybe it was 10 years ago and it was a butterfly effect, but somewhere along the line you misplayed in life and ended up with Yellow Jacket in your deck. So that was the big punish there for Falk, slipping down to 7 health.
Sanctum Sanctorum. This is a big one for Falcone though. because
Yeah.
he plays Doom, and I think he has a pretty solid idea about the fact that Nina can't really play into it. So, because Falcone already like retreated 3 games, and we're 2 games away from high stakes, and I feel like Falcone's deck is kind of a snap deck, not really a deck that just wants to rack up wins. And oh my god, this is so bad. Oh wait, can Falcone just play his hand? I mean, Wong, Gambit, Odin, is that enough?
Wong, Gambit, Odin.
Oh my god, Nina, just the counter of Invisible Woman.
so
It hurts
strong.
so.
Oh, and throws
and Wong
Wong.
is out.
But there are 2 Shuris and nothing to show. This is why I put Yellow Jacket in the deck, to give it to your opponent, to make them feel bad about their life choices. Shuri
Falcone
into
knew
Yellow
about it.
Jacket?
Why isn't it like Shuri into Yellow Jacket Taskmaster last turn? Yes.
I suppose so, yeah. I'm just thinking about time. And...
0 Titania.
Oh, okay. Titania zeroed. That is the biggest
wait.
brain card in the world. I never know how to play with Titania. So I just ignore it and pretend it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's my take on it. Like, I played a ton of it because it was my first ever pull when they announced Series 4 and 5. And my take about it was, I have no idea. I'm just gonna play it, get punished, and learn that way. And I got punished a lot. But my opponents also were, like, punished on their own, so I guess it balances out. I just realized, imagine if Nina just top decks Falcone's Dr. Doom on 6. Oh no, we are on 6. I was looking at 5. So, can Falcone put enough points onto the left to match it? Because otherwise, like, Nina is just gonna win the tie.
Oh, it's so tricky. Like, Falk is probably in the driver's seat here, right? Because he knows he doesn't have Doom. Oh,
Oh, Nina
did
giving
Nina go
up
for
a
retreat
point.
later?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Nina giving up a point. So we're going to enter the high stakes round with actually like lots of health for both players. Like the minimum was lost for each. Central Park.
I will say, if there's ever a game that you retreat, it's a Weird World game, right? You get out of there because like that is just a game that so messes you up that you just think, you know what, I'll take the cube and just not have to think about it. That's what I would do 100%.
That
So I
and
can
Ego.
definitely
I
see
guess
that
these are the 2 locations I can't
Yes.
stand. Iceman, Gambit. Wait, we're going Gambit just like this? No, we're going behind
Ooh.
Invisible Woman. Oh, Nina is again gonna screw Invisible Woman with putting an extra scroll behind it. Like, Invisible
I also-
Woman has been extremely disappointing for Falcone these last 2 games.
Yeah, I also feel like this is like a Giga Snap from, or should be from Nina, right? Squirrels, when you've seen that Falk plays a Gambit combo, like, don't you want, like, okay,
Yeah.
play your Gambit into 3 squirrels, right? Like, sounds good.
I feel like Nina is very careful with her snaps,
Mhm,
but
yeah.
she's playing like, I guess, more stable decks, so she's winning more games. And I guess like maybe your strategy is just wait for Falcone to snap because he's playing the kind of more high rolly decks which want to snap when they have a huge hand. So maybe she's just waiting for that. She's waiting for his opponent to snap and then like pull the huge punish, get the 8 cubes, and just
Sure.
run away with the game. I was asking like, is it time for Dr. Octopus in the middle? But I guess no, it's Iroh. So we are going to finish that Invisible Woman location. Falcone is debating should he play a 0 attack Gambit, a 0 power Gambit into Shuri? I think it's a bad idea.
Oh, it's just tricky. I mean, you don't even want to play Gambit at all, right? Like, is this...
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to play
match-
almost any card from his hand. I want to go Doctor
but
Doom
I-
into Odin, but we can't.
Yeah, but Ironheart...
Gambit. Ah, Doom is out. Kill the squirrel.
Oh.
Oh, that hurts so much for Falcone.
I was actually beginning to wonder whether it was like Ironheart Odin. You know, and just go really old school. Another Gambit going to go out. Ironheart gets discarded for the price. But it's not
Polaris?
that good. The squirrels have done enough work. Yeah, and there's a retreat. Not really a
Yeah.
surprise at all. I did wonder if it was ever just leave Gambit in hand, play the Ironheart because there's enough power to spread around, then go for Odin or Doom depending on what gets Grand Central. That could have been a way forward there, but Falk just saying, nope, I am out. But that unfortunately means that's another 2 cubes gone. which means he is slipping, Den. He's slipping into the danger zone, I'm going to call it.
The danger zone, yeah, like, yes.
It really is.
No, he's on
Anything around
5.
5 health, I'm terrified if my opponent has high health.
So, yeah, do you think Nina should snap eventually? Like, 'cause, I mean, you've seen Falcone's deck. You know what he plays at this point. You know it's kind of an unreliable deck. So do you just think about snapping just because you know it's, like, really bad for your opponent?
Yeah, the weird thing is, I actually think the rough idea of the matchup is fine. Like I said, I'm playing Gambit in this Odin deck I'm playing because of this matchup mainly. But it's just not really working because Nina's playing a lot of other stuff as well, right? Like this Titania out, now the armor down. Already Gambit seems weak. Also, if anyone from Second Dinner is listening, an official request is that should never happen, in my opinion. I think Gambit should never target immune things. But just a quick request out there if anyone's listening.
Yeah, or like Gambit shouldn't destroy. He should like remove from game.
Yeah, well,
He's a magician. He can work around armor.
For me, it's fine if armor should work, but I think that Gambit should never target anything that's armored, right? He should target things that can die. I think that would be a fine little buff.
Maybe, probably, because armor has
I don't think Gambit's particularly
very
overpowered,
popular.
right?
No, I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
Okay,
The amount of
big
times
house.
the amount of times I've Gambited a Colossus is criminal, if I'm being honest.
Why is he targeting Colossus in the first place? I guess that was during the golden era of ongoing destroyer. But...
Yeah,
oh, surely
or-
taking the
or
head is
certain
pretty
feature
big.
locations.
Kind of messes with Nina's hand here because now she has a ton of 5s.
Also as well, Mojo World, Big House, Dark Dimension does not really play too well.
Do you just Polaris Dark Dimension so you pull Iceman at the end of the game and just pull the Mojo World special?
That would be kind of nice as well, especially if you're playing on like Dr. Octopus in Mojo World. Because that's something you can also do as well.
Yeah.
As an option
So
at least.
we're gonna change the armor. So Falcone wanted to protect, but he's the protector. He doesn't get protected. So everyone's on Big House. Okay, she
Then
picks
again-
up the perfect complement to actually have a turn 4. So we're gonna Scorpion Lizard. It always feels weird seeing Lizard on Mojo World. Have to be
Yeah,
honest about this one. I'm just like,
I'd be
Yellow
really worried
Jacket,
about this.
Iron
I
Ward.
guess Nina seeing this is fine, but you've got to remember, like, the Gambit could just win Mojo World as well, right? Because it just kills one
True.
of Nina's cards.
very true. So you might have wanted to armor there. But I guess I think Nina just relies on Iroh winning Mojo World on 6, I think.
I would really love to see Dr. Octopus left here on Mojo World. Just fill the location so you can just see what's going on.
Yeah, so you know what you have to beat.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Falcone is gonna go for the setup.
Oh, he drew the Gambit!
Yeah, but Nina just Irohs and game's over. Like she goes Iroh right, 0 in the middle, or 0 left actually, even better.
But if Arrow goes right though, the Gambit will go off, right?
Yeah, but she can't play it middle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. This Gambit's actually dangerous.
Why are
Because
we
if it
playing Dr. Octopus? I don't get it. Why do
No,
we
Dr.
want to empty our
Octopus is-
opponent?
No. Zero. It's zeroed. Doc Ock will just be
Oh,
10
it's
power,
zeroed.
right?
Okay.
Yeah. 0 mid
My
Ock.
bad.
Right. This is a nice play as well. Because Arrow I don't think works. I think 0 left and Dr. Octopus right is also fine. Maybe Nina's relying on something being played left that's too big. It looked like
Yeah, I think
Falk
she
went
just-
for Odin. Oh, I would have gambited this so fast.
Nah, he goes for Odin, tries to win left and middle. Which I
Yeah,
like,
he
honestly.
He needs the Iron Heart. He needs the Iron Heart.
Okay, Ironheart, go for the team. Go for the team.
Oh, I forgot about the Shuri. Yeah, this 0 is just a casual 6. That's huge.
Okay, Ironheart needs to hit twice on the right. Once. Again. Let's go! We made it.
Wow.
Ironheart
Wow.
did it. Falcone
And
stays alive.
That
'Cause he was
is
dead
actually
otherwise.
kind of crazy because the yellow jacket was still giving negative effects, but because there's 4 cards there and obviously a nice 17 power in total.
Yeah, I mean, Ironheart
this
like
was enough.
largely took it, like
Yeah,
made
yeah,
Yellow
this was-
Jacket okay. Because I mean,
is a big
Ironheart
win
is
for
-4, Yellow Jacket is a 10, so he's like, yep, I'm big. It's a small combo, like you have a peek at what the combo should be.
So this was a big win for Falc, but as you can still see there, like Nina's got plenty of health, and this is why I
Yeah.
think this could have been a little bit smoother if Nina was throwing out some slightly more aggressive snaps. It does feel difficult though because you always worry, like the world in which you snap and then your opponent like snaps back, you think, oh no, what have I done?
Why did I snap?
Mindscape. I'll be honest, I think my most hated location is Mindscape. It always ruins me because I always play decks that have big turn like 6s.
Oh my god, this game is going to be like so difficult to imagine because Falcone's turn 6 is probably his most important turn. Nina could try to just kind of trigger
I think Nina
first,
just-
like trigger on 5.
Yeah, the problem is if Nina pulls the trigger on
Gambit.
5, yeah,
Okay, bye,
then
Lizard.
the play on 6 is just up in the air to what Falc decides to hand over, right?
I mean, you know he has Odin, you know he has Doctor Doom in his deck, and he probably won't be able to play these cards anyway.
True, true.
And now you have seen Gambit.
And
So-
also, like, yeah, nothing beats Red Skull. Like, it's just 30 power. It shouldn't be allowed, but it is.
Yeah, this.
And again, because we're pretty deep into this game, Nina will likely know that there's no Shang-Chi knocking around, right? So
Is there any in the deck? No, there's no in the deck. At least we haven't seen it once, right? Okay. Oh, she
there's
top decks Taskmaster. Oh, are you
Oh.
serious?
that is insane. And there's the snap. And this is tricky as well because
Wait,
is that
no,
just gonna
there's
be a
no snap. There's no need to snap. If the game goes the distance, Falcone's on
No.
deathmatch anyway.
No, yeah, but the snap means that if Falcone accepts, it's game over now, and he does accept going up to 3. And I
Okay.
think, unless I'm being
Arrow.
oh, the arrow! I
Ooh.
didn't even see the arrow get
Nice.
played.
Yeah, I gave it
Arrow
away.
Titania, nice.
Okay, so Falcone stays alive, and now they're both at the same health total, so they're both at 3. So
Oh.
if the game goes the distance, whoever wins the next one wins the whole series. Otherwise, they both have 1 retreat left. Nidavellir.
Oh, this is where one of them just turn 1 snaps. There we go. I knew it was
Let's
coming.
go.
Just
We're going
played
for it.
3 now. Everything on the line for both players. It's the last game in this series. Both players at 1-1 so far.
No matter
Winner
what, it will
takes
be
all.
over.
Yep, winner takes
Ooh.
all right now.
Iceman
Iceman
on
gonna
1
come
against Sunspot. So, ooh, touching armor, pretty good. Gonna mess up turn 2 for Nina.
It
Miniatures
is, but I-
Lab. Ah, never mind.
Oh,
Never
God.
messes up. I mean, Nina's low curve of the deck actually felt like really good for this game.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
the whole series, she always had things to play. Like she constantly like kept her plan going, and it really felt good. So Falcone
Oh.
doesn't have initiative, right?
No, yeah. Nina's gonna have initiative, which means armor goes down. It's one of the
once
reasons
again.
as well. I was
Kill
half
Scorpion.
thinking about.
Kill Scorpion.
I was.
No,
There we
we
go,
lost
see?
Wong for
Look,
this.
I told you, second dinner, buff Gambit. Everyone in chat should be with me on
We
this.
lost
Um,
Wong
but-
for this.
But I do think there was a reason to play Scorpion left as well. I think with Sunspot and Scorpion left, Nina could have said, okay, let my opponent try and deal with Nidavellir. I'll play in Wakandan Embassy in the meantime.
True. So
Where's
Polaris
Nidavellir?
going to anchor. Oh, she's going to set up. So I guess she's not going to play Arrow on 5.
I think she could still play Arrow on 5, honestly. It's just 9
Yeah.
power. Like,
Okay, true. I mean, if she doesn't draw anything good, she probably will
Yeah,
have to.
and
Like,
rem-
she's
and-
still way stronger than Lizard.
yeah.
Never
oh.
mind. She's so good at this. Like Taskmaster the last game, Dr. Octopus this one. She's really good at drawing cards. Are we still going for Lizard? Oh, she wants the
Lizard.
points on Sunspot?
Oh, I guess this is... Yeah, you know what? This might be okay, actually. Like, Lizard... Yeah. So Lizard now, guarantee priority, and then Nina just plays Aero, right?
I guess so. I mean, that seems like
Because Sunspot's still
what
going to
she's
grow, so
showing.
then I think this might give Nina the option to just mess around with Aero, depending on what Falc plays right now. 27
Well, he's gonna
is
play
be
Doom,
difficult.
100%.
Yeah, from her
So-
point of view, though, of course, right?
Wait, does Doom take it?
Wait,
Can Doom win the game for... No, because left, it's a +10. So he
Yeah, which is
loses
not
left.
enough.
He loses left.
And-
Yeah, and Iroh is actually a +8, so he's only gonna win right.
Yeah.
And I think we're looking at the last moments of the
that's it.
series. One that will be Ninaisnoob first win, and she can still have a second one against you. So there's gonna be a winners match and a losers match, because I'm gonna face Falcone and you're gonna face Nina. Like, this is brackets.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
this
we've
is normal
actually-
things. We just
We've
planned it.
actually just tripped. Instead of just doing show matches, we've ended up just playing out in EU region bracket regardless anyway. Since
Exactly.
I'm going to play Nina, so I'm down for this. But that was really crazy. Definitely a more drawn out series than I felt ours was, for example. But maybe we're a bit wild and we just play too fast. But also, I think the decks really made the players tiptoe a little bit. You look at Galactus on one side and then sort of Nina's big Shuri deck on the other. It's very tricky to try and play around those like big turns you're expecting. But it was really solid from both players and some pretty cool plays.
Yeah, and I really like the opposition. Like Falcone really had like committed decks with one game plan, and when he works out, he wins. While Nina had more of these like flexible kind of game plans, could move around with her card. So he went for a really great match. I really like this one.
Yeah, it really was. But as you guys have noticed, we are running just a little bit behind schedule, so we are going to speed things up. We're going to go to a quick break while we set up the next match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and
oh.
sorry about that. That was my bad. You were here already. I'm an idiot, and I was fixing something.
Well, it's good that I'm going to take over it anyway, because I was just about to say we are back ready for our next match, and I have the great honor of casting with Goldenboy, one of the true goats of esports casting. So welcome back. Building you up.
Thank you so much.
Did you have a good time casting earlier? That first match that I may have been involved in a little bit was fun for me, at least.
Oh, dude, it was great. I loved it. Oh man, what I felt like is just really cool is seeing how the game is going to develop little by little, which I think that is probably going to be the best part about growing and developing Marvel Snap even more. It's that we're going to continue to just see how this game plays, how these players are going to counter one another, how they play against each other, but then also like what do they do that kind of changes things up and takes you away from the norm. But it's been really fun to see how all this breaks down.
Yeah, well, even within the break, I was talking to Den after we played, and we were like, oh yeah, what do you think about, actually, we should have brought this card, or do you think we should snap like this? And I think those conversations are going to continue for a very long time, as no doubt no one will agree on what's correct or not. But anyway, let's get into our next game. It is going to be Falcone versus Den. We were just saying, as we finished, that it's kind of funny that these are all show matches all evening, but it's worked out that the two winners in Europe are going to play each other, and the two losers in Europe are going to play each other. So we are on the losers match right now. So we are randomly running a mini Europe tournament at least. So
right.
I'm looking forward to this one.
It all works out, and it technically, I guess that is how it's going to play, right? Because technically you're going to have a winner in Europe. So very exciting stuff. Although that's not necessarily how it works. But anyway, let's jump in. We got Falcone versus Den, and I'm actually curious to see, we're getting some Thanos Raven. Let's go.
We are. Both players actually have a Thanos deck in their pocket. Obviously, Falc isn't playing it right now, but even in this matchup, it's pretty awkward because this Thanos deck is going to go pretty wide. It has all those stones, of course, and all the ways to convert them, like that Valkyrie. But Falc has like a Wong Gambit style deck, or at least half of his deck does that. And you don't really want to be throwing those cards to destroy stones unless it's the power stone. So this one could get a little bit tricky for Falc.
Yeah. And that is the way we like it, baby.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Tough decisions all the way. You'll understand later because the pressure is on. It's weirdly,
Yeah, I
even though
was
these
gonna
are
ask
fun
you,
show matches. Like,
How did it feel? How did it feel playing and having like 1,000 people judge you, you know, at once?
Honestly, well, I'm a caster, Goldenboy, so as you well know, I'm used to having a lot of people judge me anyway. But for playing, I used to compete a long time ago, and I've
Yeah.
not competed for a while. I sat down, still nervous. Doesn't matter how long you've been doing it or how long anything. Sat down, super nervous, and was worried about every single play I made. So you can look forward to that a little bit later on.
Yeah, brother. I look. I haven't competed. The last time I competed in a game was MLG Raleigh 2000, God knows when. Like in an actual tournament, Call of Duty Black Ops 1, if you even remember that game. And
I'm not that young. I'm not that young.
well, I mean, I looked at your beautiful head of hair, puppy, so I just saw all of it up there and figured you're in your early teens. Anyway, I mean, and look at me, I'm bald. No, but the jokes aside, though, honestly, it is a different experience. It is a different feeling, because you also, you know, you just want to be good. Like we're all, we love esports. We all love competing. We just want to be good, like relatively good. You know,
Yeah,
that's all we care about.
At least put up a fight. That was my goal for today. Just put up a
put up a
fight. You know what I mean? Like, don't get rolled. But anyway, as
You
we're
did
seeing
that.
here, I did okay for one match. Yeah, I did okay. Falcon's going to be putting out a lot of power with this Ironheart Wong combo. And right now, there's not too much Den can do about it. But I will say, the Valkyrie is so tricky to deal with. It caught me off guard when I played against Den. And I got lucky because the danger room killed the Valkyrie, so I drew the location.
That's right.
But the Valkyrie it's brutal because unless you're aware of it, it just gets you.
Yeah, it comes out of nowhere, and you genuinely have no clue like what you're doing. The problem is though is that it doesn't really have many options to play the Valk. You know, I mean that's basically it for this one. I think this is a pretty strong Falcone win. What did he play? I didn't see what he played. Yeah, but he's just gonna go for the retreat. Makes sense.
He's just okay, yeah. And again, I was speaking a lot to Den about this as well, where early on, I do think it's important to not only pressure your opponent with snaps to try and get ahead, but also if the game's not going your way early on, just retreat. You're losing one cube. Who cares? Because later on, you can't really retreat because it starts to be 2, 3, 4, whatever cubes, and it's so much of a bigger hit to your health total. So I do like the retreat there as we move on to round 2, stepping ever closer to that high stakes round.
Yeah, and the Iceman takes out, or at least adds one for the Carnage. Wakanda comes in. Not the end of the world, though. I don't think that you were necessarily going to see Den playing into Wakanda, playing into the mid location to remove the Quinjet. So you're kind of okay there, but he's wrestling back and forth what he wants to do.
Yeah, the biggest deal here, I think, is that Den knows this is Gambit, right? He knows it's in the deck. So Wakanda being there because Den doesn't have armor at the moment, or maybe not even in the deck. I think he doesn't run armor. I can't remember. But anyway, Wakanda means that Gambit can whiff because it can target cards that are protected, which means this Wakanda is just like, I think, just a raw upside for Den. It might not be massive, but it is a benefit.
True, very true. Soul
but now
Stone as well.
Starlight Citadal's gonna shuffle him round anyway.
Oh, I
Wakanda's
just
gonna
realized
move.
that.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And Isle of Silence might hit mid, which then messes up the Quinjet because it turns it off. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter now because it.
Wait a minute.
Okay, so Falk steals it with Rogue, and we'll have to see where Starlight Citadel sort of leaves these locations. All we know is they're not going to end where they started.
Okay, he's gonna Reality Stone
okay,
Starlight
okay.
Citadel. Okay.
Wait, no,
Wait.
he shouldn't. He shouldn't now.
Yeah. He really shouldn't because if it
Soul
does.
Stone's off.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's a Subterranean. Oh no.
I mean, it's even worse. It's even worse.
Do you ever feel like that when you play like Reality Stone or Scarlet Witch, or you just think, oh, actually, can I just get that other location back? Can I have a refund on this location change, please?
How I wish. I wish you could just have one change out. You know what I'm saying? And just be like, all right, I'm cool. Like it's my mulligan. You know, we should be allowed one mulligan per game.
This decision didn't go my way. I'm going backwards.
A little
Hiddo
control
Carnage going to
delete.
come down. Yeah, gobble up all these. Yellow Jacket going to look a little bit meager there. Tempo Shang-Chi. And now, Blue Marvel and Demon looks very strong, like weirdly strong actually.
It looks a little juicy. I don't think I would do it on Isle of Silence though. I think
I kind of like this. It's a lot of power added. Falc clicked the retreat later option, which means if your opponent doesn't retreat, you auto retreat. So both players going to even this up at 1 cube apiece. I want to see more snapping, Goldenboy. Where's the aggressive snaps?
I think they're Oh, I think you're gonna get it right here, Papo. We're gonna get some snapping. We got a 7-turn limbo game. I'm in. You know what could be real troll though? If Den plays reality on limbo turn 6.
So I was practicing against Kawa, another Marvel Snap content creator and streamer, and he played Magic in his Thanos deck, and he got me good, Goldenboy. He magicked Limbo and then turn 6 Reality Stoned it off and I passed the turn 6, so I just lost. So it is a really good combo. It's something to think about because it gets people. It's brutal.
9 energy for Den. So much.
And oh, that was a cheeky snap as well. Okay, and it looks like both players are locking in, so they're okay to play. Don't blame them. Falc does have Shuri to set up as well. But Shuri into nothing, right? I think it's just Shuri from Falc.
I think there was one more card.
Energy.
There was 2 cards.
Oh, sorry, it was one more.
Yeah.
You got better eyes than me, Goldenboy.
No, I saw the second card go, but I didn't see what the second card was.
I can check if you give me 1 second.
Yeah. Okay, well, this is going to be quite interesting. We still don't have Reality Stone yet. And I think that's why Den is probably saving that spot open as a potential option for him. It's going to hit the Iron Heart. The Soul Stone is taken from a Rogue's going to take the energy from the Soul Stone or the ongoing. So fascinating.
That's actually not so bad, actually, just because that's just a solid debuff if Falc wants to play into a little bit more into left.
The issue here is he doesn't really have anything to play.
Like, I wonder if it's actually Ironheart into Invisible Woman location, because if he gambits, like I said, this matchup for Gambit's terrible, because if you just gambit a stone, who cares? And you've discarded a card. If this Gambit hits Doom, Falc's in trouble. But he did choose to play the Gambit behind the Invisible Woman. That's the other option, right? So now he does it at the end.
Oh, we're getting spicy.
Den has to do this.
I'm standing, Raven.
He has to do it.
We're
this
getting
is the play.
Oh yeah, put it down on there, baby. Oh yeah, put it right there. I love it.
It's so strong, and I think that was that second snap?
Dude, there's some confidence on the board right now.
And Falc has to work out what's going on, because I think Falc snapped initially, and now Den snapped back. So now we have to just see what's going on. The Time Stone does allow a move there with the Rogue. But there's the end turn. There's Valkyrie, which I think guarantees a win mid.
Oh, moves them all to 3. Oh my god.
Because, yeah. Oh, wait, it might not guarantee. Let me see.
Played all the stones were out. Wait a minute.
There's Wong, Shuri, Gambit. Okay. Where's this going to go for 2? 1?
Takes out some
It's not going
stones.
to be enough. It's not going to be enough. Nowhere near.
Nope.
What was the last card? Odin. Okay.
Wait a minute.
Well, that's
We're
a lot
back
of
on the
Gambits.
board. We're back on the board, baby.
Okay.
Oh
okay, that's 2. There's 2 more. 2 more.
He's a turret. He's a turret.
They're not going where he needs them to go.
You gotta kill him. Oh my gosh.
He got it. He actually got it.
Oh my gosh.
Insane. The Rogue difference there. I actually forgot that the Rogue Soulstone effect didn't actually happen until the very, very end there. Huge win. The Gambit. What was I saying about it not working? Well, I suppose if you go
you were
one
talking
Gambit
all
and
sorts
Odin.
of crap. all sorts of crap to my boy.
Why am I
Remy.
even here, Golden Boy? I don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm just saying, Poppy Remy, it knows what he's doing. There's a reason why everyone loves him on the X-Men.
He is actually my favorite Marvel character, so yeah, that makes sense. Den down to 1 health. That was an 8. I think the first 8 cube game we've had on stream.
Yeah.
Down to 1 health. Den has to win 9 games in a row that Falc will never retreat and always play till the last game. Yeah, last turn, sorry.
Unreal what we're seeing here. But this has been, it's been fun to see how these players have broken each other down as much as they can. These two decks actually, you know, it's like a good wrestling match. Somehow it's gonna find a way to fit a wrestling reference in a broadcast and with a card game. But you know, it's like when you watch a good wrestling match. Like, I don't know how into professional wrestling you are, Raven. But you know, you see two great wrestlers squaring off against one another, and you're like, yeah, this is sick. You know, like they are the best of the best, and that's kind of how I feel right now, where these two guys are evenly matched. Like, I like the kind of the curve for each one. Specific things need to happen, but the deck is consistent enough that it allows those things to happen. All this is just fantastic. I love it.
And most importantly, even if it looks like there's no hope, there's always a chance that they can turn it around, as we just saw in the last game. And yeah, my fellow Hearthstone casters, at least 2 of them, are very into wrestling, so I get the sort of side knowledge based off them talking. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a close matchup here. Falc very ahead in this one, but as you can see, this is just game 1 of a best of 3. So not only does Falc look like he's going to be favored to win this, he still has to win at least 1 more overall match to take it.
And you also get these 2 stones out. Spidey's in play, so you could just drop that down. No Shang-Chi quite yet. This is where you're gonna have to be real clever with how you're playing these cards, because each card that goes down. Wait, is Falcone running Shang-Chi? I don't think he is.
Don't think he is, because he's running Gambit, right? Like,
that's
I don't
true.
think
That's
he
right.
would run
That's right.
both. The problem here, I think, for Den is space, right? Because he's already committed left. He now does have the Valkyrie, and I think that's going to be the plan. Is Valkyrie mid, which means he'll have 4 cards. His opponent will have 3.
I think this is the game.
Which means that should win unless. Oh, he's gonna go the blue Marvel instead.
He can't Odin the Invisible Woman, and the Gambit's there, so not really much he could do on that front. So really, his only option is just to play for numbers and to hope that his Invisible Woman pulls off the win for him. But blue Marvel, give him +1 everyone across. There's Gambino. Good try.
Yeah, doesn't look like that's going to cut it. Already losing left and right, but I think this is the Iron Heart, so he could still win the right side here with the help of that wand. But I don't think it's going to be enough to win the mid. And Den starts the slow crawl to potential victory here, as that is going to be a 1 cubic victory, which means Falc is now still at the lofty totals of 8 health. So still 8 more wins in a row to go for Den if he wants to claw this one back.
Yeah, this is going to be a crawl to get back into this game. But, you know, if there's a player that can pull it off, it's Den. Den, you know, clearly has a good read on the game. You know, obviously keeps track of like what he needs to play, when things are being played. What is the I guess the style of the deck that he's playing against. There's yeah, it's really impressive stuff that I've seen from Den. Like, oh, super flow. Isn't that the worst when that happens to you? Where you super flow comes up and you're like, oh, I got this.
I'm the type of player that often early game plays into unrevealed locations. So yes, this happens to me a lot. The regret after it's revealed and you're like, okay. What's going to be interesting here as well is Den, because me and Den were casting Falc's last match. Den now has so much more knowledge than you would normally have in an initial game, that he, you know, both players do have just solid understandings of each other's deck now, which means that, you know, you get to, instead of being caught out or making the plays that on average are the best, you get to like target plays based on what your opponent, you know, they do have in the deck. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one progresses here, but Den still got a ton of work to do. And Falc, like I said, basically just gets 8 goes to win 1 game.
Wild stuff. And with this deck, you're very likely to take that win, right? Whether it's, you know, Odin Ironheart or even Odin Doom. And Shang-Chi is in deck, actually. I knew I saw Shang-Chi earlier.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew I saw Shang-Chi, and that tracks. And if anything, makes things potentially scary. But what does your Yellow Jacket hate, by the way? I'm curious. Why do you hate Yellow Jacket so much?
I feel like, apart from the very sort of silly combo that you can do to make it truly massive, it's just never worth it. I know we're not taking things super seriously here, but it's just not that worth it. So yeah, it's just a me issue.
But no, honestly, that's how it is with me and Dracula. That's how it is with me and Dracula. But it's a comic reason, not even a game reason.
I was gonna say, look, I'd hate to break it to you, but Dracula's one of the best cards in the game.
Oh, he's great. Yeah, he is. I just hate Dracula. I hate the character. It's just so lame. It's like, oh yay, like Marvel superheroes, and what do we have? Dracula. All right, yeah, calm down.
Wait a minute. Hang on a minute. If you hate Dracula, does that mean you hate Hellcow? Because I don't think you're allowed to hate Hellcow.
No, I love Hellcow.
Okay,
Hellcow. Hellcow's great. We're cool. We're people.
Because Dracula's responsible for Hellcow, right?
Yeah, it's just... Yeah.
Yeah, but I still hate him.
You know, oh man, we're getting full stacks here. Stacks on stacks. No blue Marvel in play for Den.
Oof. There's nothing worse than doing a whole complicated turn like that and then
having to redo it.
Actually, I'll pull it all back because I don't think it's going to work. You know? And Den can't retreat. He has to find a way out of this. So it's not like he's got the option to say, you know what, this seems unlikely. I'll get out and go again.
So if he were to do that and he makes everything here 3, that is going to... I mean, this is
solid.
Doable.
This is solid. He's quite ahead.
He's ahead on all 3 lanes. I think he wins this.
But he is going to get 4 Iron Hearts outright, which is a lot of Iron Hearts.
Never mind.
Yeah, it is a lot of Iron Hearts.
Never mind. I take everything I said back.
Yeah, some of the classic combos are the best, and the good old Wong Ironheart Odin strikes again. Falc taking the first victory there overall on Den. And honestly, great effort for Goldenboy, for Den there fighting back. But after that 8 cube loss,
yeah,
you can't recover from a 1 to 9, difference in health. It is simply too much, and to the extent where I wonder how likely or how often, if ever, that would ever happen, where a deck can win 9 games in a row when there's no retreat options. Like, that's a big ask from players.
And I don't think it'll be Thanos. Honestly, as good as that deck can be, it really, when you need it to clutch up, is when it simply wouldn't, and that's just how life works. It feels like. So I think Den obviously knew right out of the gate that was an unwinnable situation. I'm curious to see what he ends up busting out next, though, right? Whether or not he opts to go for something a little bit more, on the traditional front, maybe something a little bit more power that he could spread across the board. But does it also feel like the locations this tournament have just been unfair? Where are the fun locations?
Yeah, it's a tough one because the locations were fine for me, Goldenboy. I won. So
for you, they were great.
As far as I'm concerned, there was nothing wrong with the locations, right? But yeah, this is... Oh, okay. So you got your wish again. We've got the Thanos now on Falcone's side along the top, and Den is actually rocking this Destroy deck, and I could not believe it. In my match, we had District X, and Den got a second Venom and a death from District X.
Me and Falcone
very
were calling
upset.
it, and he didn't see the second Venom. And I was like, oh my God, he's gonna get this Wolverine like charged out the butthole. And lo and behold, he did. And he's gonna get this Wolverine charged even more, because turn 4, or next turn rather, he could do oh my goodness gracious me, man's sake. He could do Wolverine, Hood, then play Carnage, then Beast, then do it again.
This is huge. with the Wolverine buff we had just last week or this past week, it's really cool to see this because I tried building something similar to this and couldn't really get anything I liked. But seeing the Beast with the Carnage is like, oh, okay, this kind of makes sense. Also important to note as well, because Falcone is playing the Thanos with Blue Marvel, that this Killmonger is actually worth so much more now because it's not a Thanos deck where the Thanos deck plays the Killmonger to make room. It's actually trying to utilize all of the stones. So got to keep an eye on that Killmonger in Den's hand.
Yeah, and now Den knows this, right? With the Reality Stone out, that he saw what Falcone did before. And I think that's really going to be where things get particularly interesting with this game, right? Because what are going to be like the things that you can try and like go for as you play your opponent multiple times in a row to understand their deck, and then how do you counter that? But alternatively, when you have no answer, or at least you initially have no answer, how do you create that opportunity? There's really like a lot of question marks here that I love.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it as well is deck building, right? Because we spoke about, for example, Falcone's got a Galactus deck. And the problem with that is, if all you do is the Galactus thing, because your deck is that narrow, you don't have options. But for a deck like this from Den, there's all sorts he can do, right? Like, look how these destroys, look at this power that's starting to stack. And Falc, even though he's doing okay on the left with the Sunspot Shield vision, like, is he going to catch up anywhere else? Because there's a She-Hulk on this side, there's a Demon, and there's even a cheeky Bast for 1 extra power on the right as well. Like, this is just an extra 16 coming out. And Falc, he's, I think, just going for the couple of stones.
Big number win game. Big number win game. Here we go. Arrow. Ooh.
Oh.
Doesn't, ooh.
No.
Nope.
Not going to get there. So a really good
here's
start
the
there.
thing. Here's the thing. Den, so smart, did not play the Killmonger. So I don't know if Falcone knows that he has that Killmonger. I mean, you're playing a destroy deck, so surely, but because of the way that he's playing this destroy deck, you would think, oh, maybe you don't necessarily need Killmonger in here, right? Not necessarily the case, but you know.
Yeah, he might have seen it in the first match.
Oh wait, was he in the first match?
Well, I
no,
played Den, right,
game.
and Falc casted it. So.
Oh yeah,
he might have seen it in the first match on stream. But one of the benefits of this format and the way battle mode works is, even if you don't have it in your hand, your opponent knowing you run it is often enough, right? It's like if you run a Cosmo. If you show Cosmo, and then even if you don't have it for the rest of the battle mode, they'll be like, but what if they have Cosmo? Do I have to play weird? Do I have to play there? Do I have to change this? Do I not play this now? And that's something they have to sort of deal with all the time. Like Falc now, as you can see, armored with that Sunspot, and has just said, you know what? Sunspot's going to have to just grow and say, right, even if there is the Killmonger drawn, Sunspot will live.
Very true. Very true. Preserves that. Now we're going to get even more build up. And all he's doing here is just a fat turn 6 Taskmaster Deadpool play, where I think he's just gonna go straight to Savage Land with Deadpool.
I think was that a snap, or am I just seeing effects? It wasn't a snap.
No, it was not a snap.
I just saw one of the graphic. That's a snap. There we go. And there's a retreat. Okay, Falc says no, thank you. And again, I like this deck a lot from Den because it's just so much power with this Deadpool, and without Killmonger. For Falcone, he knows there's nothing he can do about the Deadpool. That's just going to be a 112 at least, and there's just no way he can deal with it. So it's absolutely brutal as we move on to the next round.
Not bad. I mean, he could just play Deadpool here, Den, and we already got Thanos in hand and a bunch of stones right out of the gate. So you couldn't have asked for things to turn out better for Falcone at the beginning of this one. He also has that vision as well. Elysium comes in to bring things down to 0 and just one cost less. Oh my goodness gracious. I love this.
I will tell you now, there's been a lot of locations recently that are like, oh, you can't play this here, or you can't do that there, or whatever. Elysium, even though it's now gone because Falcone does not like fun, I'm choosing to believe,
this is true,
is one of the best locations. It's just both of you can just go crazy because everything costs less. That and Sinister London are like right up there as my favorite locations.
I think when Elysium comes up, you're just like, yeah, man, let's do this. Let's do this for the homies. You know,
it's like you just nod to your opponent and be like, let's just do cool stuff that's broken, because it just is. You can do so many stupid things.
Oh man, someone in my chat said that they changed the colors of the Infinity Gems in the comics. I think that this is the movie Infinity Gems style, rather than the comic Infinity Gems style. I could be wrong on that, but
Isn't that also a weird difference I've seen as well? Because sometimes they're Infinity Gems, sometimes they're the Infinity Stones.
oh, it just depends on it honestly, it just depends. It's a
It's
very
just on whoever's writing it, is whichever word
whoever
they
wrote
prefer.
it, whoever wrote it, yeah.
It's
Because
like the
back in
age-old
the
question.
day, with the old Infinity arc, it was the Infinity Gems when like Adam
Right.
Warlock had it in his hand and stuff, and then yeah.
It's like I think it was like the Stan Lee quote when he's talking about, oh, when people talk about who would win in a fight between whoever, and he's just like, well, whoever the writer wants to win, because that's how it works, right?
Yeah,
because you always have those. They're always fun discussions to have, but at the end of the day, it's, well, whoever the writer wants to win wins, because that's just. Yep, that's called a comic.
By the way, Den made a really good call. He wanted to play Deadpool and Venom onto Danger Room, but you run that risk of losing
Everything.
losing everything on Danger Room. So it makes sense to go over to Daily Bugle, get rid of a few of those things, and force that withdrawal. And that was just very, very well played. Den is scaling this deck incredibly well, and the moment Deadpool's in play, it's a wrap, dude. But now this is where things are going to get really trippy. We just had District X.
Yeah, and I
don't
would
know what
actually weirdly. Oh, wow! Falc has Darkhawk. So District X, replace both decks with 10 random cards. Because you draw so many cards on turn 1, District X actually increases the size of your deck, which means Darkhawk is so clutch from District X here for Falcone, because that's going to be so huge without Falc having to do any weird things with like Rock Slide or Korg. Oh, and the Devil Dinosaur.
And the Devil D?
Falc should snap so hard right now, because there's two things that are going to happen. Den's draws are good enough that he thinks he can still win, or Den retreats, right? And I think either way, Falc should take the easy cube, because his hand is so strong, it's untrue.
I agree. All right, if he lockjaws District X here, then probably plays Forge next turn. And at some point, I mean, wait a minute. Falcone got Thanos from District X.
Yeah, he has 2 Thanos now. Well, sorry, he has 1 Thanos again, but he won't have the stones, so it doesn't
He won't
matter.
have the stones.
Yeah, because it replaces the deck. It's gonna go for Sentry.
Oh man.
Wow.
Oh man.
Was it really Sentry?
What? Well, I mean, I think he's just saying, I'm losing Jotunheim. There's nothing I can do there. Because it's true, the Space Stone's only going to continue to go down, right?
Yeah, I was just maybe he wants to sort of drop Darkhawk on at the last second. Yeah, this is nice. Okay, so he's going to go Invisible Woman, Darkhawk. Yeah, this is okay. I was just a little bit worried.
Oh yeah, he's winning this.
That he's just giving Den a free location, but I think with the power. Oh wait. Oh no.
Wait a minute. The
He's not
swap
winning
out?
this.
Sentry? Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't win mid.
No, he loses that. Oh, snap.
So he lost because he basically lost because he played Invisible Woman.
Damn.
If he'd not played Invisible Woman, he would have had 2 more power on the Devil Dinosaur, which would have been +1 enough extra.
Oh.
Huge win there for Den. And Falc is in the danger zone as we head into the high stakes round 5. 2 cubes bare minimum now, and Falc only has 3. Den not a scratch on him. And I said to Den, we were talking about this again, where if your opponent is on 3 health and you're in the 2 cube zone, you snap. Make him play for 3 every time.
Snap like your life depends on it. Okay. Oh, dude, he's got such a hand right now. I'm just gonna call it right now. This is the X-Men deck. All right, that's what this is. This is the X-Men deck. Wolverine, Deadpool. Yes, Deadpool is an honorary X-Men. You also
Forge.
get, Forge in there as well. right?
Beast.
Squirrels.
It's all there. Yep.
Squirrel girl. No,
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
squirrels. Yep, squirrels are allowed in. Yep, that's fine. But yeah, I'll be honest. I think this deck from Den is very interesting, and we will make him post the deck list so everyone in chat can get it as well. Because I think this is definitely one that looks like a lot of fun to play.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun to play, and honestly, it looks like a winner. It scales so well over time.
Look at this Killmonger.
This is just
kills everything.
This is a juicy monger, dude. My boy is gonna come in out of nowhere, and he's just gonna destroy the entire field. But he's got a big choice here to make. Does he go for the Deathlock play, or does he hit him with the Mongeese?
Wait. Yeah, you Killmonger right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was very scared he was going to just leave the kiln empty. But yeah, Killmonger right empties the kiln. If Falc can't play there or doesn't play a lot of power there, then just wins the kiln.
Let's go, squirrels.
Yeah, Killmonger and his best friend, a squirrel.
Yeah. Actually, it's like that in the comics as well. I don't know if you guys know that. But... So here... Oh, okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
This is fine.
He'll venom this to consume all of this, send back. You're not going to have a 124... 112. Sorry, 112 Deadpool. Absurd. 34 venom.
And that's also filthy because of the throne room Deadpool into Venom. Like, Venom gets the double from Deadpool, right? So it's like, it's so strong.
So
Now,
filthy.
I don't really know how Falc digs himself out of this, and this looks like Den is going to just flawless victory this game and even the series up.
Finish him.
Yeah. Oh my God. That is a
man.
fatality right there, because that didn't even look close.
Damn. That's going to be me in a little while. I'm not looking forward to that. That was a filthy deck, and Den is the winner versus Falcone, but a valiant effort for Falcone there. But the consistency that he was getting out of that destroy deck with Beast, with Carnage, with Venom, and of course Wolverine. And I just want to say thank you, Second Dinner, for doing that. I know it's going to sound really cheesy and weird, but bear with me for a minute. Wolverine is an iconic character. Wolverine is like had Marvel on his back for years in the late 90s, early 2000s. So the fact that they buffed Wolverine when no one was asking for it, just cause Wolverine's an iconic character. Salutations to you, my friends. I appreciate it.
It's awesome, right? Because it's like even the Cyclops, for example, there was all the jokes around Cyclops because he doesn't have an ability, but he fits into Silver Surfer, fits into Patriot, and so on.
Yeah.
So he does have a use, whereas Wolverine just was too weak. It was a card that got messed around with a little bit at the beginning of Galactus, but not really. So it is good that Wolverine's much more interesting, even if it's not the strongest card in the game, which I don't think it is, but like it's just interesting because we see like, okay, it can be quite strong. I've also seen it with Colleen Wing because it's a 2/4, then Colleen discards the Wolverine, which plays in to make a 4.
Yeah.
So there's ideas, and you always know, well, we're only ever a new card away from Wolverine being insane, right? Because you know, because of the synergies that can come out. So yeah, I'm always for just making cards always playable and interesting. But let's dive into the last one. Goldenboy, winner takes all. Last game of the best of 3, Falcone on the top, Den on the bottom, and I believe this is a new deck from Den. This is one I think he didn't play versus me, which is the full discard Apocalypse deck. I love this thing.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. Lots of cards are just going to be going away. Shout out to Savage Lando. Always comes up right when you need it.
This is insane because Den, I think we'll know this is Falc's Galactus deck because of the rocket. But now, what's Falc supposed to do? He can't Galactus left. He can't Galactus right. Yeah, he's stuck in the middle with trouble right now.
I think you play this to get as much info as you can or not. I was going to say you can play to get a lot of info and then bail and still only sacrifice one cube, right?
I think you are completely right, because the problem there is Falc saw Iceman, which can go in any deck and does go in any deck. Falc saw Sif, which can be played in like the Zoo list that just runs Sif like Ghost Rider and Dracula with like Infernaut. and it can be played in other decks. So without seeing Moon Knight, without seeing Morbius, without seeing Colleen, oh wait,
it is
never
still
mind.
a very transparent deck because he did see Apocalypse. So
you saw Apocalypse discarded, right? Okay.
Yeah. So you know
okay.
you know what you're
you
getting
can make
here.
assumptions. I
Yeah.
still think you stay until you snapped.
Oh, for
because
sure.
there's tech card discussions to be had as well. But now Lamentus coming out. Falc doesn't have the Galactus, but he does have Dr. Octopus.
He does.
Which I think, again, without a snap, you would at least try and get to Doc Ock. See if you can fill one location. Could Doc Ock Rickety Bridge as well, which can be very strong. Trade one card for 4 from your opponent. Seems good.
Bro, that will be a hate crime where I'm from if he did that. That is just, I'm not ready for that. That is gonna be rough in the streets, but I'm all about it because if that means, and also he's going to discard the swarm, so he's gonna gain even more value across the board. This isn't bad. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, here we go.
Oh no, that's a nightmare. That is a nightmare. The Apocalypse needed to not be there because now it's just dead. The whole hand's discarded.
Oh no!
And that's almost certainly going to be a retreat. Yep, there
That's the game.
And I was saying, I again, when I was speaking to Den after our match, I was like, yeah, I actually think Doc Ock is just great in this mode. He was like, yeah, I'm pretty sad I didn't think about Dr. Octopus because when I was playing it against him, it's wrecked him. Like, it's just got him again. I think Den will be kicking himself about this Doc Ock miss. But that was a huge play from Falcon. He does only gain the 1 cube, but it's a cube you didn't lose, which is one way
here's
to
the
look
thing,
at it.
though, right? Back to the Doc Ock conversation. This goes to what I was saying at the start of the show, right? Like, battle mode to ladder play are in my opinion fundamentally different games because you are playing against someone over and over and over, the same deck over and over. You're seeing the tendencies, you're seeing the play, so you have to naturally build counters into your decks. Whereas on the other side, if you're just playing on ladder, I mean, who cares, right? You play the game, cool, snap, I lost, sick, and I go and I snap again, right? So Doc Ock really is a tempo changer because he could just ruin the entirety of your game plan in one turn.
And also as well, as the more you play, like within this sort of, 7 rounds, 6 rounds, whatever you get up to, is you can't, like on ladder, if you play Silver Surfer deck, right? On ladder, you want to throw everything out by turn 6 in Silver Surfer every single game, right? Because that's the strongest thing you can do.
And there's one
when
play,
you're against
that's
someone
the
who
one
knows
play.
But when you're against someone who knows that's what you want to do, well, suddenly the game's a bit more complicated because then you should probably surf it on 5 if they've got like a Cosmo or counter, right? Because then you start to surf in a different time to throw it off and your opponent has to react. So it does get pretty spicy indeed. But so far, the Kiln being fought over quite aggressively for both players here. Dracula, a fantastic card to go into Jotunheim because who cares if it's minus 1,000,000 power? At the end of the game, it converts its power to whatever's in your hand.
Oh, this Moon Knight might. Oh, never mind. Never mind. But he knew that was coming, though. Here's the interesting thing, though. Give it a second because he's playing Moon Knight. Moon Knight discards him and gets rid of Doc Ock.
Okay.
Oh, that's a good play.
Death's still a bit of a problem. And
Death
it's
is
going
the
to be turn
problem.
6. So is Den gonna?
Yeah.
I think Den's just gonna call it. And
Yeah, I
think
got
it's correct.
excited, but mathematically,
Yeah.
it just didn't. If he had, see, that's the other part too with Galactus, right? Because now he knows that this is the first time that we've seen Galactus come out into play, but Den has been pretty much playing in preparation for this Galactus, right?
Yeah, he knows it's a Galactus deck coming into this, and I think one thing I would again like to see from Falc more is just snapping into Galactus turns, whether he has Galactus or not, right? Because Den will just almost have to assume that the snap is because Galactus is about to come down. And I think that's something that Falc, especially now he's got a bit of a life lead, he can start just saying, okay, snap, because I have Galactus. And if he doesn't have Galactus, well, Den doesn't know that. Oh, Goldenboy
wait a
is the
minute.
Moon Knight, though, 1 in 3.
Oh, do it! Yes!
It's gone.
I love it! Let's go! Sick plays.
I'll tell you now as well, I was so close to bringing Moon Knight instead of Dr. Octopus in my decks as well for this exact reason. Like, if you can Moon Knight a big card, combo card, whatever, it's so strong. Oh, Shadow
nice.
King coming out the first time Den's seen it in game. Gonna reset the power of all the cards, which is a little bit rough as well because Rocket Raccoon goes back down to 2.
Yeah, right. That does not bode well for Rocket. Poor guy. Oh,
Yeah.
man, it's okay. You're still Bradley Cooper. Okay, here we go. Next round. If you look like that, you're good. You know what I'm saying? Life's
yeah.
easy.
Yeah, you just gotta have a natural buff in life if you just look like that. It's great. But here though, 2 cubes as we move into round 5, and we've got Sinister London Warrior Falls, an absolute meme combo of locations because it'll start to fill left, and then they'll start to fight, and it's just the last one standing wins.
You know, I like that he plays Cloak not for the value, but for the fact that it's a 2/4.
Oh yeah.
Actually makes a lot of sense because every time I'm like, why would you play that? And it's like, no, it's a 2/4. It's still strong.
Well, there's an extra point as well where in Galactus, yeah, if you have the squirrels location, you can play Cloak and move a squirrel out so you have a place to Galactus.
Oh,
so there's things like that as well. You
genius.
can move awkward things out of the location so you can empty it so you can actually have it
So
somewhere.
I don't have
proc
Galactus, so I've never even bothered to like learn how to play it as of yet. But yeah,
there's
that
a lot of
actually is
weird
really
tech
smart.
cards you can play. Here though, Moon Knight's gonna get rid of Shang-Chi. Second Moon Knight. Oh, hits double swarm. That's perfect for Den.
That's
Gets rid of
brutal.
them all. Okay, not the best.
I don't really. I mean, I'm curious to see what Falcone opts to do here.
I just can't believe the kill count of this Cloak on the Warrior Falls. First it killed Morbius, and now it's killed Moon Knight. The Cloak's just killing the whole MCU.
Yeah, he really is. Cloak is. I mean, look, you wouldn't know it, at least from the. I think it was an FX show. Was it FX?
Oh,
Or
the the
Cloak
series
and Dagger
like-
show?
Yeah. I watched that. Yeah.
It's pretty good. I mean, it was all right. It wasn't like amazing,
Yeah,
but
not bad.
ooh, Freeform. It was free. No, it's not. It's on Freeform, but it's not. Oh, sweet baby G. Here we go.
Oh, okay.
This
Whatever.
actually
That
doesn't hurt.
yeah, like it's just buffing Morbius, which is fine. Hellcow's doing its
Doesn't
thing.
hurt at all. Oh no.
Oh, Falc's follow up is.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oof.
was that? Yeah, that wasn't. Yeah, that was fine. Okay. I was trying to work out if there was any draw. Like if Falc drew death, like that would have been. Was that turn 5 or 6? That was turn 5, right?
I believe so, but also I
Oh.
think that he just recognized there was no viable win condition for him there, like
Well,
at all.
I think there were outs though. I actually
He pulled
think there were
Wave
outs,
next, though.
Because
I would love to go back and watch that.
yeah, yeah, that's definitely one I'm gonna watch the VOD on that because I think there might have been outs, but I might have been because he knew Den's hand pretty much. Like that's why there might have been a way to go. But there's Death's Domain in the middle here, which is kind of rough now because Falc can't play Machine World and can't play Death's Domain.
No, he cannot.
Oh, nice to see. Here you go. Here you
clever.
go. Yeah, Cloak mid, Ebony Maw across to Death's Domain. Then he can play Galactus in Machine World.
But the problem is, though, is that he can. Well, yeah, you're right. And then he can also just do that same thing with more. But this is where he's going to have to do the math, right? If you're playing this, then you have to factor in that he's potentially going to be playing this Galactus at Machine World, or Hellfire. But he has no real options here, and I don't think you
Yeah.
move that Morbius. I don't think you move him at all.
Oh, it's so I think I would have ended up moving it if it was me.
Really?
Purely because by moving it, he is given Falc a guaranteed win location, right? So then, if Falc say plays Dr. Octopus and then Shang-Chi, and you just lose Hellfire Club, for example, well then you've just lost without Galactus being played, right? Because you've just given them Death's Domain. Because now Falc has an option to just not play the Galactus game.
All right, here comes Galactus. He dropped him. I don't know where he dropped this Galactus, but the betting call would be
Has to be
Machine
left,
World.
yeah. going to go for it. Does have Dr. Octopus, does have Shang-Chi.
But you do have, at the very least, the Apocalypse.
Yeah, this is really good, though. Like, what Falc could do. Okay, Falc's just going to Dr. Yeah, Falc Dr. Octopus in is fine. Because here, anything Falc plays, he's going to put in Den's hand, which means Dracula is going to get a progressively worse hand to try and hit from. Because now there's an Iceman, now there's a Shuri. So Dracula can hit 2 power instead of, like, the Apocalypse. Not that that would have necessarily been enough. It looks like it's going to be Swordmaster.
And
Like,
he's just hoping it chops up. Ooh.
Yeah, 20 power on Doc Ock. It's just going to be too much because Swordmaster would have had to have discarded Apocalypse. I think if Swordmaster discarded Apocalypse and then Dracula discarded Apocalypse, I think Den would have actually won that. But obviously that was a unlikely situation.
Yeah, with that amount of cards in his hand, it just was not happening at all.
It would have been cool if it did, though. It would have been pretty crazy.
If he pulled that off, that would have been the most RNG thing in the history of RNG. You look up the dictionary, you find where RNG is located, and you will see Falcone's icon, his picture right next to it, because that is just pure. Or was it Den? I don't matter. Point is, it's RNG. Oh yeah, it was Den.
You'll see a picture of this game.
Of this game.
Yep. Well, both players now 4 health for Falc, 3 for Den, starting to get into the danger zone here.
I think you want to Lockjaw and Moon Knight for the next turn. Nope, never mind. Here comes Galactus.
Oh, the snap! The snap's huge.
Here comes
Falc
Galactus.
Can almost like freely snap here because he won't die no matter what. Whereas if Den doesn't retreat, he will die this turn if this game if he loses. Moon Knight's gonna get rid of. Oh, okay, hits the Doc Ock. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, exactly. It takes out a lot from his hand, and also Den didn't really reveal much. He's got a 1/4. Basically, Iceman is the same power as Galactus. Lol. So, I think we're right back on even footing.
Yes, I actually think Falc passes this turn. I'm pretty sure it's correct to pass. Because if he... Oh, did he get away with it? He might have gotten away with it. Because if he passes, he makes sure he doesn't have priority, and then he just Shang-Chi's everything that's doubled. Because everything that's doubled is probably going to die. He does get to cloak, which is okay and still falls behind, so this is fine. He does get to kill the Swordmaster. So
That's it. He wins.
I think Falc just takes this. He has the Shang-Chi, yeah. He
Yeah,
can't
just
snap.
do it,
It's
babe.
already at 3, right?
Oh,
It's at
that's right.
max.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
This
it.
is gonna be
GG.
it. And Den has to play it. There's no way he cannot. He loses either way. So gonna play this out. Hope the Shang-Chi's not there, but it simply is. And Goldenboy, that means
GG.
Falc wins the series.
Yeah, that buffed up Adam Warlock.
He's like, oh yeah, I'm double. Wait, I'm still 0. Oh, okay.
Oof. Wow. That was awesome, though. Falcone is your winner. Congratulations. Doing us casters proud. Well, then again, we were all casters playing in this one. But yeah, awesome. That was, I have to say, someone in the chat earlier had mentioned that Galactus is like, if we had removed Leech and Zabu and Surfer, like, then Galactus is equally as lame. But I kind of disagree. It's like, it's enough that it hurts you too. Just because you Galactus doesn't mean you're gonna win the game. Whereas like with Leech 9 times out of 10, you're removing so much like utility in their hand.
For me, I think the big thing is, and what was kind of weird about that series between those 2 players is that neither of them were overly running any tech cards, right? We saw the Killmonger that had a huge impact, but that was Killmonger for the Deadpool anyway. But if, for example, if I run into Galactus, I have a deck with Cosmo, and I have some other things maybe that can, deal with Galactus, right? You can just stop it happening. But if you don't have the tech cards for it, and Galactus can kind of just do what it wants, it can be a very, very oppressive deck. But that was it for that match. I'm not 100% sure who's on next. It might even be me. But for now, we are going to go to a quick break while we settle the next match. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Snap Battles Assemble. Goldenboy here along with Den as we get ready for our last match of the European side of this competition. We have Raven facing off against Nina. The two, as Raven like to say, winners. You know, I'll digress on that topic. I'll let you guys define what that means.
Title of Europe, right there. Title of Europe.
The title of Europe goes down between Raven and Nina. So it's going to be quite exciting to watch. Of course, I'm Goldenboy alongside Den, who we just saw. Man, that was an exciting game, dude.
Yeah,
really
I'm the reverse. Like, I'm the reverse title of Europe, for anyone wondering.
Yeah.
I tried things, didn't work out, but it was really fun games. Like, the point of this tournament was to have fun, and on that front, I'm like super glad.
Yeah, I am as well, just because of how entertaining the games have been, you know, just across the board. But we jump into the action now, and we actually already have everyone's favorite location, Shadowland, appear #1.
Everyone wants that little ninja, so you're like, okay, I played something during the game. Like, if you retreat, you still have something.
You still, exactly, you know, it's great.
You get that building block going on. Who knows? Maybe someone actually used it once.
I do like vipering the ninja though, because it's just funny.
This is naughty. I don't know if anyone has Viper in the tournament. I think on the Europe side, no one brought Viper. But
do you think there's going to be meta changes or like meta differences between NA and EU? I don't know how it works in card games, right? Because like obviously, you know, I come from like FPS esports. There obviously is, you know, a difference, right? But I don't know if it was like that in Hearthstone. Was there an NA and an EU meta, quote unquote?
Well, from the two games I've played the most, which is Hearthstone and Runeterra, EU and NA are quite close most of the time, but Asia tends to be quite different. Like, Asia tends to play more like aggro, and Hearthstone are like more, more proactively, more focused on their gameplay. And I haven't seen that many Asian players on Marvel Snap so far, but I think they're really like combo focused and things like this. So for NA, like the only guys I know are like huge content creators, and I guess the playstyle are very similar from what I've seen in Europe.
Yeah, and also too, we're all just trying to meme. That's really it.
And also, everyone is trying to bring the best meme deck. This is the title everyone wants at the end of the tournament, which was the meme deck.
Yeah.
Best of Europe, best of America. You want to be best of memes. Everyone knows that.
Everyone wants to be the best of memes. So, fat Doc Ock coming in.
Battle of the Doc Ock, because I think this is exactly what Raven played, right?
Yes. This is.
But Captain Marvel being actually pretty good on Dr. Octopus, because she can move away. Iroh, Red Skull.
Oh.
Zero. Kind of reversed it, buddy. Like.
Oh.
And now. Oh, okay, she pulled Titania, which is okay on Zero, but both players going into kind of a weird turn 6. Oh, wait, Raven discarded Death, right? So Ghost Rider is actually loaded.
Ghost Rider is good to go. I think you can potentially. Well, the problem is you simply just don't have enough energy, right? You can't lockjaw Rider. The only thing you can do is Rider, or you lockjaw Wasp. And then pray that you get something decent, but you still lose out on that lane. What's in his deck that he can get that would help him here?
I mean, to me, the plan was Rider the middle and hope Captain Marvel comes and helps Dracula onto the left. Because your Dracula is going to suck no matter what. Like, Dracula best, like, he maximized Dracula, and we have a 3-power Dracula. So, do we really want to maximize 3 power?
That's true. Interesting. Okay. So we know the order that Nina's going to play. We just don't know where she's going to play it. If she takes it, that's just
actually, I think it's Raven.
That
right?
was Raven. That was a Raven retreat. Makes sense. There was just no viable win con for him there, and that 20 Doc Ock was just too much.
Yeah, Shuri being an insane card. I mean, I've seen a lot of takes on it recently. Like, we know Zabu and Silver Surfer are going to be impacted. And a lot of people are starting to say, like, so it's just gonna be Shuri's game now. I hope not, but
yeah, I don't think that's necessarily gonna be the case. It's just that Zabu's just so good, right? And he literally takes
mana cheat.
Yeah, he takes all these cards that previously were just going unplayed and now makes them viable, and then opens up the game even more. So it's very hard to, I guess, quantify the impact there.
Strange Academy and Bar with No Name are so fun together.
Yeah,
because now like so we're just playing one location basically for the rest of the game. Everyone's playing Hell's Kitchen until turn 5.
You know what though? You could just Doc-Ock it.
Oh, you want
Doc-Ock Bar with No Name.
Oh, is it what Raven is going for? Like he's going to try to fish? No, he has Doc-Ock in hand. So why are we playing Lockjaw there? What are we doing, Raven? What is the plan here?
I'm actually interested.
I am very confused right now.
Okay, that tracks. Yeah, and then he's just gonna Doc-Ock Bar with No Name, and then swap out Doc, and then hope he gets a Wasp or Iceman or something tiny.
Hopefully, like, so the goal is what? The goal is that opponent's Strange Academy becomes big enough and overtakes Bar with No Name. No, we're just gonna Doc-Ock. Oh, and then Dr. Octopus just leaves Bar with No Name.
That was smart. That was so smart.
Well, he still has Infinite in the deck, I think. Titania. Oh, she's gonna give Titania. No, he wasn't play. Wow. Okay, you're gonna win. Well, like Raven's gonna win Bar with No Name with Infinite Pull.
Oh, with Infinite Pull.
What is this? What is this sorcery?
This game is just shenanigans.
Raven wins the middle, and Nina wins left. So now, can Raven take right? Do we have anything big enough? Magneto is 11. Magneto wins, because Nina can only go for 10.
What is he pulling though?
Oh, he's pulling stuff. Wait, is he pulling? He's pulling Shuri.
He's just pulling Shuri.
Yeah, but she goes up to 12 then. So she takes it.
Oh, man.
Someone snapped.
Yeah, I don't know who snapped just now.
I could see both players actually having a case for snapping.
Wait, how does the Shuri give him the win?
Because she can only play Aero to the right, so Aero plus armor is 10, and then Shuri comes over, so that's 12, and Magneto is at 11 because he was Scorpion.
I didn't see what he placed. So yeah, you were right. You were right. Oh.
Are we gonna see a retreat? I think Raven hasn't pressed end turn yet, so Nina snapped, and he's thinking really hard about: is he gonna retreat a second time or is he gonna risk it?
All right,
risk it for the biscuit. Okay, Magneto.
Dude, no!
Oh my god! Shuri wins a second game. Like Shuri won the Battle of the Dr. Octopus last turn, and now she's winning by one little point. So.
Honestly, man, you could have just taken Giganto. I think I understand what the methodology was there.
You can't play Giganto to the right.
Oh, you can't play Giganto on the right location?
No, Giganto's text is you can only play me on the left.
That's right. Oh, geez, I don't even play Giganto to be fair, so I'm not. I forget
me neither.
that.
I play Red
he's
Skull.
got. Yeah. Damn. And someone in chat said Shuri didn't win, Scorpion did. That's actually true.
Well, I mean, okay, half. Let's go half points because Raven lost 5 health, 2 go to Scorpion, 3 goes to Shuri. Is that fair?
I guess so.
What is chat saying about it? Because Shuri definitely won the first one, so she needs to get an extra damage.
Yeah, Shuri did win the first one. That is true, and then Shuri.
And we split the second one.
Yeah. We'll split the diff. I like that. Okay.
All right. Once again, Nina keeps doing this, and I'm very confused. She did that against Falcone already. Lizard on Mojo World, which is the location that says you better play 4 units here. I'm so confused about this one. I guess that's some kind of elaborated bait that I just don't get.
Yeah.
Polaris. Oh, bye-bye, Sunspot.
Oh, you get shot in the face.
Bye-bye. Ooh. That hurts. Sniped.
That's a good play. If he gets Ghost Rider here on this next draw, that'd be wonderful for him.
Yeah, because right now Dracula is really sad. Like Dracula just saw Infinite just leave, and he was like, I would have liked that guy. Like, can I get it back? Can you come back in the hand, please?
I agree.
There's Giganto, so can Raven actually afford to pass? Because if you're playing Dracula now, and you're probably playing Lockjaw. Or maybe you pass on 5 and you just try to unload on Lockjaw on 6?
Yeah.
Confusing. These
Maybe
matches
he
are
pulls-
so confusing.
Maybe he pulls a or this next top deck. I was gonna say it's gonna be something fat.
Magneto.
So
Yeah, but
there's
that's
that,
good
there's
for
that.
him because
Yeah.
he wants 2 fatties in hand, so he can play one on 6, and Dracula discards the other one on at the end of the game.
And Sif discarded Infinite, I believe,
Yes,
right?
it was
okay.
Infinite, so maybe like I don't think he plays Chavez, so he can still top deck. He can still top deck the Rider, and Shuri going strong for a 3rd consecutive win. What are we pulling? Death, big.
I really
Okay, but now I have a weird question. But oh, Nina can Taskmaster and 0, so get up to 4 units.
Yep.
Ghost Rider.
Last card
If you're
played with
Raven-
Red Skull.
Yeah, but if you're Raven, you have to play to the middle. But the card you're gonna play is gonna change. Magneto. Oh, Magneto's gonna reverse pull Shuri. He lost because he pulled it last game. He's going to try because he pulls it this game.
Yeah, and then he'll just go with the power diff win.
Well, power diff win when there's Red Skull on the other side of the board with a 30 power is pretty optimistic.
But
I
he
would
has
say.
but if let's say like they draw out on each on all sides there, right? Like or not, maybe not because Collapse Mine is nothing, right?
Collapse Mine just doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's gonna see a 30 power.
You're kind of just going for the
Taskmaster.
math win at this point, I think.
Ooh, what are we going for? Captain Marvel. Is that good? It's not good. Oh my god, the 30. Okay, okay, chat. What are we saying now? Did Shuri win this game too? Because I feel like Shuri won this game too.
Yeah. Shuri.
Shuri.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Shuri just went 9-0 on the poor Raven.
And all you got to do is just. It doesn't even matter what you get from Red Skull. You simply just. You don't care. You don't care what's on the other side. Like
Wait,
yeah.
Raven just gave it away?
Wait, what was the first
Okay.
location? Vibranium.
It was
No.
Vibranium Mines? Okay, so actually I was really proud of myself. I thought I would be the first, the only one to
Oh,
pull
okay,
a
it's game
10-0, but Nina just did it. Nina
Yeah.
just 4 games. 4 games, 10 health. That was a beating.
Yeah, that was cool.
Brutal
That-
series.
It really was. I think it's hard. The essentially like Shuri does with Red Skull just completely shatters whatever game plan you're gonna have unless you're running a Shang-Chi. But now we're gonna see what they're gonna opt to run here. What's gonna be the difference that we get, right? The technical clash.
Yeah, let's see how they adapt, because the thing was Raven, like they both picked a very like points-oriented deck.
Mhm.
And Shuri tends to win points-oriented battle, as explained in the previous match. But now, like, Raven could go back and be like, all right, no more Shuri. Now Lockjaw actually, like, feels like it's going to be much safer. The bad matchup is out. So does he just go again? Does he change? Because what do we know from Nina?
I actually do think that he could keep with the deck, but it looked like he was going to go for the change, and that is exactly what he does. So we have, Devil Dino, and we also have a Collector, so they could be running almost the same thing.
Mirror match? Mirror match. And Nina is going for the Altar of Death, while Raven is gonna pass on it for now. Human Torch. Oh, it comes from the... Oh, Sentinel is so strong on Altar of Death, because you can just play it every turn.
Yep. And
Okay,
get
we're gonna-
yourself 2 energy every single time.
Exactly. It's just... And if you have Quinjet, you're actually winning energies.
Yeah. I think Nina could just do that. I think she could just play that on altar if she needed to, but instead, it's actually going to play fascinating. Human Torch. I think the order was wrong there. I don't know if that's
No,
what
she
this is-
wanted she wanted the mana. She wanted to
Oh, that's
transform
right. I'm so
Human
sorry. You're
Torch.
right. You're right. My bad. You are
Killmonger
so right.
is extremely bad now for Raven because he kills his Quinjet. So is Raven like on a super sad pass? While Nina just has 5 energies and can do absolutely whatever she wants.
Yep. Sag pass.
Satch pass against Dinosaur. That feels bad. But Nina has no way of actually refilling her hand, and Sokovia getting a Sentinel out of the way is actually huge for Raven, because Nina's dinosaur probably goes to like maybe 7, 9 max at the end of this match, unless she pulls like White Queen into Moon Girl or some kind of shenanigans.
Yeah.
Okay, Iceman. He didn't snipe the dino. This is very good for Raven. And now he knows the soul card in Nina's hand. Cosmo. Do we
That
like
creates
Cosmo?
a lot of openings for him. The problem is though, no, he still wins. Okay.
I'm kind of curious, why didn't Raven not snap yet? Because like he had full information. He knew what was in his opponent's hand. He knew he was ahead. Arrow to the left. And now it's kind of too late to snap, isn't it? Like if you snap, she just leaves.
You could snap this if you wanted to. I mean, you know, but yeah, you're right. It's kind of a if I'm snapping, I know, okay, I'm basically gonna lose this game. That being said, it just depends on what Nina decides to stack up. But yeah, there's a retreat later. There it is, and GG. So move on to the next game. But
first damage for Raven too.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, Nina is playing that Devil Dinosaur with Dr. Doom that we saw in the series against Falcone. Dr. Doom actually put a lot of work then, because they had a lot of unplayable locations in that series.
Yeah.
And Raven, Aimdall. Aimdall is curious, because Aimdall is really bad when you know it's coming, like in the move archetype and stuff like this, because it's easy to plan.
Mm-hmm.
But it can be so good as a surprise, because who expects everything to move to the left?
Yeah. There's always like the fun things you could do with Heimdall. You know, it is just one of those things though, where do you want to play that on turn 6 when you know that is going to more than likely be the play, right? Like there's nothing in the deck that changes things up too much, you know, removes that. But speaking of that is going to mix things up quite a bit. We are going to get double Devil Dinosaur for turn 5 and 6. That's what Nina's going to shoot for here. She can also do Devil Dino Dr. Doom potentially, just to kind of give herself a little bit more of an advantage in this one. So yeah, Devil Dino's going to get dropped down and potentially placed. But if I'm smart money says to me, oh, the Shang-Chi and Savage Lands. I was going to say smart money would be Monster Metropolis for Devil Dino, but that's the predictable play.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, why didn't Raven drop that Maximus on Dark Dimension? It's so good there, because like it's a ton of points, you don't actually give your opponent cards. Or maybe because he didn't want to give cards afterwards for the Dino? Huh. So now we have to play Shang-Chi and just a Sentinel?
Actually, this is really smart, because it forces that player to have to invest to remove the Shang-Chi. Otherwise, you're screwed. Also, Nina reveals first. But there's some mind games happening over here, Den.
Yeah, like it's super difficult to know exactly what they're thinking. Iceman on 6, okay, and then the other cards are what? Iroh?
Yeah.
No, it's on Dark Dimension. So
yeah, I don't know what's on Dark.
Okay, but Nina never wins by more than 20 on the right. No, she doesn't. Oh, wait!
Oh.
The steal? No, White Queen reveals and wins it for Raven.
Oh.
Okay, a lot of things happen in this game.
Wow.
Raven taking the lead in the Battle of the Dinos. And actually,
sometimes you think you're going to hit that play, right? Then you think you're going to hit that play, and it just completely falls apart right at the last second. That was unfortunate for Nina, but Raven's very much in this match.
Yeah, definitely. And it's kind of impressive that actually Raven managed to win the game when his opponent drew Dino and he didn't. Shang-Chi did obviously a lot of work, but I felt like Nina had kind of more of the key cards when Raven just was really, really flexible and spread points kind of everywhere and was able to find the punish.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think to that effect, right? Like, you would think that in that particular instance, the Shang-Chi, or rather, because you were forcing them to have to play the hand, but Raven has the deck that he can place cards down pretty consistently. And as a result of that, it just opens up the floodgates for him in those turn 5, turn 6 situations where you think that you have to play the fat card. But why would you play the fat card? You don't need to.
Oh, Sentinel is so good. What is that X-Mansion? This is the first time I see a 2-drop and you're actually happy about it.
That was a X-Mansion Sentinel?
Yes.
I give up.
Like, Raven was low on cards. This Dino was looking like he was going to be average. And
Little
Sentinel
baby
just
Dino.
shows up and is like, hey, I got you. Like, you know what? Bill's on me. I'm like,
Damn.
and look at this. It's kind of a shame he killed his Quinjet now. But I guess like he didn't have any created cards and he didn't know what was in his opponent's hand. And how many Doctor Doom? What is this hand, Nina?
How many
Like,
dooms do you need?
yeah,
to win a game?
what are we doing here? Like, are you just saving them so you're sure you're gonna have a Doom for every single match of this series?
I think Nina's just a big fan of Doctor Doom. I'm a big fan of Doctor Doom. You
I
know,
am
one
as
of
well. I
the
love
best
the card.
supervillains in the world.
I mean,
ever created.
Coming from Hearthstone, Doctor Doom is pretty iconic.
Mm-hmm.
He terrorized Hearthstone for a long time. Well, he was Doctor Boom then, but
Doctor Boom.
we all knew where he was coming from because he had little boom bots.
Oh, that's cute. I didn't know that.
They
awesome.
exploded at your opponent's face, and you usually killed them, and that made the card absolutely bonkers for like a year or so.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, I did not know that. Today I learned.
Oh, I
Ooh.
remember Raven told me about this She-Hulk when we were casting. So his goal is actually to unlock some stupid plays with exactly like She-Hulk, Devil, Dinosaur, or be able to go Moon Girl on 4, pass, and then have some stupid double She-Hulk kind of plays on 6. So I hope we're actually gonna see one of those. So we're going She-Hulk, Agent. We're not
Ties it
dropping
up
the
there.
no Fat Dino.
Oh, he just wants to ensure that he's continuing to feed into Collector. I think the priority would be Collector on this one, but
I think Raven is exceptionally scared of an opposing Devil Dinosaur.
yes, which is in play, and could be a big game changer. But I think it was already locked in. So here it is: Doom, drop down, She-Hulk. Oh, that's a win.
Okay, and Nina is going to take it with
That is
Dr.
a
Doom.
win.
So you don't
That
need
is-
4, but the card is really good.
Damn, that was good. I like this deck that Nina's running.
Yeah, so you favor Nina's version of the Dino?
I mean, I kind of do. I just feel like Nina's version is a little bit more consistent versus Raven's right now. But it's cool to see a mirror match happen with like competing ideas, similar ideas, but doing the whole mirror thing is actually pretty sick. So I like that a lot.
Definitely. I'm still not sold on the Collector, which is very unfortunate. I mean, the card was, I think, created for the archetype, and since being nerfed a while ago, it just never really found a way to be back in the metagame.
Yeah, and also like, how do you fix that, right? Like, you can't up Collector's power, because if you up his power, then he just becomes a monster. He kind of has to stay right here. There's really no other choice.
or you need to up like his base power. But yeah, back then he was a +2. Whenever a card entered your hand, he started at 0, but he was a +2, and he routinely finished game at like 12 or 14, which was a little dumb.
Yeah, that's rough.
Okay. But see, like here, you just played Moon Girl and you have a 2/4. Like, he's not even competing with Lizard yet. I'm sad for the guy. I'm just sad for the Collector. Like, this game, there's a Sentinel, Agent 13, Moon Girl, and the Collector is a 4 power card.
Yeah. And also to clarify, because I saw someone say, at least in my chat, they were like that the buffs, nerfs that came were before the game launched. So that's why.
Yeah, we're talking beta.
Yeah, beta. Well, I wasn't playing back then because I just didn't have the patience to make it an account in a different region.
I can understand that. I can
So you
relate
get the
to it.
move. You get the move here, which is nice. You get to head over to New York, which means, you know, you could potentially see the Devil Dino move to New York, but with 2 Devils in play, and oh man, you can't play this Maximus here. I'm just trying to see how the Maximus fits into this.
It's really hard. Like, I mean, Maximus is a really good card for in general, just 7 power for 3 energies is great. And like, I mean, double Maximus on turn 6 would be really strong. But I guess like maybe you need Cosmo in the deck or something like that to support it more, because in this mirror, Maximus has been so difficult to work with, because every time like he actually was giving +4 to the opposing Dino, which makes it like a 3 overall.
Yeah.
And
So
now it's even weird. There's the Cosmo. Like, he could be tempted to just double Maximus on the left. But if Nina moves the Cosmo, what happens?
Oh, we're running out of time here for Raven.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of tinkering happening.
So difficult. Like, it's so difficult to navigate. You would think Raven is like so far ahead right now because he has double Dino and all that kind of stuff going on. But okay, Nina just gives it away. And I think we're going for a tie going to the ice stakes rounds. Both at 6
boy.
health. Okay. Let's go. No more playing small.
I think if you play, someone said 1 energy collector would seem fine, but I think if you played 1 energy collector, then that opens him up to Killmonger and
well,
just
it would be an okay balance, but I mean, it would be super strong because that means you can just go collector into Sentinel. And that already, like, imagine you just go collector on 1, Sentinel on 2, and then you go like Sentinel Quinjet on 3, and then every turn you just play Sentinel. Your collector is like a 1/6.
yeah.
It would
That's
make it
true.
like, you wouldn't make it weak to Killmonger. It would make it that you have to run Killmonger, otherwise collector's gonna get you.
Yeah,
'Cause I
he'll
mean,
just jack up so much power so fast.
Yeah, and I mean the Dino deck already is a good one. Like, in my opinion, I really think the Dinosaur deck is a strong deck. I don't have any problem with the power of the deck, but it's just the collector is like, where do you want to play him if it's not in this deck?
Yeah, yeah. There is going to be a lot of interesting discussions and also changes down the line, because honestly, like, we got a new card and it made a bunch of new cards viable, right? So there's always going to be something else. Like, as someone in chat was like, honestly, collector just works better with Beast right now, and I actually agree. Collector works way better with Beast because
I'm a huge Beast fan, so I can only say a big yes to this.
yes.
Oh, so we're going Dinosaur. I always have troubles going Dinosaur on like locations like Zenda or such things, because you kind of want Dinosaur to kind of win on his own. Like, it should be a card that should challenge a location alone. But at Xendar, then your opponent can play multiple cards and have that bonus, where you don't really want to play more cards because you're like, I don't need to support my Dino. Is good enough on its own. Okay, so Nina is going for that Asgard, like really hard. And now, what are we doing? Because Dr. Doom is not gonna cut it for Nina. So she played really fast. Shang-Chi's going in super clutch once again. Wait, who has priority? I think Nina has priority because she's up 14. So if she lends the Cosmo in the middle...
Yeah.
So Nina, like, if Raven goes like this, Nina could lend the Cosmo in the middle and play whatever to the left and win. Okay, now Raven just changed its positioning.
Yeah, Raven's, and I've been noticing this a lot. He will, more often than not, he'll lay it out, undo, lay it out, undo. That's something that I see a lot of players do. They take the full amount of time that they have available to them to just gather as much info and figure out the flow and then do the math. And I think also just makes this game so much more entertaining for myself, because traditionally, and I'm speaking purely from experience, I'm just absolute butt cheeks at math. And somehow this game that is very much focused around math has been my favorite game ever. So that's fascinating.
Arrow just fixes everything, right? Because Raven just develops 6 power. Man, priority. Priority is so important in this game.
And the Strange doesn't move, priority wins, and Nina gets the dub. That was a very slick play. And honestly, yeah, what choice did Raven have in that instance? He really couldn't do anything. So. Oof.
Well, the thing is, like, he had a lot of choices. I feel like both players had a lot of choices, but every choice is good against something your opponent does and bad against something your opponent does. So it's really hard to know where's the line, like where do you stop? Because you can roll, you can be like, if I do this and he does this, but then if he does this, I want to do that, and you can just keep going with the scenarios forever.
You can just scenario this whole game into oblivion.
Exactly. And important to note, Raven is on deathmatch now. Every single match can be the last for him, and considering he lost the first one, Nina could be looking like she has a lot of match points for EU best player.
Yeah, is Nina right now the best player in Europe? Let's find out.
In addition to Battleground.
Yes.
Isn't Nina actually EU based? Or is she just playing with the EU guys? Because I'm not sure.
Actually, yeah, I thought Nina was Canadian. I could be wrong though, but don't matter.
Twitter, save us.
Smart to just get the 3-3 debris. You're gonna get that 3 energy down, and but you don't give up any more Killmonger obliteration. So not bad. Also, you get the benefit of having a 3-7 Maximus in play if you're Raven, but without sending the cards over to the other side. So all's well that ends well here. Card ripped there from the hand with Shang-Chi, which means that's info given.
Yeah, and Raven's hand is depressing. When you're on match point, this hand is the definition of depressing.
Oh, you don't like having 2 useless rocks on a turn 3 location subterranean? No, you don't like that? I mean, oh, he played the Chi. Oh, God, he played Shang-Chi.
Oh, my God, Raven.
Bro.
Oh. Is this how you want to go out? Is this how you want to be remembered? I mean, I lost all my games, but I drew well.
No, I feel bad for Raven. There is just no way.
Yeah, this is the worst end of a series ever. Like, Disconnect is better than this.
Yeah, if we ever do get to the point where we can control locations and Nina is your winner, congratulations.
Greatest player in Europe.
In Europe.
Hands down, like nothing else. And I checked her Twitter as a little Wales flag. So I think she's from Wales, actually. And we had no idea.
Okay, cool. But yeah, I was going to say that it'd be really fun to see how the tournaments build and develop over time, because I think that while a lot of the locations are very fun, and the locations are part of the charm of the game, you know, it's like, do you want locations like Ego, like District X, like Subterranea? Like, I don't know if those are locations that are necessarily fun for a tournament.
Well,
you know,
they're supposed to be much lower chances compared to others. Like, every location has a percentage drop, and I know like Ego and World Ship, for example, are like 1% or like 0.5%. So you should see them like 1 every 100 games, 1 every 200 games. The thing is, if that game is a tournament game, you're like, no! Why? I played ladder all day. You never showed up. I queue tournament, and you're right in the middle of my game. Just maybe there'll be something like, maybe we'll have how do you call, like a send? Is that how you call the Minecraft thing, like the send?
Oh yeah.
Send mode. I'm not sure how you call it.
I would like that.
You can just
like if there's like a tournament mode, basically, you know, a little tournament mode. But anyway, that's gonna do it. Nina is your winner in Europe. Congratulations. Well, I mean, it wasn't the winner of Europe necessarily, just happened to work out this way, but we're giving her the flowers. So Nina, you are the winner of Europe. Congratulations. Oh man, but that was fun. That was super fun. But that is it for the European side of the competition. Now we shift over to the North American side, where everyone will get to see me get absolutely obliterated by Eggs and Dekkster. So we're just gonna go to a quick break. When we come back, plenty more Marvel Snap right here for Snap Battles Assemble. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are ready to get into our next portion of the broadcast, which is going to be the North America's division. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Falc. I've not had a chance to really speak to you, but how's it going so far, mate?
It's going really well, apart from the fact, Raven, we got our butts handed to us by Nina.
I'm just blaming the luck. That's all I'm doing. I was unlucky. I'm sticking to my story, okay?
Do you know
That's
what,
the only reason I lost, of course.
My first game against her, there was an X mansion, and I think I got Yondu, and she got the Infinite. So, you know,
It's
I
fine.
think
We
that
can
says it
sit
all.
here and just say it was pure luck. It's no problem. Of course, we're only messing. It was good matches overall. But let's take a look at some of the information that we've got coming up for the rest of the day, because we are done to play. Now we're going to move on to the Americas players. So we've got Dera versus Bynx coming up next, very, very shortly indeed. Then we have Dekkster versus Goldenboy, Eggs versus Goldenboy, and then Bynx versus Eggs to finish it off. So we've got a good little selection of matches, some newer players, of course, that you've not seen today so far, and no doubt, Falc, some new decks.
Absolutely. I mean, from Bynx in particular, I'm expecting to see some stuff that's pretty out there, because I'm telling you, every single day, it feels like the first thing I see when I look at Twitter for the first time is Bynx has posted his latest deck list of the day. And so I'm expecting him to bring something new, something different from everyone else. We've also got more players in this region, I believe. Like, Dera's only playing the one game that we're about to see.
Yeah, this is where the 9 players has come from, and where it may not make sense at a glance. But yeah, Dera's only playing the 1, but that means we're just going to switch it up a little bit and have an extra player in, which is fine by me. I'm very okay to see some more players knock around. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on in these matches. Now that we've watched a bit more, Falc, have you got any grand thoughts on battle mode? Now we've seen it not in a truly competitive sense, since we're all, like just kind of having fun with it, but anything really grabbed your attention so far?
I think something that I hadn't really paid much attention to before battle mode came out was the opportunity for people to put on events with specific rule sets. Like, I've seen quite a bit of tournaments without Series 4 and without Series 5 cards knocking around. And obviously, a lot of our games, we've had this gentleman's agreement with no Zabu, no Silver Surfer, no Leech. And like, I hadn't really factored that in before. It's like, oh yeah, communities can really do whatever they want with battle mode. And I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely great, isn't it? Because again, just you can pretty much pick the rules as long as everyone knows them. It should be fine. And it does create some interesting metas. Like this one, for example, we've seen just tons of different archetypes so far, with each player having to submit 3 decks overall, but it is a best of 3, which means the first player to win 2 decks wins the whole series, and gets to celebrate. But the big difference is, if you win with a deck, so if you go 1-0 up, the deck you won with, you cannot play again, so you have to move onto a different deck. But I was saying this earlier, Falc, it gives you a massive advantage. If you win the first match, not only you won the first game, not only you 1-0 up, which is pretty useful, but also it's so likely that your opponent has to change deck at that point, because if they don't, you just know what they're going to play because you've seen X amount of rounds of their cards. I do think the advantage being just ahead is so much bigger than it may seem when it's just a 1 point on the scoreboard.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because I guess we're still trying to solve formats with Marvel Snap. Like, we're not even close. But if you did it the other way around, where the winner had to keep the same deck, then they might just bring one deck that beats everything and dominate with it. And I guess that's what this format is trying to avoid.
I think one of the problems as well is, if we did last hero standing, which is if you winner stays on with the deck basically, then the problem you'd have is people would bring a deck with just Cosmo, or a deck with Enchantress and Rogue in it. So if your opponent plays an ongoing, then they just play that counter deck. But regardless, we could talk about the meta and strategies for a long time. But instead, we're going to talk about some other players that could also talk about meta and strategies for a long time. We've got Dera on the top versus Bynx on the bottom. And already I'm seeing Dr. Octopus and She-Hulk, so I like what I see from Bynx.
Yep, straight away getting that Scorpion out nice and early. You love to see that. Dera is running Dracula as well, so this is looking like a deck that's a little bit more similar to what you'd been running, Raven. Lots of big things.
Yeah, I imagine with the 0, we are going to see the sort of Shuri Red Skull potential, at least, which is something I was kind of avoiding, honestly. I think the deck's a little bit too one-sided for my liking, but I will say, Dr. Octopus seems to be the hit so far. I got to Dr. Octopus on my own, so I didn't really test with anyone or talk about deck building with anyone particular. And it's nice to see other good players have agreed with me, so I'm pretty happy about this.
Oh yeah, Doc Ock is insane. Because I think I heard you talking about this on Kawa's stream a couple days ago. It's just good. It's just
Well,
good in most decks at the moment.
it not only pulls combos out, but also in battle mode, it gives you, if you play it in the first round, you gain so much knowledge of what's in your opponent's hand and deck that you can just build on that. But also, just yoinking like combos out of the way is just super, super valuable indeed.
And here we go. Speaking of which,
Yep.
Bynx is going to deny any invisible woman shenanigans going on here.
Dracula gonna go down. Okay, that's quite funny. Not that it matters, but still.
No. And Bynx does have Shang-Chi ready to follow up a little bit later if he wants to. But no, we got Doc on the other
I was
side.
gonna say it's Doc on
What
both
order is
sides.
this happening in, though? Okay, Shang-Chi, then Cosmo. That's important.
Oh yeah, because there was Cosmo as well, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if that happened the other way around, Bynx would not have been very happy about this.
And what a weird point here, because now you would think, looking at that Bynx is super ahead, but not necessarily true, right? There's only 10 power mid, both players playing off the top of the deck, but Dera does have Zero and Typhoid Mary, although I doubt he will
And
play them
Shuri
in
as well,
that
right?
order,
Shuri's-
because yeah, you probably want to
Shuri's
Shuri
effect.
the... Oh, is he going to play Zero first?
I'd be looking at... Oh, then again, if you... I was thinking of playing Typhoid Mary in Lemuria, but if he did that, and Bynx gets the Mjolnir proc, then he'd still win that location.
No, there's
so-
no Mjolnir. Cosmo.
Oh, of course.
So
oh,
it's
yeah.
safe.
In that
Yeah,
case,
yeah.
Sarah
So
can
I
go
think
ahead
you
and play
definitely Typhoid
then.
Mary right. And
Yeah.
the problem with Typhoid Mary right is if Dera doesn't draw something big on turn 6, then Dracula's gonna whiff and probably lose, right? So this is probably the issue that Dera's having. Was that just a pass from Dera? Okay.
Yeah, and it's pretty sweet
Ooh.
because he's going to have the energy to play everything regardless. And again, he's got Dracula to fall back on. Heimdall for Bynx. That is fascinating. Wow. The problem is you don't know how Bynx doesn't know how strong that Dracula's gonna get.
He doesn't, but an extra... If you're gonna Heimdall at all, I think you Heimdall mid, right? To put the She-Hulk there. To just say
See,
Dracula has to be 10. And even if it is 10, it's a draw.
Yeah.
this is
but
okay.
Do you ever expect Dracula to be 14 or 20? Or 12 or 14 or 20, like Gigantus or Giganto or
I think with this,
Giganto.
with seeing the Shuri, you'd very much
Red Skull.
expect Typhoid Mary or Red Skull at this point.
Yeah.
Because Taskmaster isn't an issue, obviously, because that's 0. There's not many cards left. So I think this is just, if you're going to Heimdall, this is the best way to do it, I think.
Yep. It's not going to be enough though, or is it? Oh, it.
Just sure.
What was I looking at there? Why did I think that Dera had more power than that? Oh,
So-
because of Typhoid Mary. Did Typhoid Mary?
Yeah,
Wait,
Typhoid Mary cuts everything down by 1. The only weird thing
thought-
there is, did we miss where the Shuri went?
yeah, I'm a little bit confused by all of that interaction, actually. I thought 0 procced on the Typhoid Mary, and so I was confused as to
Oh,
why
wait.
Typhoid Mary hit everything else. Huh. Either
Yeah.
way, 8
Something
cubes
happened.
down.
Yeah, I
for
mean,
Dera.
we're again like one of the, it's difficult to piece together things because obviously we don't see movements from, for example, Dera's side, just because of the way we observe the matches. So it's difficult when you don't see the player, like putting the cards down in a certain order. But I think it was the oh yeah, sorry, it was the Dr. Octopus, right? That got Shang-Chi'd, which feels like an age ago.
Oh,
It
you're
was the
right.
Dr. Octopus that got Shuri'd. We're forgetting because that got Shang-Chi'd, but because the game went on for so long, it felt like
Wow.
I just forgot Dr. Octopus was a thing. But anyway, we are moving into the next round here, and Dera, 2 health and a dream. It's not looking good.
Yeah, a very big win for Bynx there. Taking 8 cubes off of your opponent in battle mode is not easy. It pretty much comes down to those cooler situations where obviously you think you win, and so you play it on, and then you get the rug pulled out from under you.
It's normally pretty slim margins as well, because everyone playing in this is very experienced. So it's like you have to be very confident to play an 8-cube game, but then both players are confident, which means there's normally just like tiny things that make the difference. Yeah, though, Scorpion into Thor into Shuri seems well as solid as you want to get. I will say one card that definitely got me good in my previous match was Aero. It really did mess me up. It's like I brought Dr. Octopus in the slots I would have played Aero in. I'm like, oh, I really can't decide which one I prefer.
Speaking of Dr. Octopus, both players now have access to it. Bynx, though, yeah, okay, he is going to go with Doc Ock. I thought he was going to forego it for Aero there. Wait, did Dera play the Shuri in the Invisible Woman way? Or am I making that Shuri up?
I don't know. I wasn't watching for a second. But regardless, there's a giant Dr. Octopus onto Dr. Octopus, which will yet again pull a Shang-Chi, except this time won't do anything because Arm is going to be there.
Oh my god!
See the reveal anyway.
Look at this madness with the Arrow dragging everything into that lane as well.
Yeah, there's no Shuri, right? Because Maximus just drew it.
Oh, okay. I must have been looking at the wrong side for a second.
Okay, so Cosmo and a Dream. This one's going to be tough. It's a little bit too power heavy on the right here for Bynx. But Bynx doesn't really care. Again, this is the situation I've talked a lot about, and one of the most sort of glaring things I did not think about until I started playing battle mode a lot was Bynx just never has to worry about snapping, never has to worry about retreating, right? He just keeps playing until he gets a game, even if there's a 5% chance to win. He just plays it anyway because there's no difference either way.
Yeah, the early advantage is a really big deal in this game mode. Dera's going to go ahead and empty his hand into that left lane.
Yep. And just not a lot. And that's why a deck like this is so brutal as well. You can actually get so much done. There's Zabu coming down there, just allowing so many things to be done. I was going to say, like, we were playing without Zabu, but the deck I was playing with She-Hulk is so much stronger when you have Zabu available. Because you can, like, Moon Girl and Shang-Chi in the same turn along with something else. It gets super brutal, but...
Yeah.
Yep. There's the... We're only in round 4 now, right? So it's not actually a...
Isn't it round? I think it's round 3. It's round 3.
Round 3, sorry, yeah. So like this Bynx, I think, is doing it where he just keeps snapping because he keeps wanting Dera to play for the game, basically, which I really like to see.
Yeah, it absolutely makes sense. It leaves Dera with the decision. He can, if Dera chooses to retreat immediately, then suddenly Bynx can only lose 1 cube per game. Actually, no, I think when he goes to high stakes, it is a minimum of 2 cubes, even if your opponent only has 1 HP.
Yes, it is.
It?
Yeah. Lizard gonna slither into the Dekkster building there. Maximus getting away with some nice, kind of free extra power, basically, because of nowhere not really proccing Maximus's drawback. And just look at what's available for Dera now. Drac for 2. You know, Invisible Woman to set up the Dracula to protect if he wants. Not that you can really negatively interact with Dracula outside of Magneto.
Invisible Woman is low-key one of my favorite tech cards in Marvel Snap, just because it's one of those cards that does allow you to steal more cubes from your opponent. Just hiding information is very valuable.
Yeah, I don't think the card's too strong. It might even be just a smidge on the sort of weaker end of town, but the fact that it exists is worth it, right? Because you always have the option to, do I need to hide this? Okay, I'll put Invisible Woman in the deck. So that's something I like to see, where cards, you know, they're not just either powerful or weak, but they're just like situational to what you want to do.
I mean, there's that, and also just the ability to make sure your card activates after your opponent's cards in that lane. Can be
which is coming soon, maybe, to a card near us.
Yeah.
Since a certain new card that may be coming out soon is going to make you reveal second.
All right, this time Dera's Doc Ock is not going to be. Oh, hang on, let's put it back in his hand.
Oh, is Dera not passing this turn?
He has decided to pass this turn now.
Yes. Okay.
So it's going to be Doc Ock and She-Hulk.
I think it's going to be She-Hulk 0 armor Enchantress, isn't it? And just let Dracula eat the Doc.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Because pulling stuff out on turn 6 doesn't often achieve what you want it to, unless your opponent has Dracula.
Last turn, he was hovering over Doc Ock, playing it on nowhere.
Sure.
But you know, you're right. Emptying the rest of the hand makes a lot more sense.
And I weirdly like emptying the hand in sewer system.
Okay.
Which might be odd, but I think it's the most unlikely place to play because the Invisible Woman's mid.
Yeah. So just give up the middle lane and go for the other two. Oh, he's can't make his mind up here.
Oh, and I miscounted a little bit because I forgot Armor was Iceman, so he can't completely empty the hand, which is now the problem. If he could empty his hand and leave Doc Ock, he would have done it by now 100%, but I didn't notice that Armor was actually 3 energy, which is a nightmare. Maybe now it is like Doc Ock mid and She-Hulk, I don't know now.
Oh yeah, or even just She-Hulk and pass to buff up Sunspot and still discard something with Dracula. Maybe just getting extra power with Sunspot is worth it here.
Oh,
Nope.
Doc Ock mid, She-Hulk right. Is that crazy? Oh, he's just going to roll the dice, leave the Enchantress out and say at worst Dracula gets 4. But there's the arrow going to fling everything across, and Dracula now, I think, could really do with hitting the occupier, Dr. Octopus. Oh, not that it makes a difference now.
Just
it's too
doesn't
low.
matter.
Yeah, it's just 20. It's just 10. Yeah. So it's only 22 or 20. 21 there. That's not going to be enough, and Bynx takes not only the victory there, but also the first match. Right, that is just a pretty straightforward victory for Bynx after that 8-cube win. Just piling on the pressure with those like low snaps, even on round whatever it was, round 4, 3, whatever it was.
It really does. As you said before, it really does put your opponent in a precarious position when you couldn't take 8 cubes. I did it in my first game against Den, I think, and it just, for the rest of the match, it just felt like the stakes were really low for me. I'm just like, sure, I'll lose this one, big deal. But there you go, 1 round to Bynx. I know that a lot of people in the chat right now are going to be really excited about that. We'll see if Dera can pull this one back. I don't have any idea what the other decks that these guys have got is, but now we've seen a little taste. I'm excited to see more.
For me, if Dera, because again, I think I'm 99% sure the whole no Zabu Silver Surfer was between the European players. But if Dera, because Dera had Zabu, right?
So, he did.
You're right. If Dera had Zabu, and they're all just said play what you want, I am ready for just Darkhawk Zabu. So I ran 2 single limb, single deck tournaments on my channel for the past few days ago. Both of them, even though we saw move decks do well, we saw Cerebro 3 do well, and so on, both were just won in pretty convincing fashion by Darkhawk Zabu. So if Dera's got that and brought it, he needs to win the next one, so just lock it in.
Raven, I'm not going to spoil, but I've seen the name of the deck that Dera is bringing. It's not on the feed anymore. You won't catch it. But I know exactly what Dera's playing, and prepare for a surprise.
Okay, it's one thing I will say as well. Dera been playing for a long time, since pretty much the start of beta, like a lot of us, and he has built a lot of good decks. So if there's ever a time where, like, you know, Dera's gonna pull some out of the bag, okay.
That being said, wait, is it similar? Wait, is this?
He's just playing this.
This is.
I think he's just playing the same deck again, right?
In that case,
he lost, so he can.
We didn't see the card that the deck is named after. I'll put it that way.
Oh, okay. But yeah, this looks like he's just queued the same deck once again. Doesn't want to mix it up a little bit. And Bynx doing something. Was this a wrong deck queue and maybe they're rematching? I don't know. Because there's no world in which Bynx would just concede, right?
Well, what? We're back in it now. There's been
this is a different deck. It is a different deck, sorry. Okay. The invisible girl threw me off.
Right, okay. Right, back to what I was saying before. This is a different deck with a very key card that we still haven't seen. I'll
you
take
trying to say Zabu isn't a key card, Falk?
It's a key card. It's not the key card in this deck. I'm still no idea what happened in that first game. I wonder why Bynx just
maybe he's just giving Dera a chance. And you know what? I'm so far ahead. You can have a cube. Here's a cube on me.
Oh, I mean, we're playing for 4 cubes already in game 2 now.
Okay. Zabu dropping down onto Big House. I was gonna say nowhere normally feels a little bit better. You are not as limited with with Big House now because of Zabu, but drop it down into nowhere means that you can't get Enchantress, you can't get Rogued or anything like that. But there's
There it is.
Darkhawk. Ah, Hela.
the
Was
card.
that the card you were thinking about?
Yeah, the deck was called Hela.
Okay.
So I spent this whole time like, where's Hela then? There it is.
Yeah, if you told me the name of the card, I would have been like, okay, he's definitely not playing the same deck. but yeah, we will have to see how this one goes.
We haven't been very specific on the amount of overlap that's allowed, you know, like Zabu and Dracula and Invisible Woman. Like, I wonder where the line is.
Well, look, the line is in Europe, Falk, because I felt like we all played honorably and played very different decks. Whereas, you know, the American players, slaves to the meta as always.
Here
I'm
we
only
go.
joking.
It begins.
Yeah, I'm only joking.
A tale
yeah,
as
this is
old as
looking good.
time. European casters insulting American players.
If the shoe fits. Darkhawk and Omega Red, though, on the left is looking quite strong, even versus the, the Dracula on Big House. Dracula always a threat, but against this kind of power, maybe not so with Spectrum available for mid as well. And I'll tell you what, if Bynx gets to lock up nowhere, he's going to be feeling very, very confident.
Yeah, he's just looking really good in general. Again, Darkhawk and Omega Red are a pretty brutal combo. I guess it's really going to depend how much power Dera can get from that Dracula.
It looks like... Ooh, I think Dera's just stopped at Hellcow. No, he's going all in. Hellcow and Sif. This is going to discard 3 cards due to the ordering. Oh, it always hits Hela.
Yep.
And now Sif will hit Death, which guarantees Dracula for Infinite. Not terrible.
It does, and Magneto can be played in the middle. Does Dera win this? Oh my gosh, we got a Luke Cage in Bynx's hand. What is going on?
I think he's trying to work out what's better about Spectrum, right? Because Spectrum is going to hit 3 cards, but if Bynx Spectrums, he can't fill the Big House.
It's gonna hit 5 cards. It would hit the Professor X and Zabu too. I guess that's not as relevant.
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I wasn't really looking at nowhere because I know it's
Yeah.
1. But yeah, this is going to be interesting because now the Magneto does not move, but there's definitely not going to be enough, like, tons of extra power to buff this, right?
Oh yeah, it's a
There's gonna
tie
be
in the
26
middle.
left. And the win because it pulls the power away from mid. Dera is actually just going to take a smooth 8 cubes, I think that was.
What is it with these huge 8 cubes games over here?
So basically, I'm going to assume what's happened is someone said, we're behind schedule, snap attack, go. Or both players just really want to get cooking and start playing for the big cube amounts. But straight back in, Infinite versus Darkhawk.
Well, one is a little stronger than the other.
And one gets weak over time, unfortunately.
Bar with no name. There it is. That's going to shake things up a little bit for this game. Is there any weird stuff Bynx can do with Hazmat and Wong and Typhoid Mary to, like, get negative power in Bar with no name? Oh, with a rock, surely.
Oh, Subterranean with Darkhawk. Insane. And yeah, I think Bynx could just play Ant-Man mid, right? Yeah, there you go. He's showing us. Ant-Man mid is only 1. And then he just goes Wong Hazmat. Yeah, thank you, Bynx, for highlighting your plan for us.
Or again, just a rock. A rock would do the same thing.
But
rock with a single Hazmat.
The funny thing here is I actually think it's not as relevant to do some fancy combo to win Bar, because Bynx has seen that Dera's playing Hela. So I'm pretty sure from Dera's side of it, if you're playing Hela, just play as if Bar with no name doesn't exist, right?
Yep.
It's very similar where if one of these locations was Sinister London, and there's a bar with no name, I just play it as if I've lost bar with no name and I don't care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, gonna pull the Dark Hawk mid though with the Magneto. This is nice.
Well, that ruined Bynx's plans a little.
Yeah.
Although Darkhawk is going to get smaller still.
Yeah. And there's still Hazmat for -4.
Yeah, still Ant-Man and Hazmat and potentially a Rock.
Yeah, this is fine, right? Because -4 is already equal in mid. And next turn a card's going to be drawn.
His opponent will lose power as well in the mid though.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Of course. So yeah, so it will be even.
But Darkhawk will lose 2 power next turn when Dera draws a card. So it's and with Ant-Man as well, that'll do it.
Yeah, that's
Bar with no name
'cause-
really factoring in this game.
Yeah, because the Ant-Man breaks the parity, right, between the location of 2 cards versus 2 cards, whereas now Hazmat's hitting 3, which means it's going to minus more power than on Dera. Bit of a
Isn't it
weird
ironic
game.
that this is the one game ever where Bynx probably wouldn't mind drawing a Rock and he just hasn't drawn any of them? I mean, Omega Red is going to swing things the other way again.
Oh, this is so funny, though. It's just funny because, like, the Spectrum draw, and it's like, the one time I don't want Spectrum because Zabu, Ant-Man, and Darkhawk's mid. It's going to be a lock. And I'm pretty sure 36 is a bigger number by a mile than the 6-2 difference on the other side.
Yep, that's big enough. And so Dara is going to take the second round, which means we are going all the way to round 3 one more time. And I'm pretty impressed with what I've seen so far. These have been some wacky different decks, and Bar with No Name certainly mixed things up a little bit there.
Yeah, it's super interesting. I like when these locations start to get very strange and you play in odd ways. Like I had an instance of that in my match at the beginning, I think the first match, where I was doing weird things with like Thor and like whether I lose or win the whatever the middle location. Was it Bar with No Name? Maybe it was. And it was just like, you know, playing around with the numbers and saying, well, it's fine if I Dr. Octopus it, even if my Dr. Octopus is big, because theirs is probably stuff's going to be bigger, and if not, I've still taken out resources so I can win the other 2 locations.
Right.
So I think ones like that where you're not meant to play on them particularly, but you can create really interesting sort of situations and puzzles to solve.
Yeah, for sure. All right, I think we are just about to start game 3 now. I didn't see any of the deck names this time, so no spoilers, but
Here we go. Oh, 2 different decks, right?
very
Looks like.
interesting. Look at Dara's hand. Iron Fist, Doctor Strange, Sarah,
Yeah,
Bynx.
It's
A man
movement
after my own
surfer,
heart.
right?
Huh?
Isn't Dara playing movement surfer?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Already a snap.
I think, yeah. The funny thing about this one, because it's Galactus and with Electro, I don't even know who snapped. Because if I was Dara, I would snap because it's Kamatage. And if he's playing Surfer, great. But then if Bynx could snap as well because he gets the Electro Kamatage anyway.
Oh, it was Bynx for sure. If Dara's just going to storm Kamatage
Yeah, if he's
away
storming it,
regardless.
then yeah, it was Bynx.
But yeah, Bynx now able to play Galactus, I believe, immediately. Going to drop that down. And what's he got to follow it up with then? Magneto, Odin, Arrow. They're not the best follow-ups to Galactus I've ever seen, but Dara's going to have his work cut out for him.
I do love this Galactus deck though, because in this mode, I think it's something that like I talked about when I was casting your matches actually, where if Galactus is the only thing you can do and your opponent has a counter, I don't know how you're supposed to win, right? If your whole deck is just Galactus, you need at least something to be able to, get some kind of win. Like, because you were playing like Shuri Dr. Octopus, right? And like with Death. So like you can do other things. Whereas the decks that are just all in on Galactus is like, well, what if your opponent plays Cosmo?
Yeah, I
you
feel
know
like
what I mean? It's like you just lose. Or
I feel like
Arrow or whatever.
Goblin Galactus decks have sort of fallen out of favor for that very reason.
Whereas if you look at Bynx, obviously he's played Galactus, he's done that job, but there's Magneto, Doom, Odin, Aero. There's a lot of things that, you know, work outside the range of just Galactus alone.
And he's pretty lucky that Dera doesn't have any sign of anything that's gonna beat Bynx here. There's no Shang-Chi. There's nothing huge that Dera can play.
Wait, did oh, it was Snap that was going into okay. Because there, Bynx also did something pretty good, whether it was on purpose or not. He played Galactus, he played Electro, and he played Sunspot, yeah?
Yeah.
He didn't play Magneto, Aero, Doom, Black Widow, right? So he has all these cards in the pocket that Dera just doesn't know about. Oof, Leech, don't look, Falc. It's the Leech of fun.
Oh, Leech! Oh,
Yeah.
oh dear. Oh yeah, no agreements in this region. Oof. I've never seen this Black Widow.
I think that's
variant.
Max Grecki Black Widow.
It's really nice.
Yeah, Grecki, one of my favorite artists. I want the Vision. It's the best Vision by.
Is that how you pronounce his name?
I believe it's Grecki. Yeah, someone can no doubt correct me, but I am fairly sure.
I've been saying Max Greek all this time.
Well, you're an idiot. There you go. Jeez, learn people's names, Falc. Oh.
I have to remake about 100 shorts. Be right back.
Learn people's names, Falcon. Leech, though, coming down.
Yeah, although Dara is looking like he's going to be playing Sarah on the same turn in Onslaught Citadel, which isn't going to completely make up for it. Silver Surfer's dead, but Heimdall's going to be pretty strong.
This is brutal because the amount of times me and Dara have talked about people need to just start Silver Surfering on like 5 or, you know, earlier because of the Leech meta. We were like, we've said it so many times. It's like, but people are like, you know, I was going to say crying, complaining about Leech when they're playing Surfer because every game they play Sarah on 5 and try and do Surfer things on 6 and then they lose. It's like, well, what if you just Surfered on 5? Because you'd still gain a good amount of stats and you don't just lose to Leech. But
Dara has no idea that this is coming.
But, yeah, exactly. And that's the big deal, right? Because this is only round 2. Like in round 1, these cards were not revealed. So this Leech is now news. And I have no doubt going forward, Dara will be play a little bit more fast and loose with the Silver Surfer. If, for example, he goes to Brood and then Silver Surfer to win a location and then carry on with the rest of the game to dodge Leech, I think that's something he'll definitely try and do.
Dara's in a really weird situation here because he's seen such an eclectic combination of cards at this point. Like obviously in the first round he was like, oh okay, it's a Galactus deck, and now as you said, he's seeing all of this other stuff. Black Widow, Leech. Okay, what's coming next?
You also quickly realize that Dara's probably sat thinking, my opponent's playing all this rubbish and they just Galactused me in game 1. You know what I mean? You'd be like, how did they just pull that off, Electro into Galactus, when the only Galactus cards they have are Electro and Galactus? It's like, Heimdall gonna come out to play now, though.
All right.
He put that power on the right. Storm gonna help out as well.
Arrow hits the Heimdall, which actually helps out Dara more than Bynx.
But Magneto can split this, right?
Yep.
Magneto's rubbish. Never mind, I forgot about the peak. If Magneto was 12, you could play like Magneto left or right, pull some of the broods away. Pull some of the broods away, and then you win mid, right? But he can't because the peak's just completely dumpster the Magneto. Never mind.
So Bynx is gonna have to retreat, and if he does this, he's gonna be losing 4 cubes. Yeah, there he goes. Oof. Really painful. That seemed like a really strong start for Bynx, but that game definitely backfired. The arrow pulled the wrong card. And now we have a Sinister London game and an instant snap.
Yeah. Sinister London is when the game gets real interesting.
It's one of the few problems with casting Marvel snaps so far I've noticed is that I don't think we can tell which one of them. I don't think it's possible for us to know which one of them snapped. Apart from deduction.
Yes, it's definitely odd, isn't it? Because even if you had 2 cubes showing, the cube just flashes. You'd have to keep an eye on the mouse cursor, right, to know. But yeah,
I think we know who snapped now.
Yeah.
It was Bynx.
Yeah, they were saying no Thank you. I will not play for 2 cubes here on Sinister London. And again, I think I can understand that because if he's playing the sort of move Silver Surfer, the Sinister London doesn't do too much because it clogs up the board really quickly, which doesn't give Heimdall the opportunity to mess around, or Aero, or Juggernaut, any of these things where it can actually mess with your opponent or his own movement.
They've
Doesn't
both
really mess around
snapped.
like that.
They've both snapped with Limbo.
Okay. Neither player has anything that can alter Limbo, right? So this is
No,
just
Bynx
gonna
has
be
Storm.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And Bynx also
Dera
has
Storm.
Galactus. Sorry, Dera has
Yeah,
Storm,
yeah.
Bynx has
Yep.
Galactus. Galactus can kill Limbo.
Oh, God.
So
Altar of Death. Build your own Galactus mana.
that was what happened in the 8-cube game between me and Den earlier, actually. He used the Reality Stone on Limbo on turn 6, but
and you somehow won.
I predicted it. I knew it was coming.
Easy
bloody
to
was
say
ahead.
after the fact, Falk. Easy to say after the fact. But yeah, Broodling's going to come down on the Altar of Death, not only giving Dera 2 extra energy to play around with, but also just getting some cards to stick there, which means he doesn't really have to play Storm. It is funny though, right? Because even though Dera's running the Silver Surfer, he probably does want to Storm Kamatage.
Yep. There it goes.
Because all his other, he's playing movement, so he wants to, give Bynx as little time as possible to fill this location. So you just get the Juggernaut combo as well down. Not that you needed it, but there you go. Oh, this is brutal though. Is Bynx going to Galactus Limbo? Because I'm just thinking, like, Bynx has gone effectively pass, leech in a location he is never winning. So surely.
Yeah, I mean, if he
into
plays Galactus on Limbo, he gets an extra turn. He can follow it up with, I mean, I guess Magneto is the best he's gonna have, but he probably knows that his opponent. No, he's not even doing that. Is he going for a draw? Magneto on Limbo and then Galactus on Altar of Death on turn 7.
That might backfire though, right? Because there's 4 cards now that can move to Limbo. So if any one card is
No, not anymore. Wait, it's not. It got leached.
Yeah.
Calm down.
So there's still going to be, well, there's a chance. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Is Bynx really playing for a draw here?
I don't see what else he could be doing. But Dara has Arrow.
Oh, wait.
Doctor
Yeah.
Strange?
No, the Arrow's, he could just try and win by more on the left, right? He's only losing by 4 mid.
Yeah, but if Bynx plays Galactus, the other locations won't exist anymore.
Yeah, sorry, I mean in Bynx can try and win Limbo by more.
Sure.
Because Dara's only winning by 4 in Flooded. If you assume nothing's going to live in Altar, then, because you've seen Broodlings. Oh, the Doctor Strange, yeah, it's leached anyway, doesn't matter. Silver Surfer going to pop off.
Yeah, it's just going to be a draw.
Yeah, simply a draw.
Amazing. How exciting!
That is very, very interesting, actually, yeah.
So what were you thinking that Bynx could do to win?
Well, Bynx could have maybe gone Devil Dinosaur, maybe gone Dr. Octopus, whatever was more power on the left, and just say, Dera can't stick anything right. Bynx had leached, so he could have just assumed that Silver Surfer wasn't going to hit.
Right.
And tried to win that way, but I guess if Bynx is okay taking a draw, he's okay taking a draw.
Well, we're now in high stakes. It's round 5.
Yeah, Nova Roma, like,
Hurrah.
I would say arguably better for Dera than it is Bynx in this scenario.
The raft could be pretty key here. It's up to Dara if he wants to destroy it with Storm. But Dara should be
Vulture into Wakandan Embassy. Oh, I'm gonna go Storm? You never destroy Raft. Dera's playing Brood.
Yeah.
Bynx is playing about 18 6-drops.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure, yeah, Dera wants that Raft active at all times. I was actually kind of surprised he didn't just play like Vulture into Wakanda Embassy there because of the Iron Fist.
Sure.
But again, he gets the Storm left and he plays a deck with Heimdall in it, right? So
Yep. It should be, in theory, an easy location for him to win. Again, that's assuming there's no Galactus played this game. But Dera is running an arrow, which should be able to counter Galactus quite easily if it doesn't get leeched. But nope, Bynx is out of here.
Gonna step out, yep. And it's understandable, right? Like, Bynx can't really play anything to Flooded. That's just lost instantly. The Galactus player wasn't really going to make it either, so... It's going to be Bynx slipping away for now. And again, just a reminder, this series is a best of 3. Both players at 1-1 now.
Is he going to retreat? It looked like Dara was about to retreat immediately.
I would be amazed.
Yep, he's out. He's going.
My God. A world exists now where a player has retreated with Brood Silver Surfer in hand. That happened. We were all here. We all witnessed it.
All right. Well, this time, yeah, Bynx is really... We get it. It's a great variant. Yep.
It's not inked though, so it's definitely less cool. Bynx also definitely did not get the memo to not do that, so we can keep seeing the game board.
It's alright, he's showboating. It's fine. Just...
At least showboat with a collector token variant, you know, like a...
Project Pegasus. That means Galactus
well,
is playable
that's
right
pretty good
now.
for a Galactus deck, yep.
But Dara, way ahead of this situation, is going to go ahead and play Storm and Sarah.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Because this isn't a Galactus deck, really, well, there's no death, and there's not enough even cards for death to be relevant. There's nothing, right? So, like, Dara's like, okay, play Galactus. He guessed, you know, he got the location right. Now he's got a lot of power. Bynx has 1 turn, and like I said, Bynx's deck is like at 8,006 drops. Like, there's no great follow-up at this point. This might have been Bynx just going a little bit too soon, too fast. I think that's not only a victory, but isn't that a...
That is the match. Game, set,
that is all of it,
match.
right? That was...
Dara
Yeah,
takes
wow,
this
just
one
like that.
down.
Yeah, what a great set of games there as well. There's definitely strange things going on, and I think you can tell. Like, yes, we had Zabu, yes, we had Surfer, you know, we had this and that, whatever. But the players did mix it up a little bit, and I do think there's something to be said that battle mode doesn't completely mean you just, oh, what's the best deck on ladder? Oh, you just bring it, done. Because yes, no doubt Zabu Darkhawk would be strong, but if someone just builds a deck that's like, you know, or builds their decks with that in mind, then like you're not as invulnerable as you think you are, you know, because it's not ladder. So a really crazy series there, honestly.
Super interesting though. It was, you sort of foretold how that series was going to go early when you were talking about information and how, you know, at the start Bynx was hiding all of this information, and then when Dara got to grips with what he was up against, he started to get a little bit more of an edge. And yeah, it was really exciting to watch. Congratulations, Dara, winning his one and only match of the day. Although I believe he's joining us in the casting desk later.
I don't know. I know Bynx is. I don't know about Dara though. Dara might be too busy for us. Falcone might be too busy, I'm not sure. But what we're not too busy for is a break while we get set up for the next match. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Snap Battles Assemble. I'm Raven once again, and joining me this time is Bynx, the player we just got to see play on stream. You know, how was that match for you? Because it looked like a lot of fun from our end.
Oh man, it was so much fun. You know, I think I was a big underdog going into that match. You know, Dara's honestly like one of the most talented players I've ever seen. So yeah, really excited. But yeah, it looks like we're jumping right into game 1 here with Goldenboy versus Dekkster. We haven't seen either of them play, correct? Because we were the first 2 for NA.
Yep. That is right. Goldenboy I think I've been stressing out a little bit because he's not played, you know, like competitive or whatever, especially in a card game. So I'm excited to see what he can do here. He has been playing a ton of Snap though, and Dekkster, obviously, you know, well-known content creator from Hearthstone and now Snap. Also, I hate him because he has the White Queen collector token variant that is refusing to show up in my shop, even though I have the tokens ready and waiting. So yeah. I want Goldenboy to win. I am biased.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
just the
you
way
know,
it is.
you gotta be jealous of that white queen, man. I mean, I'm someone who will never spend 5,000 tokens on a variant, but I know that you've been an absolute stan of them. Would you say that
Yeah.
it's your favorite one that's come through so far?
Oh, I think it would be, yes. Now that I've seen it 3D, like in game, I think so,
Hmm.
yeah. Because I have the Gamora one, the Thor one, and Ghost Rider's my favorite at the moment, though. It's awesome. But anyway, getting into this game. Speaking of Ghost Rider, we do have Helicarrier, Coulson, White Queen, definitely a generate deck here from Dekkster. Gonna get a lot of interesting cards in his hand. Whereas Golden Boy,
Are you seeing
looks
this
like
turn
he's
3
just gonna-
play?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to cause havoc. He's just going to give his opponent an Ebony Maw. How kind of Golden Boy. Gifting
Very
his
rude
opponent
play.
cards.
Yeah, very, very rude play coming out. I always think that playing the Ebony Maw Viper, it's something that very rarely hits, but when it does, it is just so annoying. It might be a Hella deck that's coming out. I'm not sure exactly how this Helicarrier deck fully works. We did have a Lady Sif coming out there and a bunch of random cards added to hand. But yeah, that is such a hard thing to come back from. You know that they only need to put 5 points there on the right location. They're going to win that, so you have to figure out how to win the other two.
And this is kind of weirdly interesting now the Sandman's actually available for Dekkster, because if you see Ebony Maw Viper, like, I think the Sandman you'd at least look at, because that in itself was a sort of combos, especially now after seeing the Mojo as well. You just think, does Sandman ever get me anywhere? But I think at this stage, because we're on turn 5, probably not. Too little, too late. And already, what do you actually think about just pass from Dekkster here and just play Infinite left?
It's tough. It's tough to think about that. That might be my play if I were doing that. Slamming that Infinite pretty much guarantees you plunder castle, right? You know your opponent has some work to do on the right lane, and you're up so far on that left lane. Polaris coming down on the right, nothing to move, and he did take the pass, so he's going to be able to slam that Infinite left. And you know in this game, when you see a pass, you're always expecting the Infinite. Looks like the Shang-Chi, was that just pulled from the deck?
I think that might have just been his top draw. Yeah, his top deck. That looks pretty good though, because he kills the Helicarrier. There's going to be 7 power there, and Golden Boy is gonna sneak this one actually. The Polaris not having anything to pull, putting Golden Boy just 1 power above the Ebony Maw in Wakanda. Absolutely huge. And I think now, if we see the Shang-Chi into the Black Widow, this could look pretty good.
I'm just seeing on Dekkster's side, it looks like he's actually playing the arrow middle. Oh no, he's switching it again. Okay, the arrow middle might have actually netted him a W there if he switched to that play because of the Sean coming out.
Oh, can he play arrow mid? I cannot
Oh,
believe
is he gonna
arrow
do it?
mid.
He's gonna do it! Oh my gosh! What a heads up play! Wow, only 2 from the Sunspot, gonna get it by 2 total power.
That was rough. Only a 1 power difference on the right, 3 power on the left. That was a tough one. I'm really surprised Dekkster went for that, to be honest, because
I wouldn't
at
have.
that point, it stops Golden Boy playing left. But my worry from Dekkster's point of view would be, well, if Golden Boy doesn't play left, he's playing mid anyway. So would Aero do the job? You know what I mean? But yeah, it looked good enough. I guess at this early stage, Dekkster doesn't know Golden Boy doesn't have a 6-drop, so chose to go for the Aero shenanigans instead. But very quickly, we are moving on to round number 2. Golden Boy 2 health down, and we've got a Savage Land and a Shuri. Quite the difference in power level of locations here.
Yeah, absolutely. Savage Land, a really restricting location. You're going to have to do some work to make sure that the 2 slots that you're actually using there are used to the fullest. Looks like Dekkster's going to get down a Collector here on turn 1, which is a pretty... and again, just as I say that, maybe he's just flying that Sentinel around. But yeah, it's tough. I mean, with Shuri's Lab, it's always an interesting choice. We know that Golden Boy has the Polaris, which can work really well there. Pull one of those Raptors over and lock down a spot on Shuri's Lab while getting the double power. So lots of different things that we can really expect here. Also, the Viper coming down from Golden Boy is going to be an amazing way to stop them on Savage Land. So let's see if he finds that play.
Yeah, it's just good plays left, right, and center, isn't there? Because there is the Raptor into Savage Land, but there's still the Collector to contend with. I actually think I like the Polaris just because you spend your energy on curve, and it's just a 3/10 on Shuri's Lab, which is just illegal, honestly. Like, it's so much power. It's like when you play Lizard on Shuri's Lab. It's just like, wow, I just spent 2 energy for 10 power. This is insane. But
Yeah,
it
and
looks like Goldenboy's going to clog this up instead.
I kind of like the clog up. It's one thing that I've always noticed with this game is that when you restrict your opponent's options, tends to be one of the strongest plays that you can always make. So like even though they can do a lot of work with this collector, it's a lot of work that you're gonna have to do that maybe you're pulling away from something else that you're trying to do. But we get the Agent Coulson coming down middle, getting 8 power, getting ahead. Dekkster with priority here. What are you thinking here on this next turn? The Shang-Chi on Shuri's Lab eventually is going to be an absolute menace.
Yes, it's one of those things where when you play on Shuri's Lab, it initially is like, well, I'll never play 1 and 2 drops on there because you're wasting it really because the power double isn't as high, of course. But actually, a lot of the value comes from cards like Coulson because it doubles to 8, which does not get Shang-Chi'd. So that's a really good way to dodge this out. I imagine Dekkster might actually put a little bit of side focus on how big he can get this collector, because I think now he's played Moon Girl again, another card. Oh, I'm actually surprised Moon Girl wasn't put in Shuri's Lab for another 8 power. I thought that was pretty decent, honestly. But he's going to buff the collector there, get the Moon Girl, and spread the power around.
Yeah, especially knowing that the opponent has Sean, right? This is the big thing with battle mode is that eventually you kind of slowly understand everything that your opponent's going to do. So as you seeing the last turn, last game that they have that Shang-Chi that's going to be available, getting those 8 power plays on a Shuri's Lab, especially because I'm kind of interested as to why you put both the Ant-Man and the Mojo. Both will seem to work super well over on the left with what he's trying to do. Oh, the Blue Marvel. What an interesting play. Was that from Coulson? That must have been from Coulson, right?
I think it was, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the
That's
Ant-Man and the
pretty
Mojo
nice.
both work left. And you can't really play them right because of Isle of Silence. Very interesting. This turn 6 here, it's tough to know what to do. We're still just doing a 1 and 2 cube game. No one seems to be snapping as psycho as myself.
Yeah.
Myself and
Not quite as
Dekkster were.
aggressive. Yeah. It is tricky. I do think there's so much to think about when it comes to snapping in battle mode, because there's level 1, right, where you snap, assert dominance, make your opponent retreat. But then there's the backfire of, well, if you snap with an average hand and they have a good hand and they just say, well, if my hand's good, I'm always going to play, then you might be in trouble, right? And then it's also like when you snap, because snapping early is so much more powerful than snapping late, in my opinion, in terms of the actual whole battle mode, because later on, you don't get the choice. The game just gets played out without snap, basically. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one pans out. This is going to be a tricky one, though.
Just not big enough to get hit by this Shang-Chi.
Oh, it's
I
painful.
wouldn't have mattered because the 9 power from the 3 Raptors, but very interesting. I wonder if Dex really kind of thought about making sure that that's sitting there at 8 power, because the Blue Marvel coming down on Coulson, he was really lucky that Rock Slide slotted in at the same time, because that Coulson did get bumped up from that key number of 8 up to 9. But really interesting finish off to that game. Really fun.
Yeah, it's really tricky, isn't it? Because like you said, when your opponent knows you run Shang-Chi, it's difficult to Shang-Chi them because obviously they'll be hard playing around. Like there's only a few decks in the game that you can actually you can't avoid it, right? Like for example, the Shuri Red Skull deck. Well, you can't play 2 armors, so one of them can be Shang-Chi'd at some point if you do the sort of Red Skull Taskmaster. But it's going to be interesting how these players do start to just play around what they've seen so far. But Dekkster in a great spot, still on full health. I would like to see some snaps from him, to be honest. Just put some pressure on Goldenboy.
Having that Quinjet early, getting a card in your hand immediately from Daily Bugle, knowing that you have that Devil Dinosaur later.
This is sick. Avengers Compound with Ebony Maw.
Oh, dude, if you're Goldenboy, you have to snap here, I feel. You know, especially once you start to dig yourself into a hole, it can get really, really scary. Really surprised that we haven't seen any snaps, right? No snaps. Both games finished out and both games went to 2 cubes.
It can be tricky though as well, right? Because because we don't really know what's correct in terms of snapping or what people even think is correct, because the mode's not been out long enough. But like, it can be difficult to say, you know what, if my deck's just consistent enough, I don't snap because I don't risk anything going wrong. Maybe the idea as well is the players want to see more of their opponent's decks before they start snapping, so they know what to expect, what to play around.
Yeah, yeah, very, very interesting. I mean, I don't know. I guess maybe how was your if you don't mind me asking, how was your snapping early on? Like, what was your kind of like tactics for how you snap?
I had it in my first matchup. I was snapping if I even remotely felt confident, like in the game, because I feel like just getting ahead early is so strong. But in the second match, I had two rough matchups, which then meant I was not confident in winning any of the games, so I didn't snap much and just got pushed out basically. So it's really tricky. But I think if you're feeling okay in the matchup, then snapping aggressively feels correct, at least at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Interesting
ask
play
you,
here
but we just saw it, and you and Dara just pressed snap every single turn.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I think that it's a big mind game, right? Because if you get snapped on early and you retreat, then you're like, okay, I got one cube. You know, I'm pushing ahead in this health battle, but it's always a worry that you have to put in your head. Now, kind of interested here. The Black Widow, I think, was maybe a misplay there by Goldenboy. You know, you're losing an extra power on that sunspot, and the Widow's bite didn't matter. I believe he already had a full hand going into that turn. But
Okay,
you know,
okay.
sometimes you just want to kind of fill things out there. But interesting. It looks like Dekkster's playing for the arrow here and going left with priority, though. You know, this Spider Woman. Is this going to be enough? You're getting -4 plus 9.
To be fair as well, there's an element to Dexter's deck where maybe Goldenboy played the Black Widow because he doesn't want to be goblined, he doesn't want to be, messed around with. Yeah, I know the Ebony Maw's there, but there could have been like a Killmonger or something. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Where because Dexter can generate cards, it feels difficult to just say, oh, well, they won't have this. I do like the Spider Woman in here, though, from Goldenboy. Like, this is going to be an unexpected, like, switcheroo of power.
Yeah, I think I think Dexter's trying to play that arrow. Ooh, and an opponent
Oh,
retreated.
yeah.
I think Dekkster with that arrow was actually going to have enough to win there because with the 9 and then the 4 that was going to come down for Spider-Woman, we're only generating 13 left. Was going to get him up to 14 power and was going to be enough to beat it out with just the arrow. But it's hard. I mean, when you're only going to be able to generate 7 power, you're really scared of what your opponent could do. They could play a multitude of cards so that the arrow is ineffective. There's a lot of things to worry about in that last turn. And immediately the hood coming out of Luke's bar really heads a play by Goldenboy.
Yep, nice play. Just get the demons involved. This is going to be tricky, though, because one of the benefits of a deck like Dekkster's, and Goldenboy is kind of heading towards that himself, is that if your hand is full when you play a card in Luke's bar, it does not bounce back. And Dexter's hand can get quite full, especially when there's a Sentinel there, there's Agent Coulson. So Dekkster can actually land cards in Luke's bar, and in typical caster fashion, everything I said now doesn't matter, because Sinister London's on the board, and that's going to fill Luke's bar anyway. So as usual, waste of time, ignore what I just said.
Well, you say that, but once again, Goldenboy has this amazing play of Ebony Maw to Viper. Now, the scary thing here is that if he does make this play, he has to hope that the Viper and the Ebony Maw land in the same lane. Because if they don't, then he's Ebony Mawing himself. But he can get cards over there with Sinister London. It's just such a huge play.
You always make this play because it always works for you, because Sinister London never gets Ebony Maw. If
the Viper goes middle, this is devastating. Oh man!
Oh yeah, those are the plays. And now Goldenboy with like Demon Suns. I think now, yeah, Demon Sunspot, and then just pass for the rest of the game. That's what I would do.
I mean, Dekkster can't do anything, right? He can generate some power onto Luke's bar by doing his kind of funky stuff, but
yeah, Dekkster can get stuff into Luke's bar, but okay, he could get Claw if he can somehow land Claw in Luke's bar as well, but I don't think he can because it's not a replace card, right? And he can't like Claw and Coulson to get the 2. But yeah, I love this from Goldenboy. Just double demons, just chuck demons down. I did wonder. Oh, I guess Sunspot Pass isn't that much different from the demon, but yeah, there's the retreat. Great play there from Goldenboy. Nice heads up play, locking him out of the game. You love to see it.
He's had that 3 of the 4 games, I believe. The Ebony Maw Viper combo. That should be only about 25% of games you get that. So really lucky here. Already has the Ebony Maw in hand. Might get it again. But really interesting. That was. I've never seen that happen on Sinister London. That was a treat. What a devastating play. And Dekkster was the one who actually snapped there. So it's maybe a little bit of mental damage that comes from that from losing on your own snap. But we'll see how he keeps going moving forward.
I will say this deck from Goldenboy, especially with this Ebony Maw combo, does create a certain level of mental warfare, doesn't it? Dexter's gonna wake up in cold sweats later on, and just think, oh, okay, what's wrong? Oh, sorry, I thought I got Ebony Maw'd again.
He's got it again. Ebony Maw Viper right. He could do it, and he shuts up our Sinister. Automatically gets the win right, and then he just has to compete for one location.
I'm actually wondering, what if he Ebony Maw Vipers? Okay.
Maybe he didn't know the interaction with Bar Sinister, but it was totally fine. You'd get 3 Ebony Maws on your side. The Viper would send one over, and then another Viper would come and send another one over.
Yeah.
Maybe that actually does put you into a. Now, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, am I crazy? Because if you send over 2 Ebony Maws and you have 2 Vipers and 1 Ebony Maw, you're actually losing that location. So maybe I'm the one who's wrong here. Maybe that was a heads-up play that 2 out of 3 times you actually end up with less power than your opponent.
I think what would have been, or what's always interesting to discuss with Bar Sinister, is what if you just play Ebony Maw and just say, you know what, 7 times 4 sounds good. My opponent at some point has to spend energy on playing a card with more than 7 power right, whereas you've just spent like turn 1 contesting Bar Sinister, and then you spend the rest of the game focusing on the other 2 locations. I always think that's interesting to think about.
Yeah, I like that idea. I mean, it's Bar Sinister, while when was the hot location was a bit frustrating, I think is such a beautiful location to be added into this game because it just adds so much of an interesting play. The Spider Woman is actually going to be devastating onto it if he can land that on turn 6.
That's what I was thinking about.
Some priority.
Well, Goldenboy wants to be losing, right? Because he wants to not have priority for the Spider Woman if he wants it on turn 6.
But it might just be the play that he has to make here. You know, the other thing he can do is Demon Black Widow middle. He can't do it in Crimson Cosmos, but a 12 power Captain Marvel.
That would have been nutty, right? I always like the if you think you can get away with it, the Black Widow Bar Sinister is also funny. Wouldn't work as well against Dekkster because there's a lot of cards in his hand, but when you actually get to give someone like 3 or 4 Widows bites, it's very awkward because that's just 3 or 4 slots they have to fill on the board.
Yeah, it's very good on turn 2. I think when playing it on Bar Sinister on turn 2, he seemed to, I believe he drew it on turn 5 there, so really hard to commit that. You know, you're only getting one draw stoppage out of that. But yeah, if you say, hey, you know, you have to take you only have 8 board spots outside of Bar Sinister, you're gonna have to take up half of those to deal with this Black Widow I just slammed down.
Oh, Captain Marvel though, absolute dream on Shuri's Lab. It's exactly what you want to see. You get the 12 power and it just flies where it needs. Imagine just being able to just put 12 power, go where you need to go to win the game. So strong.
And it looks like it's gonna beat this demon. He tried to just go demon on Bar Sinister. Not gonna be enough with the Polaris. Captain Marvel doesn't even need to jump over to the left, which he would have been able to do to win it had there been any kind of problems there.
Yeah, that was a really tough one. I think Dekkster's just, by the looks of it, seems to keep just having enough to fight against these awkward situations, right? Like even with the Spider-Woman, with the Mojo, Ant-Man, and all the power that comes with that, he still just has enough power. It's not like it's overwhelming, but I think Goldenboy just needs to find something a little bit different to try and do here, or just get some locations go his way a little bit, like that Sinister London.
I think that Goldenboy had a bit of problems with that last game with spreading out his cards so much. He played Ant-Man in one location, Mojo in the other. Didn't really give him a lot of options with his devastating Viper Ebony Maw combo. I mean, even just trying to play those onto the same location. I feel like Ant-Man and Mojo makes a terrifying location against your opponent because they know they can't go in. Clintar on the Collector is going to be really tough. I believe that the Collector's power that gets gained maintains with the clone because it's not an ongoing effect as opposed to some other things.
Yeah, it's
but
just a flat number.
mm-hmm.
I was even looking honestly at like Ebony Maw mid. And
Yeah, I think
Dark
Ebony Maw
Dimension.
mid is fantastic. Playing in a Dark Dimension or a Invisible Woman lane is one of the best ways to use Ebony Maw for sure. But I mean, getting Clintar, it works just as well, right? It's going to turn into another 7 power 1 cost card, but it doesn't have the same restriction.
Yeah, I think the benefit of maybe playing Dark Dimension is it's a lot of power to be hidden from your opponent, right? Whereas now, Dekkster knows those 2 cards in Dark Dimension and not Ebony Maw. You know what I mean? So that like he knows 7 power is not going to be sat there on one of those cards. He's going to go fishing and get the Spider Woman, nice and cheap, of course, as well.
Another problem with the Ebony Maw there is that it restricted that right location. Crimson Cosmos is already restricted from 1, 2, and 3 cost, so it caused him to have a really awkward situation. He couldn't play any of his cards over left, like Sunspot or Polaris, which you might have wanted to play left. Couldn't play them over on the right because the Ebony Maw, he's not really able to take advantage of Sunspot's ability. He's not able to take advantage of Polaris's ability until maybe the very end that he can get some action from it. But that restriction that the Ebony Maw brought, I definitely think that you're right that the Dark Dimension was a bit tough and maybe a better spot for the Ebony Maw to land.
Yeah, I think I would have even like this is gonna be a lot of power from the Sunspot because there's 4 energy floating for Goldenboy. But I was even looking at the Spider Woman in Crimson Cosmos because it creates a really weird scenario where Dekkster has to play something to win left, which means maybe there's enough to win the other locations. But Devil Dinosaur coming down here from Dekkster, and there's that terrifying arrow, which
I don't know how
because this isn't necessarily beatable from arrow.
I think Dekkster might just scoop here. This is a tough situation to be in, knowing that the Sean could be coming.
He does have arrow, right? So he gets to just yoink because he has priority. So that is going to do the job.
Priority. Man, even just a full pass there was actually going to win the game. It's oh no! The Clintar moving it over is going to steal.
Yeah, that's a 1. I forgot.
And Polaris hiding there in Dream Dimension was a blessing in disguise.
That was insane. I just completely forgot because I play so much Killmonger, the symbiotes are never alive at the end of the game. So I completely forgot that the symbiote was going to get dragged by Polaris. Absolutely huge play, and Goldenboy just sneaks that one through him there, gives Dekkster a bit of damage for his trouble.
Yeah, very, very cool game. Loving like the Dark Dimension leads to so many interesting things at the end. Giving both players an Invisible Woman right to start. It leads to a lot of you never know, especially Dekkster. The other big problem I feel like with the Ebony Maw right that game, and I'm gonna keep coming back to this just because it's interesting, is that the Ebony Maw in Dark Dimension is the most terrifying thing. Not knowing if 7 extra power is just sitting there is horrifying, and I've gotten destroyed in so many games just having that Ebony Maw pop out and be like, all right, well you played that on turn 1. I was thinking that was 1, 2, maybe 3 power, but 7 is.
You think it's like an Iceman or something?
Mm-hmm.
Here though, moving on. Limbo game straight away. Eternity range. Goldenboy has the tools to force a lot of power into Eternity range with the demon, but he's just going to go for the Black Widow, reduce some of that options down for Dekkster, not having a card draw available.
Giving the collector an extra power is the unfortunate circumstance of losing priority with the hood on turn 1. Now, one thing I'm seeing here is I see Negative Zone on the right, I see a Limbo game, and I see a Dr. Octopus sitting in Goldenboy's hand. That is a devastating play if you can slam that down and pull a bunch of cards, especially against the Devil Dinosaur deck.
It is, but I wonder if it's actually better for Goldenboy to Dr. Octopus Limbo. Because he does run Shang-Chi. Because one of the problems is Dekkster runs, I mean, it doesn't matter as much now because of Sif, but Dekkster runs some pretty big cards, right? And definitely can generate some big cards. So Negative Zone could still be a little bit of a problem, even with Dr. Octopus for Goldenboy. So I will be interested to see where he plays. He's just going to go for the Rock Slide for now, though.
Yeah, the Mojo is going to be an ever-looming presence on that Eternity range. Being able to just spend only 2 energy for 8 power there going into middle is going to be really scary. This Rock Slide is such an interesting card that Goldenboy's using. We haven't seen too much of an effect from it. I don't believe there's been too many rocks getting pulled on Dekkster's side. I personally don't really play it outside of Zabu decks, but that little bit of disruption can play, if it's on turn 6 or 7, you're hoping to top deck that Devil Dinosaur.
I think this is one of those moments where the card just hit a bad matchup, right? Because even if Dekkster draws rocks, he's probably got cards in hand that can just generate other cards instead of rocks anyway, right? So like, you look at the White Queen, the Coulson, Helicarrier, like these things can like, okay, I drew a rock, but my other cards generate other cards, so it doesn't matter. But the rock being in hand now is big for this Dr. Octopus because
This is going to be
gonna
crushing.
a lot of small cards now available to pull.
Absolutely
Or you
devastating.
could call it Dr. Rocktopus. Look at this.
I'm upset at how much I'm laughing at that.
Oh, look. A good joke's a good joke. It's fine. You can admit it.
Good joke's a good joke. Well, a really tough play. I mean, generating only 2 power with 4 cards there. The Namor coming out, the Spider Woman getting a little bit of a hit on the Dr. Octopus, but I don't love playing this Ant-Man in the middle. I don't. Okay, all right, that's good. There's a heads up play.
Yeah, the Ant-Man in the middle's not terrible, right? If Polaris is going to go left. But I think the problem is Oh, no, you don't want Ant-Man, right?
Definitely don't want Ant-Man, right?
Never
Oh,
mind.
retreat. Dexter scooped.
Yeah. Yeah. it would've been
Interesting.
difficult there.
If you're asking me, I'm never scooping because when you get to these later stages of the battle mode, right? 2 cubes is all you're gonna do. If you retreat, if you play through the game, it's gonna be 2 cubes no matter what. I'm always fighting till the bitter end. But it can't be a
that's good
tilt
point.
factor.
Yeah, Dekkster like weirdly misplayed, I guess you can call it, because it makes no difference if you retreat or not for Dekkster there, right? Yeah. This happened, I think, earlier on today, but I do think it's also people just getting used to battle mode, maybe haven't overly thought about the implications of how the cubes work.
Yeah, totally agree. And sometimes, some people. I was actually I was popping into Dexter's stream earlier. He mentioned that when he used to do Hearthstone tournaments, sometimes if he lost game 1, he saw that there was a couple cards in the opponent's deck that gave him like a 90-10 matchup against it. Sometimes he just scoops the next 2 games just to avoid that tilt and avoid any reason for that mental side of this game, which can be really tough. When you're playing. You can be playing 20-25 battles in a row in this mode. If you're playing a best of 3, it goes all the way to 3 games. It could be really, really, really a long time that you're playing through.
I mean, when I played Nina earlier, I went down to 1 health, sorry, and I think Nina was on like 9 or 10. And I just conceded because I was like, I'm very unlikely to win 9 games in a row, and 2, even if I win like 3 games in a row, I'm still likely to lose. So why waste the time, right? Like, let's just move on to the next game and go. So yeah, I can definitely understand something like that. But Dekkster now, I think for Goldenboy, he should be snapping every game now, right?
Snapping
Force
actually doesn't
Dekkster to
matter.
play for 3.
It can't make it.
Sorry,
play
it can't
for
go
3.
2. It can't go 2. Sorry, yeah. For some reason, I thought, yeah, it's me being stupid. So Rickety Bridge with Doctor.
Doc Ock back to back. Both of them
This
play
is
Doc Ock.
perfect.
Just destroy the hand.
love that so many players have brought Dr. Octopus. It's just the perfect card.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun card. I always enjoy running Dr. Octopus in a lot of my decks. It's a great time. Oh man, dude, let's watch the fireworks happen
Oh, the
here.
Helicarrier as well. And the weird thing about Dr. Octopus is it feels so balanced because one minute you think, oh my god, this card's busted, look what it's done. But then the next minute it's pulled like 3 huge cards and your opponent's Shang-Chi, and you're like, oh, right, well, I've lost this lane then. I spent 5 energy to lose a lane, great. So it does feel quite balanced, but Rickety Bridge going to be balancing all ways as it just bounces out that location at 0-0 once again.
Always fun to see 8 cards get blown up on Rickety Bridge. Just let's just reset here. Let's take our time. No, I don't think either player has any tech cards to work with Rickety Bridge. What I really love, I think Rickety Bridge was another example of something that was a featured hot location that wasn't really fun when it was there all the time. But when it's not, it's a really cool mind game. Do you waste some resources to put one card there and see if your opponent doesn't? It's a tough thing to choose.
Yeah, I like most locations, just not when I have to play them every single game. That's when they get a little bit less fun. But I do like Rickety Bridge. One thing I enjoyed was people when they didn't understand how Captain Marvel worked with it, which was great. Thinking, oh yeah, my Colossus is safe, and then Marvel just flies to it at the end of the game and no one dies and Marvel wins. So pretty fun.
He can't play this Black Widow here. That would be a huge mistake to actually rip out this Black Widow. Is this turn 6?
Final turn, yep.
This is final turn. Okay, so then I do like the Black Widow right then. But looks like he's gonna be able to sneak out that on the right.
Yeah, it's so flexible.
The collector's gonna go down. The collector's gonna go down. Is this a win? This is a win for Goldenboy. 2 power? Well, he wins the tiebreaker by 1.
That's
unbelievable.
Insane. That's actually insane. Goldenboy fights back. I actually just forgot about Maria Hill generating a card. I thought that Dekkster was purposely, you know, like flying under the radar. But yeah, that's so rough.
Yeah, I think you have to get that to 8.
All the playable cards generated cards, right? So he couldn't not buff and still try and win. Absolutely huge, and that means we're going down to what will 100% be the last game of this one now, or the last round of this game, if I get my words correct. Oh, quick alt tab there for Goldenboy.
Super exciting. Let's hear it in chat. Who are you going for? Are we thinking Dekkster's going to win this or Goldenboy? This has been an absolutely incredible match. Would love to see you in chat cheering for your favorite player. What an amazing set so far.
I have full faith in Goldenboy. I think he can get this done. X-Mansion is gonna give Dekkster a terrible card and Goldenboy the best card in the game.
Only a little bit of commentator bias coming out, just a hair. At least you're honest about it, though. That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, look at this though. Double ninja there for Dekkster. It's gonna be rough on the Shadowland. X-Mansion is best card in the game. Korg, yep, got it right.
And the Sandman. Look at how many cards Dekkster has in his hand. He only gets to play 3 more the rest of the game.
Yeah, 3 more cards, and also Goldenboy is quite ahead right now.
This is devastating. The Rock Slide's going to come down. That's a good chunk of power. He has the Spider Women to shore up right if he wants. I don't know if even a Devil Dinosaur would be able to come back from being at -3 to 10. Maybe it would actually, but the Devil Dinosaur is going to be massive.
It's going to be huge, but it's going to be huge in one location, so it doesn't matter, right? Like, that's the big thing. Like, Goldenboy's winning 3 locations. There's no Dr. Doom, and Dekkster can only play 1 card. Goldenboy could pass and still win, most likely. Unless it was exactly Dr. Doom.
I think he's gonna play the Spider-Woman right into the Devil Dinosaur. And I think the dinosaur is gonna be 15 power. It's gonna be just enough to overcome this. So he's gonna at least be ahead 1 here. But you're totally right. It's gonna be so hard to sneak out another lane.
Oh, and there's Shang-Chi.
Yeah, the free Sean over on the right.
And this was the thing, right? So like Dekkster wins. Let's say Dekkster wins right. Well, he's only winning by 4. He's gonna go down by 2, so he'll go to 12, right? Because he'll play a card, so Devil Dino will go down unless it generates more. So then Goldenboy just plays a card in the Dino lane, probably wins it if he's got a big enough card, and then it doesn't matter where Dekkster plays the other card. So this is a tough one. I don't know what Dexter's gonna do. He really needed to like generate a
Yeah, maybe Nick Fury was the play last turn. Maybe it was.
Wait. Can he? Oh,
we're sitting on turn
if it
6
wasn't
here.
for that Shang-Chi, he could just Nick Fury mid and win. That's insane.
Could he Nick Fury mid and win?
If it wasn't for Shang-Chi, sorry. If like he would be pretty safe.
But he would still win left and right if he just played any big card right, correct? Because the Sean doesn't even need to kill the Devil Dinosaur, I believe.
Dino
That's
big,
tough.
though.
That is very tough.
Wow. What a comeback from Goldenboy. He told me, you said the show as well, wasn't feeling super confident, was a bit worried going into this, but even if just judging from that one game, I think he did really well. He's bringing a bit of a strange deck, like most players are, I guess, in this tournament, but, you know, bringing some stuff to annoy their opponent, try and get some edge there. And Dekkster with the huge generate deck was definitely cool and definitely powerful, just for the sheer fact of, you know, having that Devil Dinosaur, having a lot of options, a lot of power to spread. But Goldenboy got the job done, and I'm excited to see what other decks these players are going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's just incredible to see a game like that was so back and forth. I feel like there was like 2 cubes here, 2 cubes here, just staying really, really razor tight and going down there to that last game. What's really cool about Marvel Snap is just all the locations and all the randomness that things can bring, right? So that Sandman coming down, you have to adapt to it. You have to do whatever you can, and it was just crushing for Dekkster as he's someone who kind of builds a lot of power and does a lot of things in that later part of the game, as opposed to going a little bit in a different direction, right?
Yeah, it's super rough, and it's one of the things that the locations can always dig you out of a tough situation. They can put you in a tough situation. They can completely change, the way you actually are supposed to play on any given turn. It's absolutely huge. And just a reminder to everyone watching, of course, Goldenboy will not be able to play the deck he just played again because he won, whereas Dekkster, if he wanted to, could have queued it again, but looks like he's going to jump over to a big boys deck, which is going to be Red Skull, Zola, we can see already. There goes the Shuri, though, which is a big deal. And already, Bynx, I'm just wondering, is Goldenboy running Shang-Chi? Because if so, he's going to feel confident in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we have some kind of Exodia ramp style deck. We're seeing the Odin, the Doctor Doom, Ironheart, probably have a Wong in this deck, is what I would imagine. I love running Wave in these Doctor Doom decks to just get it out early, and you can go Wave, Doom, Odin, which is just a crushing combo. I guess we're going to have to see if we can dig into the Sean. Now, if you're Goldenboy and you see on that first turn you Yondu a Shuri, are you hitting that snap button?
Oh, if Goldenboy runs Shang-Chi, yes, because then you're going to feel very, very confident. But without the Shuri, it's hard to know what, without knowing what Goldenboy runs, because even just 15 power can be difficult to beat, right? If there is a Taskmaster or a Zola. But I think if you're ever going to snap that early, it is off the back of that Yondu. We'll have to see how this one goes. Cosmo is a big deal, though. Being able to counter a potential Taskmaster if Goldenboy can make the read. The worry for now, though, is even though on one hand it's good because of Stark Tower, on the other hand, I'm thinking like, is Goldenboy's board a little bit full? But then again, Hobgoblin with Odin.
Hobgoblin is going to be crushing. Well, I'd imagine what he's going to try and do is Red Skull right into the Arnim Zola, right? And this Hobgoblin's going to shut that down. It's going to force them to go into the Taskmaster line. He doesn't see the play. I really think that well, I mean, obviously he can't see Dekkster's hand and doesn't know as much into the deck. Interesting to go with that Ironheart, just trying to get a little bit more Odin value probably out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good chunk of power. Definitely a lot less without Wong, of course, but he needs to win one location, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. He's going to gain 5 and then what? A maximum of 6 more?
Well, it's interesting. If this Ironheart hits the Doctor Doom, it looks like they'll tie on the right because it looks like Dekkster's choosing to play that Taskmaster as opposed to going the Arnim Zola line. So if they can tie on the right with the additional 5 power, depending on where the other Ironheart triggers hit, he's going to be ahead a little bit middle. And then left is going to be pretty tight. I think that with the Taskmaster, Dekkster's going to get enough power. I really think that that the calculations are the calculator is going to have to come out for Goldenboy to see where he can win.
I think, yeah, Goldenboy, I think no matter what, would lose to 15 power extra left. So it's just whether he can do anything on the Savage Land and Avengers Compound, which I don't.
Can this Ironheart hit the Odin? If it can and it hits Doctor Doom and Odin, then he's gonna. Oh, maybe not with the extra Ebony Maw that came out. Yeah. That card is so good in these Sauron decks.
Oh, look how close. 27 and then lost by a point, lost by 2 points of power there. So close. And that's going to be 8 cubes. I just realized I just missed the snap.
Wow,
that was crushing. 6-3-4-8. And don't worry, Bynx, that's you, not the player. Dekkster's health disappeared for a second then, but it's back. It was actually Goldenboy that took the big hit, going down to 2, and maybe just like that, we're going to be jumping into Game 3 pretty soon. But that was really good effort from both players. You can see the plans come together, and I was talking to Falk earlier. These are the very few 8-cube games we're going to see because both players did a good thing, and that's when you know it's close, right? And why both players are accepted an 8-cube game.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. I think there's a lot of misdirection and a lot of craziness that comes. With Dekkster's deck, you don't really know what's going to happen, right? You're often expecting either a Arnim Zola or a Taskmaster. With that Sauron deck, the scary thing that gets added is that possibility of the 7-power Ebony Maw, which was all the difference in that game. That just absolutely crushing additional 7 power to generate 22 power on turn 6. It's really hard to go. It's a bigger Infinite without any restrictions.
I found this deck to be one of the most polarizing decks I've ever played against. This is the sort of Shuri Red Skull big stuff deck, because if you have like the Shang-Chi or an Arrow, it's pretty straightforward to deal with a lot of the time. But the second you don't have those cards in your deck, you just sit there and watch you get 30'd, right? Like, or on multiple locations. It's really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that Dekkster got an 8-cube game with his Shuri getting picked off without the best card in his deck, arguably what I think is the best card in the entire game in Shuri. So we'll see what happens here. I mean, Goldenboy obviously a whole game up. Being down 2-10 is devastating. I was on the other side of that. You just kind of have to be like, all right, well, we gotta dig and try and win 5 games in a row. Essentially, you get one mulligan potentially with playing with 1 cube, but it's really hard to go down to a single one until turn 5, where you're always playing for 2 cubes. Now I'm seeing Death Domain here and Vormir, and I really think it's a good location for that Dr. Doom to come out. Now, obviously, we know that that the Arnim Zola can come out for Dekkster as well. Both of them have a way to get into there. I'm a little bit scared about how early Goldenboy is going mining in the Vibranium mines. I think that he really wants Odin to finish out this game. So digging a little bit too deep might cause some issues.
Yeah, it's tricky though, right? Because like I think he wants Vibranium so he can play in Death's Domain. Because one of the problems that Goldenboy's just got is, how does he actually beat Dekkster? Like if he Doom Odin's like okay, but is even like 10 power from Doom going to win? I don't think it does. So I'm just wondering how Goldenboy is going to go about this. Scorpion on Wong, I wouldn't be the most upset to see.
No, and then Taskmaster obviously doesn't get you any value there. I think that Dekkster was actually pondering potentially passing here and going on the She-Hulk Arrow line. Shuri into pass She-Hulk Arrow is just such a crushing play that is so hard to beat. So I'm really interested to see if that's the line he goes down, or just slamming that Red Skull and just trying to get ahead.
Yeah, you could go for like the Red Skull and just Zola mid, right? And then just have either side. Looks like the plan to get something Death's Domain. But this isn't zeroed, right?
It's not a zeroed Red Skull. It is 30 power though. 30 power is a lot.
Yeah. And that's the like I said, that the biggest issue, this is the biggest like hurdle of a deck to deal with. I think honestly, if I was in Goldenboy's position right now and I lost 8 cubes, I would have just conceded this one. I would have snapped to 2 cubes and conceded, because you can't keep up with this, right? Like 30 power twice. Like, what are you supposed to do if you don't have Shang-Chi, of course?
Yeah, Shang or the armor. The armor sometimes can give you some really cool outs against an Arnim Zola play. Dekkster snapping for no reason. The snap actually didn't do anything. It's more just to make a bit of a statement there. I don't know if I would have done it, because it might scare Goldenboy off, which he doesn't do. It looks like we're going to have 30 power coming left, 30 power coming right, and a big old GG's for game 2 going to Dekkster.
Yeah, I think from what I've seen so far, this is definitely the sort of Shuri Red Skull deck is definitely the most difficult one to run into, because you either have the tech or you don't. And I think we've seen that a few times today already. So definitely a tough one there for Goldenboy. But it's just 1-1. There's going to be one more game left of this series, because Goldenboy managed to win the first one. Dekkster responded very quickly with the help of that 8-cube win. And now, again, Dekkster can't play the Shuri Red Skull. Goldenboy still can't play his deck from the first game. So now I wonder what we're going to see. Hopefully, we see the third deck from both players. That's what I want to see, just because I want to see what everyone's brought. I don't want to see any hidden, decks knocking around or anything like that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's what I thought, you know, when I was playing. I don't know if you did the same, but when it got to game 3, I was like, I gotta show off the third deck, right? You know, I mean, we can go and try and bash our head against the other one, but what are the people here to see? They're here to see show matches. They're here to see a lot of fun, and they're here to see a variety of cool, interesting snap decks that we're all bringing. So yeah, love to see the third decks come out. Obviously, if they choose to run it back, maybe one of them really likes the deck that they lost with and wants to get a little bit of a redemption arc, but I guess we'll see here. Yeah.
Yeah, one of the benefits is Goldenboy is playing again after this, so we will likely see all 3 of his decks almost no matter what, unless there's one deck he really wants to keep hidden for whatever reason. And of course, just so you guys know, we've got Bynx playing later again, of course, to round out the day as far as I can see, and then we've got Eggs playing as well for the next few games. So still plenty more Marvel Snap action coming up as we get ready to go into this third and final game in this series. I'm gonna ask you for a prediction, Bynx. Who's going to take it, Goldenboy or Dekkster?
Well, I know that you have a pretty hard bias against Dekkster. You know, Dekkster has absolutely wiped the floor with me. He came onto my stream and just destroyed me with that Sauron and Shuri deck. He swept me pretty easily with it. So looks like we... Wait, did Goldenboy maybe mess up? This looks like the same deck that he played the first round.
Maybe it is. We'll have to get a quick check on that. Most importantly, though, I can see an Adam Warlock, a Juggernaut, and a Rhino from Dekkster. So I'm interested in whatever this list is, because this just looks like cards.com from Dekkster so far. So I really want to see how this one comes together. He's going to get the Adam Warlocks going on there to at least draw 1 card this turn with the help of Sinister London.
Yeah, it's looking like this is Dekkster's C3 deck that he really likes. I'm kind of interested. I don't know if maybe we're gonna have a reset here. I guess we're on production. Keep going for now. Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, this C3 deck from Dekkster is really cool. It has the Valkyrie finisher, which is really devastating when you're going with Cerebro 3. Getting that Cerebro down and is just going to win automatically when you pretty much get a Viper out there. He's already seeing that. You know, he sees the hood getting sent over his way, but knowing he has the Valkyrie in his back pocket, even if this gets all shifted over to the right, he's going to have a free win on that lane as long as he gets the Cerebro to complement it, or at least a tie at the very least. Got double Adam Warlock clogged into that Bifrost lane. Maybe going into Sinister London was a bit tough to deal with that Valkyrie, as now it's gonna have some clogging here with the lanes. Very interesting to see what ends up happening and what comes out.
Yeah, it's really tricky when you're looking at, okay, well, there's Bifrost, there's Sinister London, how does that affect what I even need to play? I think I found myself in situations like this where I actually just skip the turn and let Bifrost happen and then play afterwards, because it can just get a little bit too weird, especially with the Sinister London and Jotunheim, of course, on the very end.
Well, what we can see is maybe he was planning to Rhino the Bifrost eventually. Is potentially what he was aiming to do, but then getting that Polaris to pull the Adam Warlock in. But I guess the Juggernaut came out, so it could have landed on the Bifrost anyway. They're both helloing each other just a little bit. Sentinel's such a great card in that C3 deck. Sometimes you start to run out of a little bit of juice, especially if you're using some of these bigger tech cards like Valkyrie in this Cerebro 3 deck. So really love seeing that come out.
Yeah, I just love Sentinel as a card. I think it's like, it's not overly flashy, but it feels so good to just play, okay, you know, I play a 2-3. Oh, look, I've got another 2-3 to play. I'll play that as well. Oh, look, I've got another 2-3. It, like, gives you always something to do. And I think that's it's kind of nice. It looks like we are going to be restarting the match, though. Goldenboy accidentally locked in the wrong deck, so we do get to see his other deck, or one of his other decks, because of course, if you're just joining us or joined us recently, we are playing Conquest mode, which means if you win with a deck, you cannot queue it again. So to win the series, you have to win with 2 different lists. So Goldenboy, it's fine. It's one of the things we've all done where, because of the way you pick a deck in battle mode, it's whatever deck you have highlighted, and then you click like join, and that's the deck. So because you pick it before you actually join the game, it definitely throws you off. I've done it plenty of times before.
Oh, 100%. Oh, are we seeing a Guardians of the Galaxy deck come out from Goldenboy? I see Star-Lord, I see Gamora.
Yeah, I think this is a Goldenboy special, his Guardians deck.
Oh, I love me a Guardians deck, dude. There's something that's so special, and you know, especially with a little bit of buffs that came from the Guardians, getting some additional power, additional starting power on Groot and Drax. I am absolutely in love with this style of deck. It's just so much fun for every single turn. You know, you're kind of playing a little bit of a game of trying to know exactly where your opponent's going to go. So, absolutely love the Star-Lord, absolutely love the Gamora. So excited to see if he can take advantage of these Guardians and get some devastating hits on it over and over again to just get a big power advantage going into those later turns.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty huge as well. Cosmo sneaking in there, available to play now because of Elysium. Goldenboy could choose to play it, but something you have to bear in mind as well is just because you can play a card doesn't always mean you should, right? So like, just because, you know, Elysium lets you basically hand dump a lot of the time, sometimes it is important to hold on to cards, but Goldenboy did get to hit the Sentinel, which I think he can call that a victory, honestly, in terms of placement at least.
Especially in an Elysium game, right? You know, in an Elysium game, you're able to get so many of those Sentinels out. It's one cost every single turn to get an extra 3 power. So he's really doing some work in shutting down the resource options that Dekkster's going to have. We had the Cosmo and the Sentinel. This Black Widow's going to come down and stop him from drawing. No Cerebro in the hand yet from Dekkster, which is really the key card that he's going to be looking for. Still holding on this Bast. I'm kind of interested as to why this Bast is still kind of hanging out in the hand. Maybe he's waiting for some better hits. Maybe he's hoping for Cerebro Mystique to come into hand to get a little bit of extra power there.
I think that's it, right? Because at the moment, it's only really buffing Wasp, and it also takes up a space. And at that point, if he thought he was still going to just throw Sentinels out, then there's no rush to play a Bast, right? So maybe that's the case. Maybe wanting to wait for Valkyrie, something like that.
Gamora hitting
with the Gamora.
12 power coming out, man. Gamora was one of the best buffs I think that they ever had the choice of making so far in Marvel Snap. Gamora used to be just really, really rough. I believe it was only got up to 10 power or like 9 power. It was like a 5, like 6 that got to a 5/10. And the huge buff that they gave Gamora to make it just this devastating 5-drop, I think was one of the coolest things that they've done, because it's a very, very satisfying card to play to get that huge power buff if you're able to call your opponent out.
Yep, 100%, and it helps. It does have a collector token variant that I do own, so that's also a nice one for Gamora.
Especially when you infinity split it, right?
Yep. Look, it's fine. I fixed it. I've got ink now, so it's okay.
Yeah, I didn't even see the storm coming out on the limbo. What a play! What an incredible! Oh, but the Shang-Chi still not going to be enough.
Still fine though, right? It's still fine.
What an incredible play!
8 cubes for Goldenboy.
Oh
Absolutely
my gosh!
Insane. We were talking about this early in a slightly different fashion because we were talking about the Reality Stone doing this, but that is insane. Goldenboy not messing around.
That's gotta hurt the mental for Dekkster. I mean, you know, he had this game plan. He had just drawn the Cerebro, feeling really good about how he's gonna work out this last little thing. But then that storm, and the storm had never been shown there, right? Because that was the first game. So, you know, when you don't know that storm's going to be coming, an Limbo or like a Nexus can be just a devastating play.
And it's another level of battle mode as well, right? Because on ladder, if that happens, you go, oh, that was dumb, whatever, fine. Because you're playing a million games, right? But here, well, Goldenboy is not playing a meta deck, right? This is his own Guardians deck, and you don't know what's in it. You know, you could probably have the idea that the Guardians are in it, but that's not 12 cards. So being able to deal with these, like we can see the Spider-Man now as well, could cause some havoc. Dekkster is simply in trouble. He has to win, what, 5 games in a row?
5 in a row. If he's snapping every single turn, you can potentially get and the Star-Lord landing on the Adam Warlock lane. What a start. Now, a couple of cool things that I really like with Goldenboy's deck. Now, the Black Widow is a very interesting play I've never thought about doing in a Guardians deck. Because you're throwing that Widow's Bite in their hand, they're going to throw it away somewhere. You can have some good idea about where they're probably going to throw that away. So it gives you a little bit of a better chance. That Spider-Man to affect lanes, the Storm to affect lanes. I'm really loving this deck that Goldenboy's bringing. It seems cool.
And the thing as well is, right, with the Widow's Bite, they're probably playing Widow's Bite and another card in general. So you've got, you know, maybe twice as many chances to hit, right, if they're playing in 2 different locations. Juggernaut going to come down on the far right, not going to have too much effect. And there's
Yeah, the
that
the
Widow,
Cosmo can be a little bit tough to work around. You know, you got to be expecting a Valkyrie to potentially coming into that ninja lane a little bit later. No 4-drop. I would like to see the Drax here and to hold that Spider-Man for turn 5. Maybe even playing that Spider-Man over on the right could be really, really crushing. If that's the lane that they're going to try and Valkyrie. I would
Yeah.
love to see just pushing for power. I would even throw the Drax probably into the danger room to just fight as hard as we possibly
Yeah.
could.
Yeah, I think I'd probably look at that as well. Just chuck Drax in there and go. There's also a small argument to put like Drax just in Central Park and then fight for the other 2 locations with Spider-Man,
Mhm.
Gamora. Just to say, well, Adam Warlock's there, Squirrel Girl's there. That location can't be Valkyried, right? So there's a lot of power that needs to be caught up on that side.
The big thing
Shang-Chi
here, and
just
he doesn't
fits.
know it, that Black Widow or that Widow's Bite is gonna make it really, really hard to end up getting the Cerebro that he's just so desperately looking for. I feel like it's such an important card to get in any of these lanes. The Spider-Man coming down, it is going to be met with a it is going to be met with a limbo, a magic coming down. So the Spider-Man's not going to be quite as effective as you'd be
Storm off
hoping.
the top. Oh!
No way, is he gonna do
He
it
could
to him?
just
He's
storm
got
mid.
to do it to him.
He could just
Storm in
storm
the
mid.
Groot. Storm in the Groot. Gonna just finish him off. Oh my gosh.
Wow. Insane. Look. Goldenboy got told when he's feeling a bit nervous. I was watching his stream. He got told, "You've just got to believe in the heart of the cards." And I believe Storm is going to get this done because that was Valkyrie on the right, which will, even everything up here, fine. But that is just not recoverable. 7 power mid, 9 power left. That is enough. Goldenboy not only going to win the game, but going to win the series overall over Dekkster. What a roller coaster there, and what a victory for Goldenboy.
Yeah, so we went from the absolutely grueling. I think we went to 9 or 10 games in that very first match that we had. Then in the second match, we started with a huge AQ victory for Dekkster that was unable to be surmounted. And then on the opposite side, we saw the huge AQ game to start with Goldenboy. So those AQ games to start, I mean, they're so hard to come back from. It's just it's a mountain that you have to climb. But Goldenboy snagging 2 wins with that Storm, I absolutely loved that Guardians of the Galaxy deck. What a fun deck to bring and showcase here. Shout out, give it up in chat for both of our amazing competitors for that match. What an absolute treat for us to watch.
Yeah, some awesome decks, and honestly, the more, even though I am using all my tokens on skins right now, the more I see Valkyrie, the more I'm thinking, maybe we can get Valkyrie soon to test out, because that card is very, very cool indeed. So yeah, cool decks from both players. Can't wait to see more, but we are going to go to a quick break while we set that next match up. We'll be right back with some more Marvel Snap.
Welcome back to Snap Battles Assemble. This time I am joined by the brilliant Den. How are you doing, mate? Have you had a good break?
I had an awesome break. Now it's 2 a.m. and I can't wait. Actually, it should be two fun series left.
It is gamer hours. You can't wait. I can't wait. And I believe that the players can't wait either, as I think we're going to get pretty much straight into the game. It's Goldenboy versus Eggs for sale. Eggs, of course, the brilliant Marvel Snap streamer who has really been going from strength to strength recently. Her stream is a really great place to hang out, so highly recommend for anyone that hasn't had the chance to tune in yet. And here we go. We are jumping straight in.
And so we have a Destroy deck for Eggs against Unreveal for Goldenboy, as it seems.
Yeah, it doesn't look too dissimilar from what I was playing earlier with the Wong, the Ironheart, the Odin, Scorpion. Pretty classic stuff. Odin doesn't see a lot of play in the meta at the moment, but Dan, I've got to admit, I'm such a big fan of that card. I think maybe just Odin Ironheart. I love it because it reminds me of day one Marvel Snap, you know?
Yeah, I love it as well. Like I always try to find the cheekiest combos with like Electro and Odin. I always keep trying to find what are the best
Right.
sixes to copy. I wasn't a fan of Leader, but that was like my one regret when he got nerfed. It's like I can't copy it with Odin anymore.
Well, Goldenboy looking at potentially getting quite a bit of information about Eggs' deck immediately. I mean, we can see it's a destroy deck,
Def,
but
though. It's gonna
Yeah,
help
that's
Def
true.
a ton.
Maybe that's why
Ooh.
Goldenboy he started hovering over it and then backtrack. Oh, maybe not. maybe
Yeah,
not.
maybe he's like, oh, I'm gonna burn his deck, and then he's like, wait, Bucky Barnes and Nova? That might be a trap.
It's looking like if he can get away with it, he's going to go for the Ironheart and then Wong and then Odin to really try and buff everything.
I mean, Destroy isn't really famous for being able to counter and
Yeah.
interact with locations. They're kind of a deck that wants to do their thing a little bit. Like they have Wave, sure, but Odin doesn't care about Wave.
Morag is interesting because for Goldenboy, if he wants to try and win that location, he just really needs to put one card there and then rely on Ironheart to do the rest. He does have the chance now to play Yondu there. On the other side of things, obviously, Destroy cards can get real cheap real fast, so Eggs shouldn't have any problem playing a Death or something on Morag.
True. I kind of liked playing Cosmo on Morag rather than Stark Tower. I feel like the damage has been done on Stark Tower a little. Is he gonna go Wong Yondu on Camertage and just empty Eggs deck?
Wow. That's a strategy that might not help this game so much, but will give him so much information.
Yeah, it's just for that. Like, literally, you open a deck builder and just check the cards, and you have almost your opponent's full deck on game 1. Because it looks like he's going for Yondu Wong, but why that order?
Well, doing it in that order means that Death isn't going to get discounted quite as much, right? It's really smart.
Okay. Well, if you expect them to have Wave, does it matter?
Oh, true. I mean, now it doesn't. But
Valkyrie, wow. Wait. What was that? Okay, Deathlock I expected. Valkyrie, what?
Sneaky things going on here in Eggs' deck.
What are you boosting, though? Like, Hood? And what else? I don't know. I'm so confused.
It's to counter Ironheart thing.
Okay, so Ironheart triggers 8 times, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
So 8 times 6, we got 48 power being spread around.
I would say that's probably enough.
That's a lot of power. Like 48 is like what you get normally as a total for a game, not turn 6.
And Eggs has priority, which means she can't even Shang-Chi the situation.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow would have been absolutely insane, but we haven't seen it in Eggs' deck. Jessica Jones, okay. So if the stats are respected, I guess it's 2/3 to the right and 1/3 to the left, which should be enough.
Yeah, anyway. I mean, they're already done.
Yeah,
we're going to be sitting here for a while.
Just, you can stop, Ironheart. Keep a little bit for next time. We're good. Oh, Yondu wants a little bit of fun too. Like, just, I want to destroy cards. Give me a second deck.
Now, if I remember rightly, there was an update a while back that speeds this up, right?
Yes, because otherwise we would still be at like the first loop.
Yeah, it does seem a little faster.
Yeah, like it's actually funny. Yondu could actually destroy a full deck right now.
Yeah, from scratch, absolutely.
He precisely triggers. No, maybe it's 8 times. No, it's more. Yeah, Ironheart isn't gonna trigger 8 times. She's gonna trigger 16 times.
You're running Thanos in your deck, no big deal. All of the stones are gonna be destroyed.
Can run 3 of them. Like, bring some Thanos friends.
So
Goldenboy is literally like, he's not attacking Egg's health. He's attacking your soul. Like, literally, like, yeah, you don't want to play against me. Like, after a turn like this, you enter next game and you just snap turn 1. You're like, do you want to do it again? Are you sure after what happened?
Well, there you go. I think that it's over. Apparently, we are having potentially a disconnect issue. I think that can happen in Marvel Snap when animations go on for too long or too much happens. So hopefully we'll get this sorted. But it does look like that's 4 cubes that were on the line for that game. So a great start for Goldenboy.
Yeah, like I saw a snap go at some point, but I couldn't pick up who actually did it. But yeah, great start for Goldenboy, and it's even more important because for now he hasn't seen any disruptive cards in his opponent deck.
Yeah,
and he's seen I think 9 out of them. Like, what was in the end for Eggs at the end of the game that like there wasn't anything troublesome.
That is a fantastic Valkyrie variant. I don't think I've seen that one before.
I've seen it in the shop, but like Valkyrie is one of my favorite cards in the game, and I didn't pick it. I think it's a like a super rare or something like that.
I still haven't unlocked her, and I noticed you were running Bast in a lot of your decks earlier. I haven't unlocked Bast either.
I had to pay for those. Like these were my Series 5 like purchases.
I'm hoarding
it-
collector's tokens at the moment. I've got about 13,000 and I just can't bring myself to spend any.
You're just like, but what if a really good card is added to the game?
Yeah, exactly.
I can't imagine it. I'm the exact opposite. I'm like, oh, this looks fun. Just spend on it.
All right, so first card
Okay.
played this game is going to be Bucky Barnes. Eggs has got Carnage and Wave and Death to follow up with, so that's all looking great.
Ooh, more
Goldenboy
island.
also seems to have
Ooh.
everything going
Well,
for him.
Yeah, there's the whole combo, and I would be scared because Def is really good on Throne Room, but we've seen cards go much higher than 12 in the last
Oh,
game.
yeah.
So Goldenboy could probably like kind of safely think is going to win Throne Room.
Why do you think Goldenboy is running a Hobgoblin in particular?
I don't know.
It just seems like a bit of an
I guess he was
odd
looking
choice.
for fives.
Yeah,
Like he was
maybe.
just looking to balance for five because he has most of the curve figured out. Like I imagine he has Yondu, probably Iceman is somewhere in the deck. Twos are Scorpion. Threes like Ironheart. We see Wave. Four is always Wong. So I guess he had White Tiger and was like, I want another five, or to protect from Galactus. Because maybe this deck, like when you drop Wong, Galactus kind of owns you because he just destroys it. So maybe you Hobgoblin as kind of a counter.
Right. Yeah, that's true. All right, well, here we go. It starts, and I'm not really sure what X can do about this.
But why aren't we going Scorpion on Wong's location, though?
No, we are.
Okay, we had enough space. This Yondu is going to be the biggest Yondu we have seen. Because, like, I'm confident this Yondu might win Throne Room alone.
Yeah, I think it will. It's not
Solid.
the Ironheart isn't gonna go off quite as many times as it did with Kamatage.
No, she's only gonna go off.
I definitely prefer the idea of
times?
playing Scorpion with the Wong, though. I think just having one card to soak up all of the stats for Throne Room is probably the right move because it's Throne Room.
Yeah, and you can still, like, Hobgoblin next turn or try to do something. I wonder if he has a way... Oh, because he has Death. Because we're on turn 5. Yeah, he's a little late. Yondu, what are we destroying? Storm. Okay. She-Hulk? So I guess the battle is going to be on the two locations, like middle and right, because I don't think Goldenboy even is going to like bother about left. Just leave it to his opponent.
But it's just impossible for Eggs to win middle. Wait a second, Valkyrie. Valkyrie, Goldenboy has priority. Yeah, exactly. But
So,
is that even enough?
well, I mean, the thing with Valkyrie is she sets everybody to 3. So if you have more units, you usually win, and it's going to be 3 against 2.
Or 4 if Eggs wants to go ahead and play Hood there as well. She can.
Of course. I mean, I don't really see what else you're going to do with Valkyrie anyway.
Oh, that's so clutch. Goldenboy has seen it. He did discard it earlier with Yondu, so he should know that it exists, but I don't think he's going to play around it.
Well, was he paying attention? Like, cause did he discard it during the last turn where
It was
he won
the
the
first
game?
card that was discarded. So it was before the final turn.
Okay. Oh my
This
God,
Valkyrie is insane and is just going to win Eggs the game.
Yes, we're gonna go back. So Goldenboy got 4 in the first game. Eggs is just gonna take back 4 with that tech that I had never seen in this card game, and it's just worth 4 cubes.
I'm amazed that there were only... I could have expected that to be an 8-cube game. I'm surprised it was only 4. Because Goldenboy probably would have snapped earlier, right? And then Eggs could have snapped the final turn.
True, but would it keep the opponent? Not really, because, I mean, could believe it's something else. Like, they just think they have Def or something like that.
Yeah. All right. First Yondu comes down and Goldenboy loses Cosmo, but that's not really a huge deal. It would be if Eggs had the Cosmo when Lamentus won.
But this is a really, really strong location for a Destroy deck.
Yeah.
This has been like one of Def's best locations when it was a featured. So, but Scorpion is also incredibly strong on Lamentus because basically Scorpion hits the whole cards for your opponent has for the game.
Absolutely. Although Eggs does have Valkyrie.
Once again, like the clutch card.
Valkyrie also counts as Hobgoblin. do you think then? Wave into Doctor Doom, into Hobgoblin, into everything else?
I think, like, I mean, now that you've seen Valkyrie, and I mean, you don't have. The thing is, you don't have Odin this game, so you don't really care about going wave, like in the regard of your opponent's death, because Lament is triggered, so you know their death costs 0 if they have it. Otherwise, they lost it. So it's more like, how can you develop as many points as possible while kind of protecting that Hobgoblin? Like, it feels really important to have that Hobgoblin land and not give eggs a chance to just destroy it.
Well, both players played their wave, so both of them are taking advantage.
We're in for another turn. Ooh, shouldn't be Jessica this turn and then next turn just hope Hobgoblin like works?
Yeah, I guess, because then Eggs isn't going to know where Goldenboy is going to play the Hobgoblin.
How does Jessica works against Valkyrie though? Does Valkyrie set it to 3 and then she gets her +4? Because that's a nice counter.
I believe Jessica gets the stats as soon as the turn starts, but I could be wrong. So I would imagine that Valkyrie resets Jessica back down to 3, and that Jessica would end on 3. But
Okay.
we might be about to find out.
Well, if Eggs decides to go for it, and maybe
Well, there's a
actually
snap.
Eggs knows how it works. So we're going Death for sure. We're going Valkyrie for Eggs against Yondu and Hobgoblin.
Both snapped.
Ooh, both?
We're
Okay, so game's
playing
over.
for all
game's
of the
over.
marbles.
Okay, so is this going to be the shortest match of the night? Like 3 games?
Maybe we'll see how the next ones go, but we should know who's going to win this. But I don't have.
Well, we
Eggs'
don't we don't know where Eggs placed her cards because Death wins wherever she's placed, I believe.
Mhm.
Oh, so Death is on Fisk Tower.
So it's Hobgoblin.
Yeah, so that's
make a difference?
so Eggs is at 17, minus 8. She's at 9.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. And Goldenboy's
she wins
Right.
Fisk, and then Valkyrie. Oh, someone
Whoa!
retreated. Who did?
Eggs retreated.
Eggs retreated at the last moment. Oh my god.
So Eggs snapped, then Goldenboy snapped. Now, some of you in the chat might not know, if you snap on the final turn, you can't retreat unless your opponent snaps back. And then you are allowed to retreat, but you lose the 1 extra cube. So that's what just happened.
So Space Throne? Space Throne is really good for Goldenboy, right? Because you just fit a card and then you just let Ironheart boost it to Oblivion.
Yep.
Okay.
Or just a Hobgoblin if your opponent hasn't played a card there by then. Although that's a bit risky. Then
mean,
again,
yeah,
you
we're
could
on
buff
game
up the Hobgoblin
4.
if it goes wrong.
Oh, you need to bump that up like really, really big. But I guess like maybe on game 4 it's a little too risky. Maybe on game 1 you can get away with something, but game 4 it's a little too much.
Goldenboy's going to play Cosmo?
This is so risky because now if you play something on Sinister London, it can end up on Space Throne.
Yeah, doesn't that potentially just counter
And also, yeah, Goldenboy,
his own deck?
you're an unrevealed deck. You got to be careful with like slamming Cosmos everywhere.
Oh my
Okay.
gosh.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the better result, though. If it went
I
on the
think-
Vibranian Mines, that would be really bad.
Yeah, now you just... No, now we Wong and we top the Ironheart next turn. Come on, Goldenboy. We got to go all the way now. We have to go all the way. We have to play Wong, get some Vibraniums, and just still top deck Ironheart. Nevertheless, it's okay.
Yeah, it's hard to see how Goldenboy wins this now. Unless I'm missing something.
Oh, you had it. Oh my god.
Yeah.
We're making the calls. We're trying to help him. Hobgoblin. Okay.
But
But-
then what?
It's still very unclear how are you gonna win Sinister London.
The best he'd have is Odin on Sinister London, but like that's that's not gonna.
I'm no
it-
expert, but Odin isn't a 22 power card. Last time
Yeah.
I checked.
Goldenboy can win the mines, but that's about it. Eggs drew a Valkyrie and is
Yeah. I know.
slamming that down in the mines just in case anything does go wrong. But
I mean, Eggs just snapped. I think you just have to get away for.
Yep.
Goldenboy, it's okay. Like you're still gonna be 1 health up going into the the high stakes round, and actually that difference from 4 to 5 is actually pretty big because now we're gonna play for 2
Mhm.
every single game. So Goldenboy basically is allowed to retreat twice when Eggs is only allowed to retreat once.
Yep. Yeah, no, really good retreat. Losing 1 cube, definitely not a big
Yondu.
deal. Whereas losing 2 would have been. There goes wave.
Okay.
I can't stop thinking about that Cosmo on Sinister London last game. Like, that was such a risky play. I mean,
I mean, I
I
like
don't even know
that.
if it was risky. It was just
I liked it if you went for the Wong afterwards and just
Yeah.
go all in on the combo, but okay, what do we have? Oh, super flow, so he can play Wong before he loses it to Atalin. This is actually insane.
yeah, that is real nice. Gonna go ahead and dump it on the left with Yondu
Wait,
and pray that he
don't you want
draws.
Wong in the middle? Because actually now you have space to play Ironheart, Doom, and Odin. Because you're on super flow.
That's true. I guess he's not thinking about the extra energy.
So we got
There's
Odin. Danger Room. Okay, maybe he was right not to play that.
That paid off.
I stand corrected. Storm. So Storm Sunspot. I mean, if
No.
Eggs isn't destroying Bucky Barnes this turn, she's gonna be pressed to do it next turn now. She-Hulk on Superflow. Okay.
All right, Goldenboy needs to draw Ironheart now.
I mean, he still has Superflow, so Doctor Doom is still very, very strong.
True.
Hobgoblin.
Hobgoblin's also pretty strong. But
Eggs
he
has
shouldn't-
priority. Wait, Eggs is on priority, so... Oh no, he got it.
Goldenboy is.
Huh.
If Goldenboy plays Hobgoblin on the flooding location, he should expect Eggs to destroy it. So he
Exactly,
can't
yeah.
do that.
That's why I was... And you can't play it on the Wong location, otherwise he comes back, because it's gonna reveal twice.
Well, yeah, exactly. So it's going to be Jessica Jones instead. That Jessica Jones is going to get pretty big, but it does lock out Goldenboy from playing something on the left next turn.
I mean, it really feels like it's exactly the same scenario as last game. He needs to find a way to go challenge the right, and the problem is he has very synergistic cards. He doesn't really have any way to...
Wait,
Whoa.
is Ironheart enough?
No, because the maximum that Ironheart does is buff Storm twice, so you just tie.
And a tie is never enough, is it?
And the thing
No.
is, you're also gonna cancel Jessica Jones. So even if Eggs takes the bait and doesn't play an Attilan because she thinks she lost it, you're gonna lose to the difference on Superflow.
We've had a snap.
So yeah, I think like Ironheart literally loses to pass turn.
That must have been Egg snapping, right?
I would expect so.
It would be. This is a weird position for Goldenboy to snap. No, Goldenboy's going to retreat. And
Makes
what looked at first like it was going to be one of the quickest games of Marvel Snap Battle Mode we've seen is now turning into quite a long, grueling battle of attrition.
Yeah, now like they're playing much more carefully than in the first game, and maybe they're not hitting all the right combos. Okay, Isle of Silence, not great for Goldenboy because can't play Wong there.
True, but he can play Cosmo there without something going desperately wrong for him. So
Yeah, but if you're playing Cosmo hoping for Isle of Silence, maybe you just
I'm
want
joking,
to take Cosmo
obviously.
out.
yeah,
Okay, Sunspot. But the problem is this Sunspot doesn't have armor. I mean, against a Destroy deck, you can't really capitalize on that Sunspot. You don't even want to pass energies because you just never expect it to go the distance. Nova. Huh. Starlight Citadel. Ooh. So now you can't even do your plan of playing Cosmo because you're not even sure he's going to end up on Isle of Silence. So much bamboozling. Okay.
yeah. It's almost a shame now that he isn't able to play Wong on Isle of Silence right now because he knows that's the location that won't be Isle of Silence.
Yes, well, you can still top deck it next turn, but I guess this wave tells us that he probably will go for like the Doom into Odin kind of line.
Yeah. So what's that? Wave on 3, Doom on 4, Ironheart on 5, Odin on 6.
So Killmonger coming down, gets the buff from Nova, removes pretty much everything. So very quiet first half. Ooh, and you just top deck Swang.
Not going to go with it though. And to be fair, Eggs has an awful hand for this wave situation. There's
Yeah,
no
but
death, nothing ready to go.
shouldn't he have played Doom on Isle of Silence? So he could still have gone Wong into Odin, because now he can't do it because Wong can be played in the middle.
Yeah, good point. Good point. I guess maybe he was
Oh, he
just
was good. Okay, he's just gonna
fixated on
try.
this
Okay.
Ironheart plan, which
Okay.
I agree with you. I think that Wong into Odin would have probably made a little more sense, but this should still be good, especially looking at the texture of Eggs' hand. Like, she really doesn't have much going on at the moment.
Yeah, Eggs really doesn't have anything. And ooh, did Goldenboy just snap?
Someone did.
Was it done in time for it to matter for this turn? No. Okay, there's another snap going on.
Someone is really trying to snap.
Okay, so can Eggs do anything? She-Hulk Valkyrie seems to be the strongest thing, because Shang-Chi... I mean, Shang-Chi can likely kill Odin, but still not enough. I have no idea how Eggs is winning this game, to be honest.
No, I really don't think she is. Valkyrie only really does anything if played with She-Hulk. I guess it could tie the right location if played on its own on the right, and then She-Hulk could win the left location.
Nah,
But-
She-Hulk can't win the left because there's a second Doombot coming in. So
Oh,
it's gonna
yeah,
be
yeah,
12
sorry, of
minimum.
course.
Even if Ironheart doesn't even touch it, it's gonna be a 12 minimum. So I have no idea how Eggs wins left and middle.
Yeah, Eggs needs to retreat right now, and that makes the difference between being able to, as you said, retreat 2 extra times or 1 extra time.
Well, here he wouldn't actually change anything because she's at 4 health and next game minimum
Oh,
is
you're
worth
right,
2.
you're right. Yeah.
So she probably has like all the reasons to play it. It's just I have no idea. Like, is there even a... Yeah, she probably can't even find like the 1% or like the get lucky line. in
You're
there.
right, though. I hadn't actually thought about that. I think we all need to play more battle mode, but in that position, wasn't it strictly better for her to just play on because there's no
Yeah,
downside?
1 and 2 health for the exact same number in high stakes rounds.
Yeah. Interesting.
Oh, actually, yeah, no, it's the same number. I was thinking like if she's at 1 health, can she only deal 1 damage? even
No,
in
it
high
doesn't
stakes
work that
rounds?
way, does it?
Yeah.
Like, you can always take 2, even if your opponent only has 1 health.
Okay, the Goldenboy going with a very solid curve early on, and he's gonna get information. What's the information? Ooh,
Valkyrie.
this is big. Valkyrie deciding the series. Love it. So we're going wave into Dr. Doom, most likely. Sunspot is once again going to be demolished by a Killmonger, because that's just what happened to Sunspots when you don't put them behind armors.
It's just a pretty straightforward game that Golden Boy's able to play this time.
Yeah, well, Eggs might be happy to see this wave, because now she can Dr. Doom as well,
Mhm.
because she didn't really have much going on. So I guess, yeah, they're both going to slam Dr. Doom. and be like, and now what? But double Hellfire Club, can that be a problem for Eggs? Because she has a demon, she has a Yondu in hand, so she's gonna be like forced to play them to the right. Don't know.
Yeah,
if
is that a problem? I mean, it's something that Golden Boy can certainly think about. Like, he's able to play around those
Ooh,
cards a
the
little bit better, knowing
Wong.
exactly where they'll go.
Okay, so we're just going for that big Odin top deck.
Sure. Oh, I mean, worst case, just play Ironheart, right?
Yes. I was trying to see if there was like some way of setting up a Valkyrie or something like that, but probably not. Bucky Barnes dies, but it didn't do much. Jessica Jones, Death becomes playable. Carnage, so Death becomes very, very playable. And Demon.
With that,
So we have a
Carnage.
3-mana Death. 3-mana
Golden.
Death is awkward because you can only play her with Nova.
All right,
like-
Golden Boy is just going to not think too hard on it and just jam Odin. So that is going to be Doombots filling up the rest of the locations.
Yeah, so it's going to be 15 on the left, 15 in the middle, and 17 on the right. So
What about Eggs? What's she got?
it
Best
has
case
to,
scenario.
I mean, it's Nova plus a card. Question is just which one. And I think by elimination, it's either Death or Valkyrie. And I don't really see where Does Valkyrie help?
No, I mean, if currently, okay, so if it's 15 on the left, 15 in the middle, and 12 on the right,
No,
then
it's
I
gonna be
get,
17 on the right.
sorry, 17 on the right, but it's an extra 10, not an extra 5. Yeah, then like Death allows her to win one location, and Nova does nothing. And Nova can only be played on the right anyway due to Hellfire Club.
Yeah, Nova has to be played on the right, 100%. So I guess, yeah, she goes to 12. So maybe your chance is hoping there's no Odin. And so she Novas to the right. Hope that's enough. Like, hope she survives like 2 activations of Ironheart there at +5. And then just slam Death wherever you think you're gonna win. And yeah, I think this is exactly what she went for, but unfortunately Goldenboy just pulled the Odin on turn 6 and should take match number 1.
After all of that, good old faithful Ironheart into Odin with some Doctor Doom and some Wong thrown in there is going to get the job done. Goldenboy running a really like budget friendly deck there, I would say. Obviously there's a few series 3 cards in there like Wong, but like, and Doctor Doom, but generally, you know, Jessica Jones, Yondu, Ironheart, Odin. That's a pretty buildable deck for anyone.
This almost felt like someone asked, like, I just put Wong, what am I supposed to do with it? And it's kind of the deck that you would suggest. So
Yeah.
but it
Well-
works. I mean, just beat like Byro. Well, actually there wasn't Iroh in the deck, so I guess it's Death Wave. What do we call it with Valkyrie now?
I was a little
Death
surprised
Mavery?
not to see Wolverine in that deck.
Yeah, I've seen people starting to include it. I still think Wolverine is at his best in Deadpool rather than Death, because you have more destroys. But yeah, he helps because you just destroy him. Like I've almost considered like him better than Bucky Barnes at this point.
Oh yeah, I suppose so. When you think about it. It sounds like we're going to be a few seconds before we move into the next game. I'm guessing that was quite a long game. A player might be wanting a restroom break or something. But from what we've seen so far, Dan, Goldenboy is 1 point up in this best out of 3. How do you think they're playing?
Honestly, like I'm not really into their lineups. I don't really know what they brought, so the rest of the match like is going to be a total surprise for me. But up until this point, like I think Goldenboy like played it kind of very simple, but also very effective. Like he had a plan, executed that plan, and Eggs didn't really have a deck that could punish it apart from Valkyrie, which got her 4 cubes at some point. So I think it's really about like, can your opponent like really mitigate your game plan? Because otherwise you just like take the eye away and like,
Goldenboy now has to switch his deck, obviously, as is the rules. For those of you just joining us, the winner has to switch to a different deck, whereas the loser can switch to a different deck if they want to, but they have the option to stick to the same deck. Now, neither you or me were casting in the previous match where Goldenboy was playing, so and I stepped away from the computer during my break. I think you did the same thing, but I have heard whisperings that he was playing an Asgardians of the Galaxy deck. So I'm wondering if it's going to be that shows up. What do you think, Dent? You've written so many deck guides in your time. What is your opinion on a Asgardians of the Galaxy deck?
Okay, because of the name, I think I can guess 5 cards, which are the Guardians of the Galaxy.
I think, and with it being Asgardians, it's got to run Thor as well, right?
Like Thor, Jane Foster. So Jane
Yeah.
Foster is just for armor, or does he
guess.
get Wasp in there or something?
I don't
Or
know.
Is Odin an Asgardian? I guess he reactivates all the Guardians
Yeah.
of the Galaxy.
Cosmo is the Guardians of the Galaxy's dog, so Cosmo
True.
is in the deck.
We don't have Loki yet, so not that. What do
Yeah,
we
or
play in this deck?
Nebula.
Yeah. But I mean, it's really gonna depend on, I guess, Egg's choice, because the Guardians of the Galaxy, of course, aren't like very loved. Oh no, he's going to play the most annoying deck on Earth. For the opponent,
Okay.
not for us. But yeah, this is just, I mean, if there was a deck that is aimed at making your opponent concede, it would be this one. Like in Hearthstone, this would be called the concede deck, I'm pretty sure.
All right, so it looks like, yeah, Goldenboy is going to be just throwing as much rubbish at his opponent as possible. Meanwhile, it's going to be Eggs running the Asgard cards. We've got Thor and the Mighty Thor both. Oh, sorry, no, Thor isn't. Oh, no, Thor's on the board. I'm staring at Eggs' hand. Like, I'm sure so Thor was like gonna go. No, Thor
It's
is
the
on
other
board,
one. It's
right?
the Jane Foster tour.
Yeah, yeah.
But actually, I think like so Eggs is very likely running a Lockjaw deck, and Golden Boy can be very very annoying to Lockjaw's lane. Like you can throw stuff, you can move around cards with Polaris. You have Black Widow. I could see Golden Boy being extremely annoying for the whole series. Okay, Spider Woman, play it simple. And then what's the rest of the deck? So we have a Shang-Chi. Ebonimo is dead at this point. Mojo, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, Golden Boy's filling up locations, right? So
okay,
Mojo
well,
makes sense.
Eggs just pulled a She-Hulk, so she's kind of back in it. Dr. Octopus coming a little late. The star of the EU short. Like he was so good for Raven. He was also really good for you in your Galactus deck.
Ah, Doc Ock's a really fun card. Shang-Chi alone is not enough to win Golden Boy this game, though.
Well, the problem is he can't really afford to invest into the middle. He kind of needs to consider it as like the middle is safe in a
Yeah.
way, and needs to get points somewhere else.
Oh, this is the way of hedging it, right? Like you play.
Oh, Eggs has priority, so he thinks if she uses the hammer,
Yeah.
he can punish.
But as we can see, there is no hammer present. Although,
No.
there goes Polaris,
Ooh.
rendering Mojo's extra power useless. But Mojo alone is still enough to beat She-Hulk. And Golden Boy
Golden Boy
somehow,
keeps the points.
somehow manages to clutch that game out.
I mean, it really came down like it's the Wasp. Like Eggs played both her cards on the same location. If she played the Wasp anywhere else, she was winning.
Unreal.
Oh
Wow.
God.
Ebony Moore hurts. All cards that Golden Boy would love to give to his opponent.
Exactly. Like this is the hand of like except for Shang-Chi, but this is just the Viper's best friends at this point. Icebox. So Icebox touch Black Widow and Wasp. Oh, Wasp. I've never seen Wasp actually cost something.
I still want to see that Lockjaw from
Lockjaw.
Eggs. One of my favorite cards in Marvel Snap.
Okay. Well, he actually has a lot of points. Like Golden Boy actually has a lot of points. Like you could play everything. Like okay, so he's not even going to play Ebonimo, but I kind of like going like Sunspot Demon Ebonimo in the middle and just it's a literal ton of points. Ooh, Viper showing up.
A little bit too late to do anything with Ebony Moore, but hey, it's good enough. Just sending your opponent the -2. But on the other side of
Lockjaw.
things, Lockjaw into Wasp.
But we're gonna cycle a costful Wasp here. Like it's not the Wasp we were used to. Okay, so do we have Ant-Man? Wow. Golden Boy has mixed Kazoo and being annoying together. And is he going to pull it again? Like, is he going to pull a Shang-Chi or something like that? Last moment next turn? So, Eggs keeps investing into the Lockjaw lane. Not sure it's necessary. Like, you're... Oh, Wasp is back. Roll near. Alright. She got 1 point from that Jubilee behind Lockjaw. It's a little bit sad.
Well, there's the
Shang-Chi takes the
Shang-Chi.
lane.
And that is
like,
literally single-handedly going to tie that
Shang-Chi
lane.
takes the lane. It's incredible. Yeah, Shang-Chi's the play. And I kind of regret Golden Boy like kind of ending the game still with that Ebonimo in hand when he had several chances at playing it. But Shang-Chi would tie the right, and then he goes up to 22 in the middle.
Yep.
So Eggs needs plus 12. Or there's... And she also needs to win the Icebox.
Hang on, though. Golden Boy has priority, and Eggs does have Magneto, which could
Oh.
potentially pull Shang-Chi out of the way. If Eggs plays Magneto in the Icebox,
Yeah, but she pulls him afterwards. But
yeah,
she
but,
would
but
win-
then
yeah,
Wasp
she would
and-
win left and right.
yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
And it feels like someone snapped. I think Eggs snapped and realized it because Magneto is not in her hand anymore.
Yeah.
And,
If Magneto is being played in Icebox, that is game over for Golden Boy.
and why would you play Magneto on Starlight Sentinel? Because, because he goes up to 22 and you think you can't lose, right?
no,
No.
luckily she did the right thing.
Let's
and
go, Eggs.
unless we've miscalculated this,
No, we should be okay. 3-0 and
wins.
10-6.
Eggs wins the left, Eggs wins the right, and Golden Boy takes 4 damage, making Eggs the favorite for this current game so far.
And after like having Magneto lose the game on the previous one, he's back on the right track now. Grand Central. This is a scary location when you're going up against Lockjaw. I mean, look at the hand. There are a lot of cards you don't want to see calm down in Grand Central. Onslaught Zero? Anyone is playing any ongoing decks? Like there's Mojo for Goldenboy, but
Yeah, it's nothing particularly relevant though, is it? Goldenboy can play Doc Ock in Grand Central on turn 5 to prevent Eggs from getting anything from that, but I'm not even sure if that alone is worth it.
I mean, against a Lockjaw deck, you really have to be lucky, I feel, with Dr. Octopus, because just one of the big guys, and already you kind of feel like you lost the lane.
Well, I mean, if you got Shang-Chi to follow it up, it can be
Okay,
not quite so bad.
Okay. So Sunspot is coming down. We have the Lockjaw into Wasp once again for Eggs. Could be strong. I mean, I guess she's going to develop Tor. But we had a Lockjaw Wasp into Jubilee. That seemed like... That was juicy. I guess she's going to do it. Ooh, she draws the hammer immediately. So that's going to be a very, very strong Lockjaw lane immediately.
It is, but you know, Thor is just getting weaker to this potential Shang-Chi coming later. Again, I feel like the best lane to Shang-Chi at the moment would be Grand Central. To Doc Ock into Shang-Chi, I mean.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you Doc Ock into Shang-Chi, you're basically investing 5 and 6 into the same lane. And can you afford to do that? Because, yeah, like...
Oh, following up with a demon somewhere else, maybe. It depends how this falls with Wakanda. But wow, yeah, that Thor's gonna get huge.
Yeah, and Eggs just cycled both for 0 cost, and she's getting them back right away. And now there's Dracula. I don't see how Eggs is gonna lose, because the right is basically done for, because there's Wakanda, so you can even Shang-Chi. There might be like a counter on the left, but I mean, there's a Dracula, there's the Jubilee, there's a lot of things to solidify middle.
Dracula certainly counters Shang-Chi.
Yeah, I've heard that. So Polaris pulls nothing, right? It's a 1 or a 2.
Yeah, that's right.
So Polaris does nothing, unfortunately, and it's.
But again, I'm still just staring at Doc Ock and Shang-Chi, wondering if there's some way through this. If Goldenboy plays Doc Ock next turn, it pulls out almost Eggs' entire hand. Shang-Chi would destroy almost all of the cards pulled out, and Jubilee's not really relevant anyway.
Yeah, but already, like,
there you go.
I'm struggling to see how are you going to win.
Polaris pulled something. It was Hood.
Ooh, Vision. Oh my god.
Okay, no, now it's super over.
Yeah, and I mean, like, Dracula will... Yeah, you just play Hammer and Magneto, and Dracula is a 20. There's absolutely 0 way Eggs isn't going to win this game. And she's going to put Goldenboy really, really low if he doesn't retreat. Because you can Shang-Chi left, Demon middle. But I mean, your opponent is not really at 1. Actually, very, very, very far from 1. You just don't see it yet. But I mean, a demon against Dracula?
Goldenboy needs to be getting out of there. That Infinite is way too big.
Save those cubes, Goldenboy. Save those cubes. It's unfortunate, but you can't win them all. Save the health. Come back stronger. I feel like Goldenboy never retreats. It's just like, nope, I'm going to...
He's just a very confident man.
Yes. Okay, so Mjolnir again. That Tor, I've never seen a Tor get that big. Like 3 hammers is the first for me. And we're getting Magneto, so Mojo is out. But I mean, Shang-Chi would have prevented Mojo anyway.
Well, the demon might give Goldenboy some false expectations for a moment there, but discarding the Infinite is going to be GG. Goldenboy down to 2 HP. And I would say that a third game in this best out of 3 is looking more and more likely.
Yeah, Eggs like really dominating. And the thing is, Eggs has done a really good job of never just setting up Lockjaw and doing nothing else. every time she's playing Lockjaw, there's something behind it. There's like
Yeah.
immediate support. And against Goldenboy deck, I feel like it's really important because otherwise it could be like clogging that Lockjaw lane really, really easily.
Oh,
Bar with
how
no
unfortunate
name.
for Goldenboy. Bar with no name appears immediately after he's played the hood.
No beast, no nothing. Okay.
I mean, Goldenboy can Doc Ock into Bar with no name. And
Yes,
against
but
this deck in particular, it should basically guarantee the win in that lane.
well, something I like a lot to do if I'm eggs is playing Nightcrawler and Vision into board with no name and just
Yep.
moving them on the last turn.
I agree.
Exactly like to prevent Dr. Octopus. But wait, Dr. Octopus has not been played yet, so eggs might not even know it's in the deck.
Wait, has it really not?
No, we talked
Oh my
about it a lot,
gosh,
but I
you're
don't
right.
think he pulled the trigger on it yet.
Wow, yeah, that's really interesting. So yeah, if Eggs isn't going to play around it, then it's definitely
is-
going to.
Oh, Goldenboy really doesn't want anything because Strange Academy might go to board with no name.
Mhm.
But we kind of have to do something.
Wait, chat is saying that it got pulled from Grand
Oh.
Central in a previous game. So Eggs has
True.
seen the Doc Ock.
True, he was pulled, but no effect.
Yeah.
Completely correct.
Well, there you go. Viper is going to do its thing and win Bar with no name for Goldenboy. I don't believe Eggs has anything she can do to reverse that. So she has to try and win both of the other lanes.
And it's not such an easy task at this point. Like, she can Jane Foster to get the hammer. And next turn, what does she do? She goes like Jubilee, hoping for something, plus hammer. Dr. Octopus to the left? Oh, because he has the Shang-Chi follow-up?
Yeah. Yeah, playing it in the Thor lane makes sense.
Okay, so the idea is Viper wins middle, and Dr. Octopus, Shang-Chi steal the left. Before Goldenboy, do we just snap this? Because you kind of have to make up for the cubes eventually.
Yeah, I think so. The last thing Goldenboy wants to do is win only 1 HP this game. So I think it's now is as good a time as any to press the button.
Okay, so we have Jane Foster. Where is Eggs going to play her? She's going to play her onto the left. So if you can pull Wasp and Hammer, it's actually insane.
Nope.
No, it's Wasp and She-Hulk. I mean, I've seen worse Shang-Chi because Eggs has priority. So actually, Eggs needs to not play the hammer.
Yeah.
No, because if she doesn't play the hammer, she's at 13, so she's tied. And so she would win the game by simply playing Chavs to the right. Or like Vision Nightcrawler. But if she plays the hammer, she loses 2 locations.
What's
if she
better
does-
for Eggs? Vision Nightcrawler or
it's not
Chavez or Jubilee Nightcrawler? I don't know
Um,
what's still in the deck off the top of my head.
There's still
Oh,
Lockjaw.
Lockjaw.
which
Nah,
is
yeah, she doesn't want to
also
play
not
Jubilee
that
then.
good.
That's no good.
I mean, there's Magneto. Magneto would be good.
But even risking pulling out Lockjaw with Jubilee makes it not worth it when you've got other great options in the hand.
Yeah, like, I'm trying to see outside of Magneto. What kind of big cards have we seen? Not that many.
There's the snap.
Someone's snapping. Goldenboy snapping now.
I don't think snapping does anything right now because it doubles on the final turn to 2 anyway. But it's
Yeah,
a
he's
power
not-
move, right?
Yeah, he's just establishing himself as confident.
Absolutely.
Like, I'm going to win this. But yeah, like, because he's on 2 health, he can't deal 4 anyway, so... Eggs is going to stay here. Visions, Nightcrawler. She didn't play the hammer. She is very, very smart. And that is going to do it. Eggs catching up in the series. And we're going to match 3.
Brilliant. Again, showing off some of the real depthy parts of Marvel Snap there. The fact that you know, it's not as simple as sometimes it might look when you first look at Marvel Snap gameplay. The bigger number always wins. Eggs won that game by not making the Thor bigger.
Yep, less points is more points sometimes.
Yep.
So,
Especially when it comes to Shang-Chi.
do you-
a lot of people are saying, Shang-Chi is really annoying, should be nerfed. It's like, well, Shang-Chi also balances the game out, like some strategies would be very dominant if that card didn't exist.
yeah, Shang-Chi like kind of is a nerf to all the super big guys that we're seeing. Like, imagine if Shang-Chi didn't happen. Every time your opponent would pass on turn 5, you would be like, you'd be like, oh god, okay, I lost the lane. Now we need the guy. Like, he's good. I think he forces different strategies and different and he also makes priority much more interesting. Like, I wish we had more like priority cards, because like there are a ton of ways to play around Shang-Chi. Like, for example, leave priority to your opponent so they reveal first, and you can play your big guys afterwards. Because for example, if Goldenboy had priority, then Eggs could have played the hammer because Thor becomes a 10 after Shang-Chi reveals. So there's a ton of little things. So no, please don't nerf Shang-Chi. He's good.
Absolutely. And Raven and me were talking about this earlier, but the existence of cards like Invisible Woman that can artificially shift priority.
Yeah, there's Ghost coming soon.
Potentially upcoming cards as well. Absolutely. Like, there's priority is really interesting in Marvel Snap, and it's going to get more and more interesting over time. We're jumping into game 3 here. It is going to be Eggs with the Destroy deck again, by the looks of things.
Back on it.
And here we go. It's the Asgardians of the Galaxy for Goldenboy.
Yeah, and Sunspot once again ready to get destroyed by Killmonger eventually.
Well, maybe not this game, as TVA.
Who knows?
is the
Altar
first
of
location.
Death. Okay, that Black Widow is going straight up on it. Something's gonna happen. I don't know what, but something is
The
going
problem with Black Widow this turn is that Eggs can then destroy it next turn and get the buff.
Widow's Bite, that's absolutely terrible. It is unfortunately Ooh, card.
Elysium, what is this game? These locations.
Okay. No, you can't play Cosmo to the right because next turn you want to play Groot. Okay, so Goldenboy is just gonna take the left, and then oh my god, hey, Drax is going to be absolutely nutty to the right.
Does Eggs have a way out of this?
Uh,
She can't win the left lane, so she has to win the right lane.
I mean, she has a Def.
Yondu plus Valkyrie?
No, she just plays Def
Yeah.
and wins the.
Yeah, you're right.
Because Drax is gonna be what, 8, 9? I never know with this guy. 8.
It's going to be 8, that's
So if
right.
she just drops Def, she's going to be at 18.
Yep,
So
she
she's
snaps.
at +10.
Goldenboy retreats, and that is going to be
Okay, first
1
blow.
HP.
Yep, first blow, Eggs. Wait, yeah, I saw the round 1 defeat at the top of the screen, but it's actually because we're in Goldenboy.
Yeah, that's
of
right.
view.
That's right. All right, game
Morag.
2. Morag is another pretty interesting location. Both of these decks seem to have lots of small to medium-sized cards, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem for these.
Yes, and exactly the same opening as game 1, Sunspot against Hood. On Shuri's Lab, okay, little different. How does Shuri's Lab work with the Guardians of the Galaxy? Do they get their on reveal first, or do they get the
Yes,
boost
on
first?
reveal goes off first. It's the opposite to how Shuri the card works. So Shuri the card would double the stats, and then the on reveal effect would go off, but Shuri the location does it the other way around.
Okay, so like we have a card and a location which have the same name, same effect, but they don't work the same way.
But I think that's just a case of location effects go off, like, activate before card effects.
Ah.
I think that's a sequencing thing there.
But anyway, that's a really big Star-Lord. And now where are
Yep.
we playing that Black Widow? Don't we want to play Black Widow to the right?
Do you
Just
even
so-
want to play Black Widow in a game with Machine World? Because then your opponent just plays the Widow's Bite onto Machine World and you can't draw a card, and then it goes back and forth.
Yeah, but I think I'm okay with it. Because the problem with passing against Destroy is you're capitalizing on a Sunspot that you can't expect to have
True.
until the end of the game, except if you prevent your opponent from drawing it, which is exactly what Black Widow does. Ooh, but we're going to a Psylocke. So we're playing it now.
Sorry, chat is pointing out. I explained the way the cards and the locations work, but backwards. It's card effects that go off first. Location effects go off after. I just got all the wrong
Oh
way
yeah,
around.
I had it. I understood it this way, but
Yeah. It's like we all knew what I was talking about. I just said the words backwards.
all right. Magneto. Magneto pulls nothing right now. Ooh, there's a snap. I mean, Valkyrie is naughty on Cherry's lab as well. Like she just sets everyone back to 3, and
Yeah,
Golden
he's
Boy
out
is
of there.
going to give it up once again.
You know what you were saying earlier about Golden Boy never retreating? It seems like he's found the button.
Yeah, he's found the button. Maybe it's the deck. We don't know. But all right, I want to see those Guardians of the Galaxy just knock one out of the park. Like I want to see them just one game. I want to see them get like 4 cubes, 8 cubes. I want just that one game. Oh, come on,
Morag
cool.
again. Dan, tell me, am I crazy here? Or I feel like I've noticed that within a battle mode set, the same locations seem to come up a lot. I noticed that with my own games as well. But that might just be confirmation bias. I don't know if it's a real thing.
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't think I've played the mode enough, but now that you're
But
telling me
Morag
this,
popping
I'll
up
be,
twice in 2 games, they just, I don't
I'll
know.
be extremely
It's
careful
happened
about
so
it.
many times today.
I'm trying to remember my games. It's true, like I had the same locations come back during the same set. Maybe.
Interesting.
Golden Boy has found the retreat button, but apparently he hasn't found how to play cards. It's a very different strategy. So now he's gonna Psylocke into Camouflage, jump straight to 6. What does jumping straight to 6 does for him? He gets to play Drax and Black Widow? Cosmo
Yeah.
Storm?
Or Storm and Cosmo. I'm not really sure if that.
Or that?
Oh, yeah, or that. Magneto.
Or Mr. Big Boy himself? Oh, okay, he wanted to play 2 cards so he could go and impact Morag. But then he's going to change it.
Which means that Eggs can play things there easily. If it's not Morag anymore, then it doesn't have the playing restriction.
Yeah, and I don't really get why we're not playing Cosmo on the Nova location just to force the opponent to have a Killmonger. Okay, now it's Eggs passing the turn, but she has She-Hulk, so... Oh, and now we're gonna see the Drax try to lock down Fluting. Or are we gonna see a Spider-Man? Like cheeky Spider-Man somewhere else?
Spider-Man in the middle, I guess. But
Nah, it's the Drax.
it is, but it's not gonna be enough against She-Hulk. And Eggs, I
Well, with
believe,
Storm,
snaps again.
It's a tie.
But yeah,
Alongside
it's a
Storm,
tie.
they're
It's
tying.
not gonna win it though. And then with Nova dying after, that would
She-Hulk is gonna be a +1.
yeah,
Killmonger, yep. So
that'll do
She-Hulk
it.
takes the floating, and now it's really difficult. I mean, I guess Golden Boy can still kind of recycle his cards and get them to New York, and just abandon floating.
That's true. Golden Boy gonna go ahead and just jam Magneto.
I kind of like, is it a thing to just throw everything to New York and slam Gamora onto Camouflage? Because like Gamora, if your opponent plays on Camouflage, is like a 17.
Yeah,
Which
you're right.
beats Def. Like it beats Def alongside Killmonger, which
Yeah.
would be 16.
And if Eggs doesn't play anything on Camouflage anyway, Gamora's body is still enough to win the
Yeah.
location. So yeah, I really like that.
I think we have the line for the Guardians of the Galaxy to actually win this one. Let's go, Guardians. Let's go. Okay. Step 1 complete. Okay. No, this is small step 1. Let's go big step 1. Yes.
Why would Star-Lord be better? I can't think of any reason. No, I think
Gamora,
Gamora is just
okay.
objectively better.
Let's go, Golden Boy. Let's do it. Let's do it. Storm is completely useless on her own. Psylocke can go as well. No. Okay. Wave. Deathlock.
That is not gonna be enough. And a
The
nasty
Guardians
surprise for
of the
Eggs.
Galaxy did it, and they got 4 cubes. I got my wish.
He takes
got my
4
wish.
damage. Yeah,
This is
I believe
incredible
that
set.
Golden Boy won the last match with his as Guardians of the Galaxy deck as well. So maybe there's something to be said for this deck.
Oh my god! If Golden Boy beats like an established meta deck with the Guardians,
You're gonna have to write a deck guide.
I mean, at first, and then imagine YouTube tomorrow. Like Goldenboy breaks the meta. A new deck found, like 100% win rate in tournament.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna have to include it in the next tier list.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna do a tier list this week because there's gonna be a new season, nerfs and stuff like that, so there was no point. But I mean, a deck of this magnitude, I gotta talk about it somewhere.
S tier, right? That's it.
Alone, like
Now,
a ton of
Storm.
things are happening. So I
Storm
guess
gonna go in X Mansion. No, Eggs is giving Nova to Goldenboy. No, she's not. She's destroying it.
denying it. But okay, so Goldenboy not being a betting man, but when you bring Guardians of the Galaxy, don't you want to just bet? Like, isn't that a betting deck?
Well, I mean, when you can do things as consistently as this, Storm into Drax, into Gamora, into Magneto on the right, like,
Yep, I totally agree with it.
seems pretty good.
Carnage. Okay, and we're gonna have a big Drax. Destroy can't really play onto a floated location, right? Like X doesn't have a way to move cards or like no.
I don't believe so.
Okay. And no, now Doctor like Goldenboy can just he goes with the cheeky
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
that's even better.
Like we were talking about Gamora and Magneto, but no, he just goes with the Spider-Man.
He could have really played Spider-Man in either location, right? And probably won because he's got enough small things where he can
Yeah,
clog up
but I mean
multiple
you're
worlds.
against the Destroy deck, so on the right it's much better against Wave.
Yeah, very true, very true.
Wait, does he win it? Because Magneto is actually gonna pull a lot of people from the left. But you just go with Gamora because you're much smarter than me. Goldenboy, you're so good at this deck.
Don't worry, Dan. I know it's real late where you are in the world right now, and
yeah, but
it's early evening for Goldenboy. He's a
oh my god, he goes 8 cubes into forces a retreat. And are we in high stakes? Yeah, we're gonna enter ice stakes, and Goldenboy is 3 healths up.
Yep.
Oh my god.
So because it was only one health,
Why is
we
there
didn't
not
really
every
win?
deck for Goldenboy? What is this card doing there? Carnage. Okay, that's a pretty big one. Like Hood. Okay, I'm sure Eggs would have loved to see Carnage in that hand.
oh yeah, now even more so.
Wow. Yep. Talk about a Carnage. Like she would insta slam Carnage in the middle if she could. Okay, gotta be careful because if she goes Bucky Barnes on Baxter Building, which I think she wants to, we know Goldenboy has a Cosmo somewhere in this deck, right?
Yep.
And he's gonna have priority. Cosmo. Cosmo? That's Spider-Man. He's cute, but he's not Cosmo. If only like Goldenboy knew if he storms left, Eggs has no way of destroying Bucky Barnes in time unless she top decks something. Can you hear me? Goldenboy, are you around? Are you here?
Is he in the call?
I mean, I casted with him a little while ago, so maybe like the connection is still there. And, oh, Cosmo! No, I didn't want him to be dead. I like the space dog.
Oh my gosh! Oh wow! Okay, still no Killmonger to be found for Eggs.
Now
That
we're
is
just gonna Drax for the 3rd time in a row and get those cubes for a 3rd time in a row.
yeah, I think so.
Drax is just like stealing cubes right now. Like, is the bully, playground bully, storm
You
into
know,
Drax. every
Drax is
day.
one of the few cards back when I was unlocking Series 3 cards where you unlock him and you're like, oh wow, this is the most boring card in the game.
Yeah,
But
you're like, where
now
are
with
you with one with your
Zabu and
friends.
yeah, it works.
Yeah,
It is weird
Zabu,
seeing
more players.
Drax and Spider-Man without Zabu.
Yes, but that were kind of the. Well, I don't know if NA agreed on it. I know EU, we all agreed on not bringing Zabu because we felt like we wanted more diversity, but I don't know what NA people like agreed on. All right. So, Spider-Man. Ooh. Where do we play Spider-Man? This is extremely important. Do we play Spider-Man or do we just slam a huge Gamora somewhere?
Spider-Man, if successful, guarantees the win, but that also means only 2 cubes taken off of your opponent. I wonder if that ever factors in.
But I mean, if you want to win, don't you have to Spider-Man right? Oh my god. He's so
this-
good.
this will work.
Goldenboy is just so good at this. Like, and like, I can't imagine like this man canceled the next mention. Imagine if he let it be. It would be infinite. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. And Eggs is almost like she has one more match max.
Well, Elysium is going to cause a lot of chaos in this game.
And there's
Uh,
a Cosmo. Like, okay, we're going all in. Bucky Barnes into Nova turn 1. Goldenboy. Oh, he doesn't have priority. That Cosmo would have ruined the day. Oh my god, Hood into Carnage?
Yeah,
Too
but
late.
I think Eggs plays it all this turn, right?
I mean,
And,
of course, you don't even take. You know your opponent has Cosmo. Like, you don't even blink about this one. You just go, and yeah, like I mean, it's turn 2, and you can almost call the left location to be locked.
Yep, agreed.
Because I
Great
mean,
start for Eggs.
okay, more squirrels, but there's Killmonger, so that def is 0. I think once the squirrels are dead, def is literally free. Starlord and Groot. Okay.
There you go. Here come the Guardians.
We gotta fight for middle and right. I mean, Goldenboy knows it. He has to win middle and right at this point. It's just way too demanding to try and fight for left.
Wait, I haven't seen Rocket Raccoon in this deck.
Wait.
You're missing one.
Yeah, you have Yondu and you don't have Rocket Raccoon? What is this sorcery? Goldenboy, what have you done? What is this? What is happening here?
Okay. Skip turn from Eggs. And no card draw for her due to the Widow's Bite.
Setting up the She-Hulk.
But yeah, I mean, Widow's Bite actually is just fodder for Valkyrie, so...
Okay, is Spider-Man going to steal one more match? Because Spider-Man gets Goldenboy to 10. So a little bit above 9, and then we just hope Gamora wins sewer system. I think if you're Eggs, you just slam Def to the right. Just in case. Like, you've seen Spider-Man, and you know your opponent doesn't really have, like, very reactive cards or things like this. Or she's gonna slam it middle. Okay.
I'm a little surprised because, yeah, I mean, I thought that Death Right or, again, Widow's Bite plus Valkyrie Right would have been 2 decent options. Now, does Goldenboy actually win this?
I don't know. No, I think you still lose because if Eggs doesn't play middle, you tie, and you're gonna lose the
you're
points
right, you're
difference.
right.
And if Eggs plays middle, it has to be something incredibly weak.
He's out of there. Goldenboy escapes, and it is going to be 3 more HP down. This match is going down to the wire, Dan.
Yep, like they're giving us a pretty wild series. So Goldenboy still has 5 health actually, so he can still afford to lose a couple of games. He can still he probably has 2 more shots to get that Storm Drax combo that got him so many cubes. Yondu. Into Yondu, okay. Yonduception. Hood. I mean, has Eggs missed Hood on turn 1 at any point? Raft.
The Raft.
I mean, Raft is pretty strong for Guardians of the Galaxy, isn't it?
I don't, not with that hand.
Well, not
I mean,
with that hand.
It's good in that he can make big
Will it?
Guardians by targeting the Raft, but like, Eggs should be able to fill it up faster. Yeah, it looks like they're both going to fill it up next turn, actually.
Yeah, apparently they're just going to tie for it, but if they both fill it, there's actually a need to be really careful because the one that was going to end up on top...
Carnage, though. Carnage is a really great way of filling up the Raft.
Yes, Carnage. Always him. Like, Carnage is such a strong card.
Ultron for Eggs and
Thanos.
Thanos for Goldenboy. So Eggs definitely getting the better end of that deal.
Yeah, she's going to get some 1/1s in addition to the 8 power body, but Goldenboy is still like 9 points ahead on the Raft, and so Eggs needs to find that. Maybe slam a She-Hulk middle? Get to 18, be done with it?
Wait a second. Eggs can play Ultron and Valkyrie together on the final turn to fill up a location with 1/1s and then turn them into 3s.
Oh, this is nasty. I want to play Ultron 2 in my deck now, but it never costs 0.
yeah, yeah, it's a lot
tiny
better
pro-
when it costs 0, huh?
See, yeah, like I was like, this combo is nasty. Why didn't I think about it? Because it's not doable unless you get Ultron from the raft. Yeah, that's the reason. Okay, Star-Lord, She-Hulk. She-Hulk on Strange Academy? Okay, I'm curious.
It means that it gets played on. Well, it can get played onto Vormir without.
Yeah, but I felt like she was so good on the raft because you just 18 and you just win the location because your opponent is full there. Ooh, Goldenboy going big.
Now, if Egg spots this, if Eggs does go ahead and play Ultron in the middle, or on the right, it doesn't matter, and Valkyrie on the left,
Wait, so
it's going to be. She's playing Ultron on the left, apparently.
but the thing is, I think Goldenboy triggered Vormir, but X didn't yet. So I think if Goldenboy picks that up and just plays on Vormir, like he could have played Magneto on Vormir and take it. Okay. Well, she does it that way, so that's a tie.
It's not a tie. It's a loss for.
Yeah, but I mean,
Egg.
it was a tie in the middle, and then Goldenboy gets the point difference. Goldenboy just got the Guardians of the Galaxy to a win. So
No, if Eggs played Ultron in the middle and Valkyrie on the left, she would have won, right?
yes, because she had more cards.
Yeah. So a slight blunder at the end is going to cost Eggs the game, but incredibly well played from both of them. A huge congratulations to Goldenboy. I do not know how he keeps doing it, but those Guardians of the Galaxy, they're on a tear.
I mean, honestly, I was already happy when I saw them win a 4-cube game at the start. And then I guess like Goldenboy was like, watch me not stop this. Watch me have the keep the ball going and just win the whole series with that deck.
Chat saying Ultron mid wasn't enough.
Did Goldenboy just concur NA right now?
Yeah. No, Goldenboy seems to be winning the region. I believe that the Ultron mid was enough because Eggs had already won the right lane, and then Valkyrie with the Ultron with bots would have won the left lane. So
yeah,
it was enough. It wouldn't have won the middle lane, but it would have won the other two. Just to clear that one up. But yeah, you're right, Dan. I think Goldenboy is the champion of the region, but we still have another match to go. That is going to be Eggs versus Bynx. Thank you very much, production, for whispering that in my ear. I think we'd better go to one last little break. But when we come back, it's going to be the final match of the day. Welcome back to Snap Battles Assemble. It is going to be the final match of the day. And it's going to be a good one. It's Bynx versus Eggs. We've seen them both competing already. Bynx had some really wild decks. Eggs had that amazing Valkyrie tech that I've been quite impressed with it. How have you felt about that, Dan?
I can't root against Valkyrie. She's one of my favorite cards. And I think like in the Destroy deck, she was a little weird because you kind of want to kill your small cards. So oftentimes like Valkyrie didn't really have enough targets to be really strong. But she's been surprising. We'll see like if Bynx has been paying attention and he plays around it or not. But I definitely like the card. Like I think she's a really surprising card.
Yeah. I think it's just a card that your opponent just doesn't necessarily expect. It's kind of like, I mean, she's very similar. Let's face it, she's very similar to the Shadow King, really, and what she's sort of trying to achieve. But she just, she's much more consistent because you have a lot more control. It's buffing your own cards as well as debuffing your opponents. So yeah, it seems real strong. But now, that was in the past. It's Eggs and Bynx. Two great Marvel Snap content creators. Both of them, I believe Marvel Snap is the first sort of big game where they've become really, really popular and exploded in, and it was well deserved as well. Both fantastic streamers and creators. Bynx's YouTube videos really doing the daily grind, and it really paying off for him. Let's see how they do against each other.
So Bynx is coming up with Heimdall, Shang-Chi, Doctor Octopus. Okay, what is this deck?
So Heimdall, I believe he's using as a bit of a tech to just sort of sneak a win where it's not otherwise expected.
Okay, Lizard. What is this deck? Really confusing.
I think it's just jamming good cards in a deck.
You can get behind it.
Yeah, Iceman, Shuri. It all seems to fit the bill.
Okay, this
looks
is a
like
new
we're-
take at good cards, like just all the better cards for a battle mode, and you just fit them all into one deck.
Yeah. I mean, Shuri into Doc Ock is pretty strong and potentially game winning here for Bynx. Actually, it's gonna pull
Okay,
out.
where does Galactus land? Because Bynx has priority. So if Galactus goes to the left,
Mhm.
it will not trigger. If Galactus goes to the right, it will trigger.
But even if it
will
does
be
trigger,
alone.
yeah, X isn't gonna have any
Very,
cards to
very
follow up
alone.
with. It's not gonna trigger. It's on the left, and
And Bynx just denied completely the opposing Galactus, but can he win the lane? Because there's still a lot of power coming in.
oh, Shang-Chi is gonna deal with these big things. But then Null is gonna have a lot of power next turn.
Yeah, but Noel can't win on his own, right?
No, you're right.
Can he? Can you just Noel left and hope that the bonus from Baxter building is enough? Because this is like
No,
where-
Null doesn't win the left. It ties it.
That's it.
Null's on 23. Yeah.
Oh damn it. Well, 23 doesn't win it because you go to 26.
Sorry, 26. Not doesn't even tie it. Yeah, that big Shuri buff makes a huge difference. And now with Arrow, I
Wow.
don't believe it matters what Eggs has played. Null is not going to do the job. And Bynx takes 8 cubes off of Eggs in the very first game of this final match.
All right.
Wow.
So wild start, Dr. Octopus ripping Galactus apart. To be honest.
I mean,
Like,
it's one of the best counters, right? I mean, and Bynx is sat there with Cosmo, another one, and Arrow, another one of the biggest Galactus counters, all just in one deck together.
Yeah,
it's
it's
like,
just an anti-Galactus deck.
yeah, it looks a little bit like that. There's been a snap already. I guess it makes sense for Bynx to just play this as aggressively as possible because he doesn't really want to win one cube now. He wants to win both of them. The Nexus.
Okay, so the Nexus isn't a location that Galactus really likes, but you can expect your opponent to play like aggressively into it, so that can lead to them not being really careful about the other ones. Great anticipation of where to play Wolverine. Oh wow, she's going to play Sunspot and not Electro.
Okay, so, I mean, it would be Electro this turn into Galactus next turn, I guess, in theory, but that means that Bynx is going to know that Galactus is coming on the left? And Bynx can counter that with Cosmo.
Yeah, and it also prevents like going for Dr. Octopus before that or something like this.
That is true. I mean, or Bynx could play Cosmo in the middle and then play Doc Ock himself on the left next turn. Or just play Arrow on the right next turn. Like, Bynx has every single counter to Galactus in his hand. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, like I have absolutely no idea
If it's
how
like-
Eggs gets out of it.
Well, she's going for Doc Ock. Can that ever do anything?
We are going to see really soon. Galactus, Shang-Chi, okay. Full like what?
Oh, Heimdall! It's called Heimdall! Wait a second!
Wait.
Does that just win Eggs the game?
Wait. This is wild. Okay, now we just slam Def? No, we can't, but we can slam No.
Bynx can't do anything. He can't gain enough power to win the Nexus. It's over.
Get out of it. Get out of it.
But it doesn't matter. Like, he loses 2 cubes regardless of what he does now. He may as well play it out. But like, you were very confused about the Heimdall earlier, and now your confusion makes even more sense. Heimdall just lost Bynx the game due to the involuntary placement from Doc Ock.
Wow. Solid. So I guess Okay, wow! Okay, so Bynx is just auto-snapping every single time, so just so he puts eggs on the, like...
Yeah, Raven and me were talking about that earlier. It just makes sense, right? Because
Yeah, when you have so much health compared to your opponent, that you
Yeah.
risk 2 when they're risking the game.
yeah,
And it's a Galactus deck, like, sometimes Galactus whiffs, and you're just telling eggs you cannot afford to whiff. Lizard again. Wolverine again, so exact same start. Space Troll.
not Galactus' best friend, unless you play the Green Goblin there first.
Yeah, and the thing is now, it feels like Galactus is going to be forced to be played on Moor Island, except Bynx has a really nice, like, head start on it.
Yeah, but
Wolverine
Death
Electro.
and Null in Eggs' deck should be able to even the playing field a little bit. This is a very clear Doc Ock and Warrior Falls. Bynx is going to pass turn. His Doc Ock is probably coming out as well as Heimdall. Shang-Chi doesn't matter all that much because it's...
Dr. Octopus. Oh, he's gonna pull Galactus?
Ah,
He did.
that's an issue.
Can we do it one more time?
Well,
Can Eggs pull a miracle?
all of Eggs' cards are about to get destroyed by Warrior Falls.
Yeah, and Moor Island is lost.
That's not where you want to go, Wolverine.
Oh my god. Yeah, you just lost all 3 locations at this point, Eggs.
Yeah, that is going to be... Unless I'm missing something. Null in the middle. Death plus... No, I mean, Maximus is going to win the right. There really is nothing here.
I really don't see it. I mean, she's not gonna leave because there's not really a point doing so, but I think it's... Yeah, and there's Aero for good measures, so you can't even contest left.
Yep. It's impossible. Even without Arrow, it'd be impossible for Eggs to win this game. Bynx is going to take the first game of this final match. And is going to have to switch out of his deck, which someone in Twitch chat has said that Bynx calls it HOGC. That is Heimdall Ock Good Cards.
Okay, I can see that. I can understand the idea. It's just good cards, and then we just play like Heimdall for surprise and Dr. Octopus because apparently he's insane in battle mode. How many Dr. Octopus are we gonna see on ladder now? I'm gonna try him for sure. And that variant is sweet. So what are we thinking about? Like, Eggs is really taking all the time she's
She's
allowed.
thinking there's got to be some way, right?
Try to find something like, where is my 1%? Where is my 1%? It's in the next series, Eggs. I'm sorry. It is not here.
Yeah, Null alone is not enough to win all 3 locations. And there we go. That is game. Finally, Eggs gives it up, and Bynx is going to take the first game. Again, this is best out of 3, so one more game is all Bynx needs. I can't remember what else Bynx was playing earlier. I think we saw this deck. I think Bynx is playing a Galactus deck himself, but I'm not completely certain about that.
I haven't seen like Bynx's first series against Dera because I was having dinner, unfortunately.
I'm having to stretch my memory. It was so many hours ago now. But I thought I saw a Galactus.
It could be. I mean, Galactus felt like he'd make a lot of sense in the format. I don't know.
Well, I think that we're going to jump into game number 2 pretty quickly. So, yeah, Galactus is a weird one because it's so easy to counter. I mean, as Bynx was demonstrating there, but if you happen to run into a deck that isn't running Aero or Spider-Man or Doc Ock or a Goblin or a Cosmo or okay, hang on, this list is getting quite long.
Yeah, and I mean the curve, the natural curve of Electro into Dr. Octopus into Galactus is just also really strong.
Yeah.
Okay, so Eggs is still on Galactus while Bynx is on Azmat.
All right, here we go. Yeah, let's have some chaos.
What is this?
So, Lizard Oh, okay. So Luke, this is a Luke Cage deck, of course. That makes sense.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, there's Azmat, so this is a Luke Cage deck, but I'm trying to figure out, like, the rest. Like, why is there Ant-Man and stuff like that in the deck?
Well, Lizard makes sense also because of Luke Cage. Does Ant-Man, if Ant-Man gets buffed through its ability and then loses the power again, does Luke Cage prevent it from losing the power again? From going back to 1? Does it stay at... I don't know how that works.
I've never seen that happen, actually, I think. Like, I've never seen Luke Cage denying a loss of power, and then Luke Cage getting Enchantress.
Someone in chat is asking if Eggs was supposed to change deck. No. In this format, the winner has to change deck. The loser is free to do as they want.
Yes. Like, basically, the idea is you have to check 2 decks, and you check a deck when they won. And so when a deck is checked, you're not able to use it anymore. Otherwise, there's, like, absolutely no restriction.
Eggs taking
Zabu?
advantage of Bynx's Cosmo there.
So yeah, no, they didn't agree to anything. Like, Bynx
Oh.
is bringing Zabu. He's bringing the filthy card. He wants to end the day with the best card in the game. Like,
How do you think they're going to nerf him?
How do I don't know. Maybe get him to 4?
Yeah, either that or make it so that they only get their cost reduced by 1, maybe.
Maybe. We're gonna go Azmat, Ant-Man, Zabu. Okay. This is a nice little combo to attack the middle location.
Yeah, however, it's going to weaken... It's going to mean that Bynx is now tying the right location unless he draws Luke Cage. Because Hazmat is going to reduce Typhoid Mary and Professor X.
And I guess you just realized that.
Okay, well, Spectrum would fix
So
that.
there's gonna
for sure.
be 11. Yeah, but 11 is not that much. I mean, you're against Galactus. Were there enough destroys? Like, is Death a consideration? I don't think Death is a consideration, though. Oh. So let's see what Eggs did. Okay, Death was definitely a consideration. So Eggs is going to take this first one.
Wow, okay. I didn't even realize that was the final turn. Of course, Professor X played last turn. That is 4 cubes gone for Bynx. And a great start for Eggs.
Yeah, it feels like they're really, really aggressive. Like the last match started with an 8 cube. This one starts with a 4. Bynx kind of feels like he has very committed strategies. And whenever he gets the card he's looking for, it feels like he's happy to snap pretty early in a game.
And I'm a big fan of that strategy. I'm a big advocate of early snapping. Like, as soon as you can see the strategy starting to form in your hand, unless you have like a specific reason not to think you're ahead, I like an early snap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything against an early snap. It's just most people in battle mode, at least from what I've seen, like the few tournaments or like the talks I've had with people, it seems like a lot of players are advocating to be a little safer. And especially like it feels like really good if you can let your opponent snap first and get that counter snap. But I guess like being very aggressive also just leads to these kind of starts.
You see what
where-
happened there?
Yeah. Cosmo and Electro, you just don't get the mana, but you don't get to play cards either. And yeah, that's like 1 cube, but in the end, like you play 3 turns for a cube, so it's not that bad.
Whoa! An instant snap there. From... It has to have been from Bynx, right? Because Eggs hasn't drawn Galactus or really any of her key cards. I'm assuming that snap was Bynx.
I mean, it feels like really, yeah, he's Mr. Snap at this point. Like I feel like calling him Mr. Snap because from every match we've had today, I think this is the most aggressive behavior I've seen so far.
Well, he's playing the game. It is Marvel Snap. He's doing it. He's doing the thing.
He's playing Zabu. I mean, he's playing ladder right now. He has Zabu in hand. He plays.
Hey,
he snaps.
I'll tell you what.
What do you do?
Luke Cage loves negative zone.
Yes, and he loves Typhoid Mary as well. Look at this Zabu putting a rock into Electro's lane. Cosmo, a little late to the party. But we're still going to play it into Moira's Island. and then get ready probably for Professor X, and then Azmat, Typhoid. This is gonna be good. Oh my god, this Cosmo is doing so much work.
Yeah,
Winning
Bynx is just
cubes left
timing
and
that.
right.
perfectly.
Darkhawk alone like this, or
No,
does
it's
he have, like-
Professor X alone on the right, and that's gonna win. That's gonna win the game for Bynx. Wait,
Yeah, -1.
yeah, it is.
against
It
zero.
is. I was panicking there because Luke Cage is getting destroyed, but it still doesn't matter because of Galactus' nerf. It's gonna have 1 less power than Professor X. It's gonna be -1 versus 0 to end this game. Eggs loses 2 more HP, which means this game is getting real close.
Yeah, I feel like Bynx really tried to come in and like counter Galactus in a way. Like he has all these cards like the Octopus, the Professor X, and these kind of cards that are really really good against Galactus. And seems like it's paying off. We've seen a lot of counters so far.
Again with the first turn snap.
I mean, he doesn't have Zabu this time, but I
Yeah,
guess
that's
like,
true.
it just feels confident.
I guess he thinks that Luke Cage and Typhoid Mary in the opening hand is enough to go on.
Okay, or just he knows he's gonna top deck Zabu. Spectrum, so no. Eggs must be looking at Jotunheim and like, oh, I gotta Galactus this one? Really?
Wait, did we see the Darkhawk Luke Cage interaction in the last game? Because how does that work? Does Darkhawk just not lose power when? Or does Luke Cage prevent a card from going to below its minimum power? I need to learn my Luke Cage interaction.
Yeah, we need, like, the card just got in Pool 3, so I guess we'll probably see much more of it.
Obviously, it's going to work on Jotunheim, the location on the right.
Yes.
Well, here we go. Let's find out.
Darkhawk, Professor X, Zabu. I mean, I think if Bynx has Galactus on the right, she's gonna be doing great, but unfortunately...
Darkhawk still lost power there when X drew a card.
Yeah, because Darkhawk isn't a base power, and then
Yeah, right.
losing for it's like its base power is 1, so you can go to 1.
All right, so Bynx is giving up the vault, but I don't think he cares
How,
that
do,
much.
how does Eggs win Jotunheim when you're 15 behind?
Yeah.
Yeah, and this Spectrum is a 9? Yep.
X is gonna
Eggs
retreat, and
going to
now
retreat.
Bynx is ahead.
Yeah, 6-5 going into the high stakes round.
Oh, so it's basically
Almost
basically even.
Yeah, like they all get 2 retreats. Lemuria. Okay. So funnily enough, like Bynx just likes high stakes rounds, I guess, because now in the high stakes he didn't snap turn 1.
I'm surprised he doesn't want higher stakes.
Well, maybe he's just like 2 is his number, like, you know, his lucky number. Like he found the sweet spot in Marvel Snap. He's comfortable at 2, and he just wants every game to be a 2.
Some people don't like odd numbers, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, like some people have something like, I don't know, maybe his his birthday is like 2nd of February. He just loves the 2. Okay, so Lizard coming down. We got Galactus, so Eggs should be able to play it on turn 5. Is he playing Wave? Have we seen Wave, or just Eggs not drawing it?
I don't think we've seen Wave. It looks like X is running Maximus instead of Wave. Or maybe I guess Cyclope would be the better replacement for Wave, right?
Probably. Yeah. Okay, Wong. So Wong is for Spectrum. Are there any other cards? Azmat? So Psylocke. So I guess the Galactus is going to come down on New York. Oh my god.
How's that off the top?
Alright, Bynx.
But as you said, Galactus almost definitely going to hit New York. I don't think there's any world where you play it on the location where your opponent's just played a Wong.
Yeah, but I think you have to if you're X. Like, you have to think about this game really hard and be like, alright, Professor X got me once. Let's just
Oh,
just be
shoot,
smarter.
you're right.
Let's
I didn't
just
even
be
think about
smarter.
that.
No.
No way!
And Eggs is going to be on 1 health.
No way!
So-
I mean, to be fair to Eggs, I would have fallen for the exact same thing a second time. But
True.
yikes. 4 damage taken. This could be the end of the tournament.
The end of everything, and it's unfortunate. Like, but I guess it's pretty cool because I think in the EU shard we've seen Galactus like kind of really shine and have a lot of success. And here we're seeing like more of the counters and the fact that we can use strategies to punish our opponent. So everything balances out in the end, except for Guardians of the Galaxy, they're OP. There's just
Something Raven really likes to talk about when we were talking about Galactus earlier as well is that there's different builds of the deck, right? Like
True.
like the version that I was playing and the version that Bynx was playing, they had alternate win conditions, right? Whereas if you're running Death and Null and Galactus, you're
coming.
pretty much only winning if you get the Galactus down.
Yeah, true. Like you're like a specialized deck where if you only have to play one lane, you're almost unbeatable. But you need to get to that point where you can actually create a game about one lane.
Yeah.
And Bynx's decks are just built in a way to just say no, not gonna happen. Wow, Zabu, Wong, Omega Red.
Yeah.
Bynx is ready.
But
for
Eggs is
the-
going to go ahead and jam Doc Ock this turn.
But where do you slam it though? Cosmo. Oh, come on, Bynx, don't snap. Don't
Sorry,
snap
Eggs has
it.
priority. Eggs has
Okay.
priority. It's fine.
No.
Wait.
there was-
Oh no, she didn't. Oh,
No,
sorry.
no,
The little overlay thing showed that X had priority. That's okay.
So Bynx is gonna be empty-handed, and there's actually not that many points. Galactus, but you can't play it.
Very frustrating for Eggs. Could this be the end? Null has 2 power. I guess Null in the left into then Shang-Chi on the left to kill Darkhawk. If Eggs can see the future,
She's gonna play Shang-Chi right now.
Eggs can see the future.
Oh my god, Eggs, yes!
This is the comeback.
She's back. She's back in this.
Null.
Top decks Lizard, and Lizard is so bad, and now we just slam Chavez. This is D1 Chavez. No, we're gonna null. Okay.
No, Null's just better, right? Like Null
I know,
is.
but you just want to save it for later.
Oh, you mean not show the card?
You're not out. No, just not show it. Just like give him some rest because you still have like 3 games to win. Just like rest the starters, as they say when you know you won.
Egg showing she's still got some fight in her with this Galactus deck. Even
Okay.
if Galactus isn't going to get to do the thing with the Nexus around, you don't need it.
Yeah, like with the Nexus, the game is basically about one lane anyway.
Yeah, the only problem is typically that's still a disadvantage for this particular Galactus build because it's so reliant on Death and Null. And obviously they rely on lots of cards being blown up by
Kill.
Galactus.
Can we talk 1 second about the hub giving Odin to Bynx with an Azmat and Luke Cage in hand? This-
Oh dear.
This could be something.
And a Wong in the deck, yeah.
Yeah, Eggs got Polaris, and it's pretty strong on Ala. Oh wait, if Polaris pulls Luke Cage, we're going places. We gotta do it. We gotta Polaris on Ala. Come on, Eggs. Get that
Yeah.
Luke Cage to Ala.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's
It's
go.
only going to be a 50-50, obviously. It might grab the Ant-Man.
I mean,
but
if you grab Ant-Man, are you that mad?
I guess not.
Oh, she passed. Oh, come on, Eggs.
Just going to make Sunspot bigger.
You're killing
instead.
me when you should be killing Luke Cage.
I guess she
Dark
decided she wants to lose Hala if possible to blow up the Wolverine.
Oh, she does it afterwards and does it on the wrong turn, so of course she gets the wrong card. Never.
Is that how it works?
Never rewarded. Okay, so Ant-Man is going to die, but Bynx is going to get 2 cards for his troubles.
Darkhawk is really safe behind that Cosmo.
Yeah.
Galactus once again unplayable.
And now I guess you just try to win one of the 2 lanes and get ready for Omega Red next turn.
Mhm.
So how do you win? You have Luke Cage on the board, so don't you just Typhoid Mary? Oh, he's gonna go Azmat Lizard, which is more points? Similar. Wong? Maybe he just doesn't go for Omega Red to the right. I felt like Omega Red to the right was kind of safe because Eggs is probably gonna abandon it.
Yeah, I agree.
But what is he supposed to do now? I guess it would. Personally, I would just slam Typhoid, but maybe Azmat Lizard is just stronger.
That's what Bynx is gonna go for. Does have Odin to follow up with.
True, there's that Odin cut. Oh my god. Okay, so actually, never mind. Eggs didn't quit on the right location. She's just gonna level up 10 points.
Obviously, America Chavez is the draw from Eggs, and now Bynx
Typhoid in the middle. Okay.
isn't gonna go with Odin.
So can Eggs take this back? So she needs to develop at least 1 point to the right.
Yeah, Electro on the right and Maximus on the left would do it.
Yeah, it does it, but if you're like in Eggs' shoes, can you just... Okay, I guess she's doing it? No.
Oh no!
No!
The wrong way around!
No way!
And that is going to be the final match of the day, going to Bynx. A huge congratulations.
The Galactus killer.
Did Bynx and Goldenboy play against each other? I don't think they did. I don't believe they did. So we don't have a champion in this region because.
What, did Bynx beat Dera?
Did Bynx beat? Yes, Bynx did beat Dera.
Okay, so Bynx has 2 wins. Goldenboy has 2 wins.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We need a tiebreaker. We need a.
The Guardians of the Galaxy are my tiebreaker, but I don't know if they're official tiebreakers. But yeah, I mean, I guess they have 2 champions, and we're gonna have to organize something else. Like,
yeah. Well, for now, that is going to be the end of the day. I got a few things to run through before we close up and go to bed because it is real late here in Europe. Firstly, thank you everybody for joining us for our first ever Snap Battles event. Den, I don't know about you, but I personally think that this has been so much fun.
I had a fun time. Like, I literally asked to stay casting while it's 4 a.m. Like,
yeah.
Do you need more proof I was having fun?
I mean, for me, this has doubled down my belief that Snap makes for a fantastic competitive game. And hopefully you guys watching agree that it's going to make for a fantastic viewing experience because the games are fast paced. You know, having both players make their moves at the same time, it makes things a little bit frantic for us casters, but it means we're never getting too bored. I think this was a great experience.
Definitely. Like, and I think maybe like from the casting perspective, a lot of us were a little bit thrown off by the speed of some matches.
Yeah.
But maybe
Game one was
with a little bit more like training under our belt and more like experience and like pacing our voice to the game and not like from the different games that we actually all come from. I think like Marvel Snap can be an incredible game, like super dynamic and kind of maybe not, but like that FPS kind of vibe, but in a card game. That would be insane.
Sure. I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who participated, all of the players, all of the other casters, everyone for watching, and of course the wonderful team at Rallycry who helped put this event together. Here's a little list of the people that we're thanking. Apparently I'm thanking myself as well, but sure, I'll take that. Thank you for taking part, Dan. And of course, thank you to all of the staff who helped put this together. That you can see our staff there. Please consider going and giving them a follow. I'm sure they'd appreciate it, and they've certainly earned it for all of their efforts. It's been a long day, and I think we can all agree that the production have killed it. Like, I've seen chat all day complimenting and saying how good production has been for one of the first Snap events, and I completely agree. This show has been flawless.
Yeah, I mean, for just like what was supposed to be like a try at battle mode, they really did it like very seriously. Like, it looked like a competitive event, something like that has like a real like cash prize and like competition, like kind of what we could see in Master Schools on Hearthstone. Like, it was, to me, that kind of level of production with like the overlays and the matches and stuff. Like, they really put a lot of work into this.
Absolutely, and I really do think that it has that it's shown. And yeah, make sure you follow us on Twitter. You can follow all of the players, casters, and production as you've seen, but also follow Snap Battles on Twitter for more updates. And
they published the deck list already, so you can go check the deck list from everyone there.
Yep, you can go and check that out. And of course, you can hopefully see more updates about future events, which I think we can all keep our fingers crossed for
Of
now.
course, like, that's what we're here for, to hopefully like make this one a success and have more in the future.
Absolutely. Any final thoughts, Dan?
Like my brain is fried, to be very honest. But
Your thoughts are bedtime.
yeah, my thoughts are, wow, what an incredible tournament, and wow, what an incredible sleep I'm gonna have.
All right. Well, from all of the players, from all of the casters, from the production team, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you again very soon.